Yeah, thank you for coming and so patiently waiting. It's middle of the day start, right? Unusual for us because most of our programming starts when museum closes, and it's usually at the evening. So welcome, a very warm welcome to all of you for joining us today for the concluding programming of around the exhibition, Please Start Gently. I'm Akanksha Rastogi, Associate Director, Visual Arts of the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art. It's a pleasure to welcome you all. It is this Please Start Gently is the 5th exhibition of Young Artists of Our Time series, which I'm sure all of you have seen and have been kind of scrolling and strolling the exhibition for the last 3 months. So critically thinking with the youngest population of the world, as well through the Chhapaghar initiated by Aki Thami. So I mean, I would say, and I'm sure everyone would say, that it has been a remarkable journey with all the three curators, and with the visitors and our mediators, with all the security staff that we have in the museum who have actually been avid readers of all of this material for the last 3 months. Our administrative staff, the archiving team, and library team, everyone pushed themselves out of their comfort and worked with numerous challenges that this endeavor presented. And it was, as I said, it wasn't an easy ride, and I pushed everyone greatly. So I'm very grateful to the whole team. And we are also very grateful for this deep viewership and rather readership and engagement and attention that we have received. Many congratulations to everyone, and especially to Akithami, Bharat Murthy, and Himanshu, the curators of the exhibition, who have convened this gathering today. So thank you for conceptualizing this gathering. Bharat is joining us here. He's right here with us. Aki and Himanshu are joining us online. And the whole proceeding of the day is also getting streamed online, live on the museum's YouTube channel. So if you wish to circulate it, please feel free to your colleagues or friends who are not able to join us in person. And a big welcome to all our panelists who are on the stage and also who are in audiences today, who have come here with us, flying from different parts of the country, from Coimbatore, from Vijayawada, from Bangalore, from Chandigarh, and of course from Delhi, and panelists who are joining us online from London and elsewhere, Amsterdam and Mumbai and many other places. I couldn't imagine a better way of signing off. Please Start Gently. Many thanks to the team working behind the scene to make this colloquium happen. Thank you, Swati, Manan, Sabar, Aditya, Dirgha, Avik, Chinmoy, Sanjeev ji, Sanatan, Nitin, Himanshu, and Naveen. Thank you. We have a long day ahead. Without taking much time, I would like to welcome Bharat to introduce the first panel of the colloquium, talk about it, and also introduce our moderator and the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Akanksha, for that lovely introduction. Yes, it's been a wonderful journey, and many thoughts I carry with me, as yet unarticulated, but I'm sure over the weeks and months to come, they will be articulated in some form, and this exhibition carries forward into practice, into making comics, learning from this experience, and building the culture further. That was the basis on which this exhibition was conceived, to bring comics and zines together in one place, and to look at what has happened and what's going on and how it's evolving. And so in connection with that, we decided to have a few panels to close the exhibition, and I'm just going to introduce the first panel here, starting with Manmeet Sandhu. Manmeet is a Delhi-based artist and an art educator, and she has a PhD from the University of Delhi in fine art, and her art has worked with ephemeral, the idea of the ephemeral, And she's engaged with different forms, including installation, sequential art, and art books, and public intervention projects. And one of her projects, which is the Mahila Zine, is also featured in this exhibition. And she's displayed both nationally and internationally. Our next panelist, Shefalee Jain. Shefalee is an artist and illustrator, and also an animation filmmaker. She's recently made an animation short film, which has been touring the festival circuit. And she's co-founder of Blue Jackal, it is an artist collective. It's a kind of an indie publishing platform, and through that, she has been engaging with comics as a medium of expression. And Blue Jackal books are there in the exhibition as well. She also writes on art in Hindi for the children's magazine Chakmak, which is published by Ekalavya. Some of you might have heard of the magazine. Shoili Kanungo is an artist based in Delhi, and she works with words and images. And her picture stories, as she calls them, have been published in the Indian Quarterly, the New Inquiry, and Scroll, and other journals. And she's been part of group exhibitions in India and abroad. Most recently, her poem was part of the Raqs Silent Corridor at the Serendipity Festival 2025. And she's also been an artist in residence at Fumetto, which is European Comics Festival. And also, she's been an Outreach teaching fellow. Ikroop Sandhu is the moderator of the panel, and she is a graphic novelist, illustrator, and design educator. She explores the links, whose work explores the links between personal memory and political history, as displayed in her work Inqilab Zindabad, which is a kind of it's a graphic biography of the revolutionary Bhagat Singh. And her short comics have appeared in many places, including in anthologies published by HarperCollins, Tulika, etc., and Yoda Press. And she has a background in philosophy and in animation from the Vancouver Film School. So currently she teaches illustration and animation at Jindal Global University. So over to you, Ikroop, to introduce the theme of the panel. And
good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to see all of you here. Needless to say, all four of us are quite nervous because we are practitioners and not speakers. But we're excited to share I'm excited because these are three of my favorite practitioners that I have managed to get together. So selfishly, I'm excited to hear them speak about their work. And I put them under the spotlight, and they're all kind of going to curse me later on. But it's going to be a fun panel. So I'm just going to read out a little bit. Today's panel brings together three practitioners who use comics not just as a storytelling form, but as a way of thinking their life, about memory, about politics, and about how we look at the world around us. What's interesting about placing these three in conversation is that while they all work with comics, they approach it from very different positions through reportage, personal narrative, social history, and pedagogy. And as you will see by their presentations, in their approach to the visual form is very varied as well. Each of our speakers will begin with a short 10-minute presentation, after which we'll move into a conversation among the three of them. And from there, after that, we'll open it up to the audience. So starting with Shefalee Jain, the first presentation.
Thanks, Ikroop. I hope you can hear me.
Thank you for
inviting me to be part of this panel. What I'm going to do actually is to speak about two of my recent comics, and as Bharat said in the introduction, I co-run Blue Jackal, which is an indie publishing platform with Shivangi Singh, Lokesh Khodke and Sharwari Deshpande. But today I'm going to speak about my individual practice, since Ikroop asked me to. So I'm going to begin with Recording Room, which is my most recent comics, and this is published by Blue Jackal. And Recording Room is a set of 3 short stories put together, and it is actually planned as a longer anthology. I mean, a larger collection of 10 to 12, hopefully, short stories. But I thought to bring this out right now to also get a sense of how it is being received and to get some feedback from readers. And these stories actually, all of these stories that I've planned, 10 to 12 stories, have one thing in common, which is that they are based in this place called Shivganj. And Shivganj is a small town in the Sirohi district of Rajasthan, and that's where my father's side of the family comes from. And I have this, I mean, I've been traveling to Shivganj off and on since childhood. My grandfather's house is there, and so I've spent winter vacations with my cousins, with the extended family over there, but also gone back there with my parents, with my father who grew up there, and then more recently with Shivi Bhatnagar, with whom I've made the film, animation film Avar Navar Choriyan. But what really attracts me about that place, or keeps me going back to that place, is really certain images, certain sounds, certain things that people have said, the people that I've met there, which somehow refuse to go away from my mind and heart, and they stay with me. And so many of these stories I'm developing around such images or sounds or memories. And just to give you an example, my father, he loves to travel, so whenever we go to Shivganj, he'll take me to different places around Shivganj. And he has many people that he wants to meet. And these are not necessarily just relatives, but many different people that he chances upon, that he stops to talk to and things like that. And so he told me about this temple, which is at the bottom of this beautiful rocky hill. And he told me about how every evening when the prayer at the temple finishes, the pujari rings the bell, and as if on cue, thousands of peacocks from the hill swoop down, and because they know the pujari is going to lay out grain for them to eat. And that image just stays with me, and it refuses to go away. So currently I'm working on a short story which begins from this kernel of this image. So many of these stories come from such images. There's one which is in this particular set where so in the evenings in the lane that my grandfather's house is in, all of the women, after finishing the day's work, they all gather together at around 9:30, 10 at night, and then they really let go because it's a hard day's work. They've been washing clothes and cleaning the house and sending their kids to school and all of that. And then in late evening, they all sit around and gossip and chat, and they laugh. And so that laughter is really in my head, etched in my memory. And so one of the stories actually begins from that image. So I'm just kind of giving you an insight into how these stories come into being for me. And so these are just recording room, they're called recording room 1, 2, and 3, and that's how I put them together. but they're also standalone stories, I feel. They don't necessarily have to go together or in this sequence. So that's about Recording Room, and now I'll move to another comics that I finished a little while ago, and this one is called Gobiar, and which means heaviness in Kashmiri. And this is a story, a short story called Gobiar, which Bharat introduced to me. In fact, he approached me with this story. It's by Sadaf Awani, and asked me if I'd like to kind of adapt it into a comics for Verite, for Comics India. And I read the story, and it really, really spoke to me. It's a very powerful, sensitive, moving story. I'll give you a brief about the story and then come to the images. So the story is about this spirit who is kind of flying over this valley. The valley is not named, and the spirit is carrying this heaviness, and she's wondering what this heaviness is, and she sees all around the valley, each person in that valley is carrying this heaviness. So the story is really about trying to figure out what this heaviness is and how does one get rid of it. And towards the end, she finds one place in the valley where it seems to lift. And I'm not going to tell you the story. We'll wait for Verite to come out. But I really found that story very, very powerful and evocative. And while adapting it into a comics, I really wanted to be in close conversation with Sadaf. I have not been to Kashmir, and even though it's a fictional story, it really speaks to the present day Kashmir. And so I met Sadaf, and then we had a conversation. But also, before actually even making the rough layouts, I wanted to get some inputs from her. So she shared a lot of photographs which she herself had taken while traveling around in Kashmir. She's a writer, and she's a very keen observer of the cities of Srinagar, of Baramulla, and places like that. And so she had these photographs, and many of those photographs became references for me to begin even the rough layouts. And so most of these images come from her photographs, personal or otherwise. And so that helped me do a rough layout, but again I went back to her because I wanted her to kind of respond, her and Bharat to respond to these images. And so slowly over time we built this narrative together, really, I feel. And then there were some specific things that I wanted to bring into the comics space while making this narrative. So for example, I was asking her about certain Kashmiri phrases, for example. So there's a wedding that happens in the story, and so how does one greet or congratulate the newly wedded couple? And so some of those Kashmiri phrases came in, and then also the sound of this musical instrument called Tumbak Nari. What is that sound? And I was writing it as something else, but she said, no, it's dub, dub, dub. That's how. So things like that, which kind of made, in a way, the comic or the images come alive for both Sadaf and for me. So this conversation became very important in the process of making this comics. Apart from that, there's that spirit in the story. So I was wondering about what shape would this spirit take? What is the image that I would make of this spirit? And I was looking at a lot of medieval miniatures and the images of jinns and things like that. And I shared it with Sadaf, but she was like, you know, most of these jinns are evil figures, and this spirit is a benign kind of a spirit who's concerned about what's happening in the valley. And so she's asked me to kind of think of other things, and that really helped me to then think of, for example, I was looking at interesting images of fire and elements like fire, ether, water, and I found again in the medieval illustrated text some very, very beautiful images, and then finally I used some of those. I don't have an image of that here, but also how should I represent the gobert, which is the heaviness? What form would it take in the images? And early on, I mean, these are just some of the rough layouts. And if you see the one there, right there, that side. So early on, I was thinking it would be kind of a viscous, kind of a liquid, literally hanging over the people and the landscape. But somehow it didn't work for me, it didn't stay with me. And slowly over time, I realized that, you know, the heaviness would make sense if it was right there in front of your eyes in images. So for example, the sound talk, talk, talk of the army boots, or the barbed wire, or a procession, a funeral procession which is passing, or a parent showing the image of their disappeared child on a mobile phone. And things like that became images for the gobert. So in that sense, it was really an exploratory and kind of a comics which developed in conversation with Siddharth. Do I have some more time? Or,
yeah?
Yeah? Yes. Okay, I'll just take 2 minutes, yeah. And yeah, so that's really about the two comics. And Ikroop also asked me what are my writing influences, or what are the things that I go to when I think about writing. And so Red Snow by Susumu Katsumata is a book that I really, really love. It's a collection of short stories put together in this volume. And again, what combines them is actually a sense of place. So it's really post-war Japan countryside, where there are mostly older people and women. And but interestingly, the women are quite interesting, powerful characters in their own ways, despite the kind of oppressive structures that they are part of. And so that really interests me in the way the stories are standalone, but they're also in the reader's mind, they come together somehow because of a sense of place. Then there's Dil Ki Duniya by Ismat Chugtai, and I really love her writing for the strong women characters, but also the fun women characters that she draws. And so I really love her style of writing. And The Hotel at the End of the World by Parismita Singh. Again, these are 5 different stories which are being told by 5 different people who happen to gather in an inn, a roadside inn, because it's raining outside and they have nowhere else to go. So they're sitting there and then telling these stories. So I find the ways in which these different stories come together in these writers quite interesting. And Ursula Le Guin's short stories, primarily because of the magical realism that they use, but yet they are very much located in the everyday. So that's the kind of writing I'm drawn to. I mean, and I aspire to write. I'm nowhere close, but it's just a wonderful thing to look up to these people. And Dohri Zindagi is, of course, a collection of folk tales, Rajasthani folk tales, but folk tales from anywhere, actually, and the way they use non-linear storytelling, or they use animal and other kinds of characters to speaking with the human characters, or even objects speaking to human characters, and I really enjoy that kind of writing. So yes, I think I will stop there. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Shefalee. Honestly, you could have gone on. I would have happily sat through it and heard more and more. Next is Shoili. We will start with her presentation.
Hey, yeah. Hi, thanks all for being here. And I've called this talk Recording is Experiencing because I just want to share this habit I have of keeping a sketchbook journal and just making notes whether I'm, attending an event or if it's, on the Uber and so on and so forth. And here I just want to show like 2 different methods that I use and why I do this. I've called it record is experiencing. It's not because I want to keep a diary, but it's more because I want to like juice the moment or the hour. So there was this event at Sundar Nursery where there were going to be performers, but because I was sort of, alert, I saw that the first performers were actually like the people sweeping the stage, and their movements were also very graceful, and it's something that would have like escaped my eye like if I was not paying attention. So that's like when I'm drawing like spontaneously, like drawing what I'm observing. Now the second example is, I met this new friend, we went for a walk and had a conversation, and I was very like struck by it and moved by it, and when I came back home, it's like I asked my memory to give me a few nuggets that I could jot down, and something I liked about, I wanted to get a sense of the moment, and he also shared something about how people go to visit peers because they believe they're like, they have all kinds of jinns that fill them up with air and fill them up with water, and I found it kind of funny. And so what happens is, one took place in 2024 in Sundar Nursery, the other in Nizamuddin, which are across the road. So you unexpectedly have these juxtapositions which you later realize that belong to, sort of similar areas. But what I'm going to focus on in this presentation is actually, a few years ago I went to Johannesburg, and I also kept like this little sketch note. It's a dangerous city. I'd gone there for work, and people generally like just transit and move on. They don't linger there. But I stayed back a few extra days, and I did wander the streets, though I was told not to. The first and the last image are from like the center of Johannesburg. And you can see there's a lot of buildings, and they're completely abandoned, and I couldn't understand like why if apartheid is over and there's no more segregation, then why have they like left it and gone? The one from the middle is from like a rich white neighborhood which was like kind of separate and with security and all that. So anyway, so yeah, you can see like I have a little note over there which says that I've been told to tuck my money in my bra, and I can't even read it, but from here. But I've walked with fear, and I'm drawing with fear, and I'm really scared, like on the street, and that was in a cafe. But what I did later, I had the opportunity to do this residency at FICA, where I was actually able to return to those notes, do further research, and kind of like construct a bit of a story or a portrait of the city. And so that's what I'm going to share with you now. And so, of course, like, so it's sort of like I'm going to share how I've approached it. And it starts with me, like what I observed from the taxi. From afar, the city looks like a densely packed fortress, silent and brooding. Where did the people go? And these are some of those sort of brutalist style buildings, which are very striking actually, and some older ones. I did them in watercolor. So one of the taxi drivers, he said that the buildings are abandoned because the owners can't be traced, so they can't be sold and no one can live there. And so these are all conversations which I've later kind of, put together in this form. So the first, at the place I was staying, the receptionist, she's like, if you want to walk, okay, then walk briskly, do not stop, carry your money in your underwear, hold your head high, wear a mean expression in your face, and know where you're going. So then of course I spoke to a lot of people, and it was interesting to be able to kind of have this sort of documentary style, narratives in the book. And it was nice because let's see what they're saying. One of them is saying that my parents could vote and I could walk the streets freely, but did that mean equality? And the other one says, we're not free. We think we breathe the same air, but we don't. And then there's a shopkeeper from the Congo, and she says, I came after apartheid was over. I didn't suffer as much as my husband has. The wounds of apartheid are deep. If they accuse my husband of stealing, he gets angry and walks away. If they accuse me, I say calmly, no, I made this jewelry. So aside from like the more sort of documentary sort of narratives, when I came back and did the residency at FICA, I started like reading and learning a bit more about the history. And so with this new sort of knowledge, I was thinking of how do I integrate it into this sort of travel narrative style book that I'm doing. And there was this sculpture that I saw over there in the Constitution sort of court, which I really loved. It was like this strange, curious sculpture, and so I've made her into a kind of character who kind of, who I travel with, and we land up at an abandoned building, and the building is sort of, we're kind of discussing it. What's that? And it looks like cardboard. It's a bed, it's been abandoned. Some people slip in and make me their home, and some people bravely rent office space here, those who can't afford like Santon rental. And then it's like the building becomes the narrator, it's having a cup of coffee and sort of sharing a story, and this story that the building is sharing is based on some sort of historical sort of facts that I read. So the building says, of course I miss Eliza, she wanted to be a writer but she needed an income, so she came to Johannesburg, and you can see Eliza's like, good morning, do you have a vacancy for a maid? And you know, you have a bit more, she sleeps on crates, and she says that you know, Eliza and the madam's baby loved each other, but she knew that the child would learn the ways of her mother eventually. So there's a break in style here, because while reading I was also introduced to this photographer, Ernest Cole, and in fact this narrative about the maid, that's actually a photo by him of one of the people who worked as a maid, and I've kind of deconstructed it perhaps to get a sense of the grittiness. And here it says, so you thought you could go out all dressed up so fine and madam wouldn't mind, and basically it's a story how maids just lost their jobs at the drop of the hat because the madam didn't like any competition, you know, if she was dressed up pretty. And finally it's like by leaving her home city, Eliza lost the right to return there, and Johannesburg wouldn't issue her a residence permit, and so she walked back and forth between cities, going nowhere. She was frozen like a statue, just like the sculpture which is on display at every gallery. So this sculpture is of course something I saw, but I've kind of brought it and integrated it with this sort of travel narrative. Well, that's all I've got to show you, just to show you the process of how I took notes and didn't know how it would eventually turn out, but yeah, where it sort of became a story like this. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Shoili. That was wonderful.
Thanks.
And the last but not the least, as they say, is Manmeet. And post this, we will have a little discussion amongst us.
Uh-huh.
Is a little bit about my last. Basically, a graphic artist or a comic artist by accident. I do not follow the rules that are supposed to be followed. But I have a language that has come out of I think sheer experimentation and need to express myself in a narrative. This is one of the first stories or a narrative that I started my zine with, Mahila Zine, in 2018. So it was, most of the work that I have done is basically autobiographical or biographical and is women-centric or women-oriented. So the story or the narrative was comparing the situation of a newly entrant into motherhood from 20 years before and after. The story not only looks at the changing biology but also looks at the social dynamics that that have changed throughout the year or have not changed throughout the years. So, this particular narrative was around some 20 panels long. I also explored a little more into motherhood and parenting with this another narrative called Shefalee, which was mostly focusing on how a mother conditions her daughter, especially when they both are misfits and kind of require some extra hard work to fit into the social circuit around them. It's yeah, so the story looks into daughter having a conversation with mother, of asking of how and why she hides most of the time, and this kind of changes her situation from being a Shefalee to a real present person. So, and then in the end she herself succumbs to the social pressure that is required, that is not required, but it's mostly pressurized or kind of presented by the society so as to conform to the to being normal. This was also sort of 8 to 9 panel story. This is a narrative that I got inspired from a Punjabi folklore called Kuggio Kuggi. The folklore is about how a pigeon, a migrant worker, a pigeon migrates from a village to a city, and how it gets wounded in this journey of his, and he is supposed to respond to the messages that he is, or letters that he is receiving from home, and how the pigeon try to mask his pain in the form of poetry. Like the pigeon gets hit by a stone, gets wounded, and is kind of bleeding, and then his wounds get infected and things like that. But how the pigeon always responds in a very positive manner, showing a lot of resilience, which is what inspired me to use this story as an inspiration point in my work. So when the pigeon gets hit by a stone and is bleeding, he actually responds by saying Kuggio Kuggi asi lal paranda paya, which means that he says that he was wearing a red hairband. So the blood was compared to a hairband, and when the story, the wound get infected, he says that he is applying butter on his body. So this is what the starting point for the story became, and the story says Kuggio Kuggi asi thanda makhan laya, which is a story about how a parasitical incident can, instead of destroying you, become a point to restart a journey, and also to not to be destroyed by a parasitical incident, and kind of work on the nerves and how to make positive of the entire incident. So I think this is a very minimalistic language that I decided to use, and also I played with the placing of the frames. They are not at one particular place in the page. They keep changing the location, as well as the size of the frame also keeps on changing. So I also play a lot with the the way the frame or the image has been viewed. Yeah, so I, instead of instead of using a real image or a real thing, I've used mosquitoes as a parasitical incident, mosquito bite. And the story ends with Kugiyo Kugi Asi Bal Bache Wale. So that is when the wound gets infected and is kind of infected with bugs and all. Instead of refusing to die down, the victim decides to play with the bugs and decides to make the most of it. That is how sort of resilience works in the story. On a lighter note, this is a story called Kida, which was done during the lockdown time, getting inspired by one of the friends, and it's all about longing and desire and things like that. So this is also a silent story. I think most of my works are silent with very little dialogues in them, and yeah, with very little text also, barring one or two, and most of them are hand drawn. So this is also about a woman and longing and monsoon. So then this is the zine that I coordinate with my friends, and I've been doing this since 2018. So we have till now generated 10 issues of the same, and it usually has stories that are women centric, and we usually use a theme, and we then kind of work around the theme. So sometimes we are bang on the point, and sometimes we are kind of beating the bush, but I think the main idea is to generate a dialogue, which we are mostly looking forward to, and to share our works. That's the idea. So like for the first issue, we decided to work on the body and the autobiographical, and for the second issue, we decided to work on our experiences in the art world. So by the time we are working on a 10th issue, we have recently released a 10th issue. So our idea was to work on how the women in a creative, through their creative journey, work a very different or chart a very different trajectory as compared to the male counterpart. And so I'll be sharing few images from the zine 9 and 10. This is the work by artist friend Nilanjana Nandi. She also works as an art educator, and that can be seen in her work. Her work was all about her journey into the art world and how to survive the pressures and the demands of the art world, as well as a career as an art educator. So her language is also not conventionally, I would say, comic, but she is exploring and experimenting with the work. This is Ikroop's work. Ikroop was very generous to help us out with our 10th issue, and she collaborated with us, and so her work is also about female body and the journey. A female body to find the philosophical side of being a woman. This is a work by Reshma. Reshma's work was also about her career, of how she traveled from one place to another, and this is also a story of resilience, and how she somehow devised a way to escape her planned life by following a very different and a very, I think, struggling and challenging trajectory to fulfill her wishes and dreams. So this is what Mahila Zine is all about, and this is what I think I was also trying to say with my work. Thank you.
Thank you, Manmeet. Thanks, all of you. I mean, for me, it's very exciting to witness work of other people, because it kind of opens up all kinds of possibilities that I've been thinking of, but you don't get round to it. So this kind of inspires you to think more. And hopefully that's what our audience has felt. It's just possibilities, different ways of expressing yourself. I'll begin with the first question for all of you, and whoever wants to speak first can. At what point does, Manmeet, you said it really beautifully that there are no rules, and I feel all four of us would agree that it is the breaking of rules that has led us to this expression, this self-expression. But I wanted to know, does it begin with a thought, or does it begin with a drawing, or is it the other way around? Does it begin with the drawing and then goes into thinking? When does it stop being a thought and become a drawing? It's a very philosophical question, but I think all of us have encountered that initial impulse of whether it's something material or something, conceptual. So where do you begin at? I'm sure each one has a different process, but I would like the three of you to share a little bit about that. Shoili, would you like to go first?
Sure. I think both. Definitely if I'm drawing from life, or if I'm hearing a conversation and recording that, then there's almost a fusion between, I feel, myself and my thought and what's happening. But I also do like, and I did not share that sort of work, but just kind of like doodling and seeing what emerges, and then you have like a character or a creature, and that gives rise to thoughts and ideas. So, and it could be the other way around. If I've written something like a poem, I might want to think more consciously about how to illustrate it. So I'd say, multiple ways of approaching.
Yeah, I would say your particular work, because it's so immediate, you're in the environment, and at the same time you have to remove yourself from the environment to make the third thing, which is a fragment.
That's true.
What is that headspace like? Like, are you in a meditative space, or?
Yes, it can be. It's both. It's very intense in that sense that you're definitely, it gets meditative, because your hand is kind of moving at the same time as you're also listening and processing and writing down words, and so it's highly focused. And if that's meditative, then that's what it is. It's just a high degree of concentration per minute. Yeah.
Shefalee, would you like to?
Yeah, like I was saying, I think it's different with different books that you're working on also. So like I said, in recording room, I rely more on certain images and certain memories that stay with me, like which refuse to go away, and then I start building around those. But with something like Gobert, there's an existing story by Sadaf, and then you also in some ways want to, through that story, want to get to know more about the person, the place, and so you start a conversation, or you do some research, or you look up things and go back and forth and then come up with something. So I think it's different things at different times. Yeah. But certainly with me, when I'm writing something on my own, whether it was the screenplay for the animation film or these short stories that I'm writing, I think till now there's been a way in which something has stayed with me, and then I want to build around it. and something fictional around it, or something which begins maybe from the so-called real, but then also develops in different ways. Yeah, and like Shoili was saying, it's very interesting because you take back that memory, but then you also are reading around it, or you're looking at some things, and something adds into that, whatever that kernel was, and so it develops. So I think it's very tentative. I mean, it's not as if I've written a lot of fiction, so it's also, writing is also fiction writing is very new to me in that sense. So I think it's more kind of seeing what might work, yeah.
What are your thoughts on co-authorship, where, you know, you're taking a short story by Sadaf and you're almost adapting it to visuals? You know, how in film it's seen as adapted from this book, but here there was a conversation that you were having with the author and almost generating images in a way which felt true to both of you. But when we put it down on the titles, it is story by the author and then illustrated by. Do you think we need to have some other explanation? Because it's not merely illustration, it is more than. What are your thoughts about that? All three of you, about co-authorship and how, you know, the adaptation happens, whether film, but in the medium of comics, somehow we've assigned illustration, which is not necessarily how it should be described, I would say.
Since it's like an ongoing conversation and it's not just like one particular act where you are reading the story and illustrating it, I think there should be, if one can come up with a different term, because it's like a continuous process of thinking, rethinking, erasing, and then, you know, reframing it again in a comic book, and you are drawing the author out instead of drawing on a paper. So that deserves a better terminology, something which describes more the process also. So this is what I feel.
I haven't worked on an adaptation with another author before, but I would say, isn't it like a little bit worrying, because did you experience any kind of friction and that you, I don't know, or was it like quite smooth because you're working on someone's story? Did they agree or not agree with, I don't know, parts that you keep in or parts that you remove? Or yeah, be interested to know.
I think this particular process was pretty smooth.
Okay.
Because I think for me, as well as for Sadaf, that exchange, somehow it felt like something that we wanted to engage with. And when she, for example, talked about the spirit and how she was a little uncomfortable that it had a face and that it needed to be amorphous, she said, I saw her point somehow. I felt that, you know, it made sense what she was saying, and so then I started looking for other kinds of images. So it kind of also opened one's senses to, okay, I have kind of gone towards looking at figures of jinns and things like that, but she's seeing it differently. So what if I looked for some other things? So it opened up something which felt interesting to me. And so the story itself doesn't really describe the heaviness in terms of what is causing the heaviness. So there's none of the barbed wire, none of the funeral procession, none of those images on the mobile phone, things like that. But those were things that I thought I'd bring in to think about the heaviness. And then Sadaf felt that it really worked for her. So I think in this case, I felt that it really worked for both of us. I don't know about...
It's also you are entering a territory that is so familiar to her. So it's like you're seeing the world through her eyes. So it's almost therapy, you know, you're kind of like trying, like she said, like Manmeet mentioned, you're drawing out the author. And in that drawing out, there is a sense of collaborative thinking. You both have to sync your thoughts and arrive, and you have to see through the author's eyes. So that kind of collaboration is required when it's an unfamiliar space. I had a question for you specifically now, Shefalee, about recording room. In the ethnographic process, how do you listen, and how does listening and looking work differently? In works like Recording Room, there's a sense of familiarity that you arrive at the visuals with, where you're allowing the way the humans flow. How does that closeness find its way into the drawings? Because it's so, you know, you grew up in that space. And, you know, while I was reading Recording Room versus Gobair, how is it pronounced? Gobair.
I'm also not sure. Gobair, I think. I'm not sure.
So I could sense the sensitivity that you were attempting to draw out in Gobair versus the humor and the freedom of the lines. It felt different in the two of them. So how would you describe the headspace that you were in while working on these two separate short stories?
Yeah. I didn't grow up in Shivganj. I mean, so my father spent some of his childhood there. I just keep going back to the place, like I said, with family. And in that sense, familiarity, of course, I keep going back, so it is familiar in some ways. The other thing is, I really don't think of my engagement or connection with Shivganj as an ethnographic kind of a project. Because I have never thought of it like that, because I didn't go there with an intention to do something or to capture the world there or things like that. I've been going there as part of my family's trips and things like that. And recently I went there, of course, for the film, and that was slightly different. So, like I said, I think, I don't know how to describe these connections. They are more felt connections, and that's why I think fiction suits the expression better for me, because it's not as if through these stories I know the place better or know the people better or want to reveal something about that place, but I think just explore my feelings for the people, the landscape. In fact, when I went for the visual research for the film, I kept like a diary, and every night after a day of kind of just hanging around people or going to places with my father, I meticulously wrote down everything. And then I lost the diary. After I came back, I couldn't trace it. But in some ways, I feel, in retrospect, I feel it's good that I lost it. Because now I'm going back to the memory of what I wrote, or the memory of what actually people were saying to me, or what my father was telling me about his childhood, or whatever else. And that vagueness and that thing, in fact, became helpful in terms of just, so there's a lot of fabulation also. I mean, it's not just what I heard or what I saw. Yeah.
It's a lot of filling in the gaps through the memory and the remembrance or imagination even.
Yeah, so it's become more playful, I think, in that sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. For Manmeet, I had a question. As someone who works both as a practitioner and an educator, how has teaching comics influenced the way you think about authorship? And I think all three of us have taught in some capacity or the other. So if the rest of you could also answer a little bit about how did teaching influence your work or the other way around?
So I don't teach comics, but I teach in general like art as a subject. More than teaching, I would say how interaction with younger generation kind of has helped me tune my language and create a conversation when I'm working and create a conversation in my head when I'm working. So I'm always analyzing, over-analyzing, looking at one object or one story or one frame from different point of views to trying to understand how will this impact the viewer or what response is it going to generate from the viewer. So that has come, I think, with the interaction from people from different background, which teaching is definitely playground where I get to meet different people. So it's like every story, whatever the thought process or the idea is, it kind of becomes viewed from multiple point of views. When I get to meet different people, I try to understand what their personality is, and I try to understand how are they viewing the an idea, and this is what reflects in my work. So that way.
Yeah, actually that articulates how I also feel about it. Kind of opens up an audience, almost like a user testing group.
Yeah.
Do any of you want to add to the teaching versus making, or has that influenced you? Not really. Yeah.
I've done workshops before, so I haven't really taught in that sense. And I don't know if it, it's really, it's just amazing for me always just to see the range of ideas, and I kind of think of myself more as a facilitator and just leave it rather than a teacher.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, that is a better way to describe.
Yeah, I just step back.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm very hesitant to give feedback. I'm not good at doing that because, again, as someone who believes in no rules, I don't want to cramp anyone's style and say that this is how you should do fonts or maybe you should have frames. What do I know?
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel that is a huge problem with teaching. The right and there is no right and wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an arrival at something, but not a.
I mean, if someone's text is too small, maybe I need glasses. I don't know.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's subjective.
Yeah.
And the comics medium allows for text and visuals to come together. Manmeet, you have a lot of silent comics, like you said, but there's a sequence of images that kind of, there's a narration when the person is reading. So there's a text that runs through the mind of the person who's viewing the sequence. How would you say comics, the image and the text coming together, if you had to, how would you describe that differently from any other medium? What does comics allow you to do, this medium, which other mediums perhaps have not, and therefore you have arrived here?
There is no literary text there, but there is visual text. And the sequence is what I love about comics. So even when I am not making comics or thinking of creating a narrative, I am adhered to the sequence bit. I love the sequence. So this is what for me I think makes a work of art more towards the comics or the sequential art a bit, the narrative and the sequence and the timing. So I also think a lot about timing because there are no dialogues, there is no text in there. So I have to figure out the exact timing so as to the frame makes the impact that I want it to make.
When you say timing, are you talking about the scaling of the panel, or the amount of detail you put in the panel to slow the viewer down, or?
The incident that I am portraying or representing there. So the out of many sequences that are going on in my head, the incident that I am planning to portray or represent there in a comic, so that matters a lot to me, because if I am like 1 second before or after the incident or the act that is I am planning to show, I might lose the narrative. So I have to think about that a lot. So I think this is what kind of defines my practice. So
That makes a lot of sense. Shefalee, how did you arrive at comics as a medium?
I think it's mostly because of our collective work at Blue Jackal, and then through that connection meeting so many other comics makers, and the Indie Comics Festival, which so many different people, comics makers across different cities are now organizing. And so I think that has been mostly my entry point. I mean, as a child I read comics, but I was not an avid reader or anything. But I think it's more because of introduction to comics through these kind of collectives that I've been drawn to comics and storytelling. And of course, the fact that making these books makes your expression travel much further than it ever did within the context of artistic practice. I mean, conventionally what is seen as artistic practice. So that also draws me a lot to the medium. So yeah.
So we have another 10 minutes, and I would like to open this up to the audience. Any questions, please feel free to raise your hand, and there's a mic going around. Yeah, there's one person here.
Good afternoon. I'm Vanshika. First of all, I would like to thank you for such an interesting presentation. Actually, I don't belong to this discipline, so I'm a bit nervous while asking a question if I'm not right with my linguistics. But as I was thinking during the conversation and the presentation, that all three of the panelists have a different way of looking at graphic narratives and of really dealing with the medium. Like Shefalee ma'am was talking about the importance of memories, sounds. Then Shoili ma'am was talking about how immediacy really plays out. And then Manmeet ma'am was also talking about self-expression. And so it was really, this was really in my mind, that how does immediacy versus recollection affect narrative voice and visual structure in graphic narratives? So I would like...
Wow, can you repeat that? That was intense.
So I was actually focusing on the temporal aspect of it. So I was asking that how does immediacy versus recollection affect narrative voice and visual structure in graphic narratives, as I was thinking about the rumination part, because when I'm looking at a particular representation for the first time, and then I just get to hear something from my father or from my friends, or as I'm talking with you guys, there are a lot of thoughts which comes into the process. And how does that play out for the author, and how does that play out for the audience, or like for a person like me? Is very different. Yeah. And how is that interpreted from your perspective? That's what I'm trying to understand right now. So
that's a very good question. Yeah. So it's the filtering process, and each one of you clearly has a very different filtering process. Any Any thoughts on this? Shoili, do you want to add something?
Yeah, it's a filtering process. So you have everything to choose from, whether it's the event at the very present moment, plus like your whole past and history and a long sort of list of memories. And so you can literally juxtapose different time frames on a single page. You can, and you don't have to be like sort of true to who has said what. You can when, and yeah, that's where fiction and non-fiction can merge, and yeah, you can play.
Yeah, I think Shefalee mentioned that with her, there's another kind of imagination that's running along, and she lost her diary and she had to go back to now remembering, and your mind, surprisingly, I mean, subconsciously filters out a lot of information. So if you were to rewrite this incident, I feel you would have a very different perspective than even us, actually all of us. So it just, I think, happens very intuitively, perhaps.
Yeah, and a lot of things get added to even an immediate perception, because that immediate has already moved on when you meet someone else or you see something else, and so that immediacy also gets inflected with what happens post and what has happened in the past. So, yeah.
A very good question. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, so taking context from what Shefalee said about what drew her to comics, that is that the work can cut through or has the potential to cut through the traditional art audience. How do you evaluate, and this is a question for everyone, how do you evaluate the medium of zines in that context? Because zines, you have comic zines, and first of all, have you checked out the zines? How familiar are you with zines, and how do you evaluate zines in that context?
Great question. It's a test question.
Zines in the sense that, yeah, they travel as much as comics. I mean, and especially zines, if one is producing them cheaply and also circulating them cheaply, they can travel even more, because comics, if they're published by, say, publishing houses, they're not indie published, they can be an expensive thing to get, no doubt. So in that sense, if that is where your question is going, I feel they are also a great medium to circulate your stories, your work. Yeah.
Sorry, can I add? Zines almost feels like a trailer, and I think it's an excellent way for testing out ideas, and that would be for anyone. If you're thinking about putting down an idea out into the world, because a diary is too personal and you kind of have it, it's insular. A zine, subconsciously, you're thinking about it traveling already. So you're like, okay, this needs to engage with a larger audience. How many people would find this interesting? How many people would pick it up? So already there's a sense of an extroversion that the introverted artist is putting out. So it's an excellent way, I feel, to test out a teeny tiny idea, and you're wondering, will it work? Let me put this out. So yeah, more zines we need, because there are so many ideas, but people are afraid to share them. Zine is a good place to start.
Can I follow up? Yeah? Or no?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it seems to me though that zines are not nearly as popular as comics. Like you ask anyone, everyone knows what a comic is. Nobody knows what a zine is. So from what I've gathered, and that's why I also asked you how familiar you are with the medium of zines. But from the limited familiarity that I have, zines seem to be a very niche thing from what I've gathered, the kind of zines I've seen, the audience seems to be primarily other creatives and other artists. So yeah, if you have any comments on that.
I think this is a good forum to indoctrinate everybody into reading more zines, making more zines. Like, that's my mission in life, to get people to make more comics, and zines is a place to start because it's smaller, right? Anybody wants to add anything to that?
Smaller number of audience, so that's why.
Yeah. Akanksha.
Yeah, we have 2 questions online as well, and they came right when you guys were presenting. So I'll just read out those questions. One is from Subhash, and this question is specifically for Shoili. He asks, how do you approach your practice of sketchbook making? Do you treat it as a slate to practice and ideate, or as finished artworks or comics/comics? And then the second question is quite general into all 3 of you, and I think partly you've answered it already. How do you decide what narrative to depict and what to cast as propaganda?
Sketchbook question. Well, I keep my sketchbooks because I need to. Like I said, it helps me sort of, it saturates the moments more for me. It just makes it better. If I'm at a talk and listening, it, immerses me more in the scenario. I've only so far sort of shared snippets from my sketchbook online, so I haven't actually thought of it as proper art, or I haven't really thought of it at all. It's just there in my books. And this particular example was one where I actually worked with a sketchbook and then made it into a more finer sort of, a more realized book. I think it's there now as perhaps maybe, it's there to play around with if I wish to, like especially my observations of the city, but I haven't done that so far. Yeah.
What would be the fine line between comics and art? That's the question. Like, when does it become art and when is it comics, and is there a line? Is it just in people's imagination? We are in a museum. Comics are finally here in an exhibition space. Would you say that it not being art allows for something else to emerge, or it not being classified as art?
Comics, you mean? These distinctions, aren't they also kind of
limiting?
Yeah, it's like structures from.
Yeah, they contain it rather than allow it to flow. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, like, well, why can't they?
Yeah, why can't it be everything all at once?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Comics themselves can be seen as something very confined, but it's, like Manmeet said, up to us to kind of think about what forms we devise and play around with and create and devise. That I think excites me most about these kinds of things, where you're trying to tell a story and to draw it out, and then whatever form suits it best is something that you work with.
Correct.
Of course, there are institutions that put into place these boundaries and structures, but then you're also free to experiment and see where that experiment goes and how it kind of opens up rather than closes the
Right,
boundaries.
yeah. We have agency to decide on those labels and structures. Yeah. Thank you so much. This was can we take one last question if there is, or we are kind of done? Okay, we're there is one question. Can we just, okay, one last question. Yeah, here.
Hi, so when so a lot of you do this practice of like you keep a sketchbook, and then when you sorry, I'm not very so when you go to a place or when you have these personal experiences, you kind of record it in a sketchbook. And writers do that as well, and I write, and you have a notebook and then you write everything, and then especially when you're working on a personal essay or something that's influenced, actually everything is influenced by your experiences, I think. But like when you work on a personal essay, you kind of decide what comes from that into the personal essay, because life doesn't have a narrative structure. There's no narrative framework in the way that life unfolds and events unfold. How do you, as visual artists, how do you decide what gets into the narrative framework? Like, how do you do that? How do you conceptualize? Okay, this gets in, but this doesn't. How do you frame that? Like, that's my question.
I think this was partially answered earlier, where the intuitive filtering process, and it's also user testing, honestly. You want to test out the story, and zine is a place where everybody should start. But I think I'll let one of you. Yeah.
Like what you're most drawn to in the moment is what you capture first. And
what excites you the most.
Exactly.
Right.
I think it's also a process of trying to work out things and making drafts, and so what I'm showing you or what most of us are showing you are possibly final drafts. But then you write, and sometimes I start writing without images. Sometimes it's a rough layout with just images. And then you kind of refine that and you show it to a friend and you ask them what they think about it. And so it's really many stages of work which leads to, I think, those final decisions. Very seldom, I mean, sometimes also it happens that you have the story made in your head and you just want to put it down. I'm not denying that that doesn't happen, but I mean, that's once in a while maybe. But otherwise, it's really a process of trying to figure it out and rework it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you to my panelists. It was a lovely, lovely conversation. And thank you everyone for showing up and asking such lovely questions. And in case you haven't seen the show, please do. And our panelists have some of their books that they have made here, in case some of you are interested. We have them on the table. Yeah. Okay. So Shefalee has and Manmeet has Mahila zine copies. So please do check it out. Thank you.
Yeah, but please stay. It doesn't end.
Yeah. Neha Khurana is the moderator for this next panel, and she currently works as the assistant professor at the School of Liberal Arts at Vidyashilp University in Bangalore, and has previously taught at Gargi College for nearly a decade. And her doctoral thesis, which is on the cartoons, the emergency cartoons of R.K. Lakshman, Abu Abraham, and Sudhirdhar, was in fact quite useful and informative. And our conversation about these cartoons during that time really helped the emergency section of the comics exhibition here. Her work has been published in journals nationally and internationally, including Routledge, the University of Barcelona, among others. And she continues to research in the field of visual arts and surveillance studies. E.P. Unni went to school and college in Palakkad, Kerala. After graduating in physics and a brief stint as a banker, he joined cartooning in 1977 as it was just when the emergency was ending as a cartoonist, as a staff cartoonist in the Hindu newspaper in Chennai. And then he subsequently went on to work at the Sunday Mail and then the Economic Times, and then finally he's now the chief political cartoonist in the Indian Express. Shyam Sundar Unnamati calls himself an anti-caste cartoonist, and he says he draws anti-cartoons, which is an interesting way of talking about cartooning. He is the author of No Laughing Matter, the Ambedkar cartoons, 1932 to 1956, which is actually a one-of-a-kind thesis on looking at the cartoons done about Ambedkar during his lifetime and trying to read it in the light of the politics of our times today. And and currently he teaches history at the Andhra University in Vijayawada. And so over to you, Neha, to introduce the panel and then continue with your discussion. Yeah.
Thank you, Bharat, for a wonderful introduction to all the panelists and the moderator, as well as for having me here for this discussion. I want to just begin by asking everyone a very quick question, and a show of hands will do. How many of you still get newspapers at home today? And are any of you missing the cartoons that used to appear on the first pages of newspapers, The Common Man, The Others, and so on? So this panel is for you. This panel basically tries to answer the question, what happened to political cartooning in India? And we have tricked you a little bit by titling it that way, because we cannot discuss political cartooning in India today unless we also go into the history first. So where were these political cartoons born? What were our cartoonists doing? What happened to them along the decades is where we begin this panel discussion, but we end with what happened to political cartoons today. Where are they today? So I want to start by asking the senior most panelist here about the history of cartoons. So Unni, where did it begin? Where do we trace back the history of cartoons? What was the first cartoon? Who were the first cartoonists? And what were their agendas?
In India? Or?
In India.
Makes things easy. I think it's to sort of summarize, two major streams of cartooning came to India. To begin with, it's not an Indian art form. It is certainly a European visual satirical form, to which India somehow took to very well, including the regional languages, Hindi, Marathi, Bengali, Karnataka, Kannada, Tamil, Malayalam, Assamese. Early on, they all took to this alien visual art practice, and poets like Subramanya Bharati, 1910, roughly, used cartoons lethally on the cover page of his publication, week after week, month after month, whenever it was published, because it was random those days. Cartoons were used and seen for what they were, for the political content, etc. And several clones of the Punch magazine appeared in India. Awadh Punch, Parsi Punch, Hindi Punch. This is, 18th, 19th century, as early as that. Later, the kind of cartoons that we see, if you trace the cartoons back, the kind of cartoons that appear in newspapers, what Lakshman, Abu, me, and all, we all do, what are called edit cartoons and news cartoons. If you trace the history, the earliest form of that cartoon came to India largely through one cartoonist, British cartoonist, David Lowe, Sir David Lowe. He was a legend in his times. probably the greatest World War II cartoonist. That is how we relate to the world cartooning scene. What we call a political cartoon today is a form that evolved between two world wars and the Great Depression in between. So the wars gave cartoonists, we'll go into that in detail, we'll have occasion to go into that in detail later. The wars gave cartoonists a certain edge, and the Great Depression also, wars focused on heroes, people who took decisions, who waged wars. And the Great Depression, the cartoonists started focusing on common people. So the political cartooning really got a phenomenal width of domain, a certain perspective, which newspapers and readers loved. That is how the cartoon came to India. English newspapers here, Times of India and the Hindu, reproduced David Low. They had rights, they printed him regularly. Somebody like Lakshman, as a child, would see David Low as a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, without understanding what the cartoon was saying. And he read his name that he signed as L-O-W as cow, C-O-W. He's one of the greatest admirers of Low. And he also fits, he's an exact disciple of Low. Shankar was, again, followed Low. Shankar tropicalized the cartoon more than Lakshman did. He improvised, etc. He spent time with Low. He was in London, I think, for about 10 or 12 months on a sabbatical. He spent a little time with Low, learned formal drawing and so on. And Low has been a major influence. So this is where we stand. We have not changed very much from that format.
So I would like to just bring our notice to two images on the screen. This is what Unni is referring to when he talks about Punch and the Awadh Punch. What you see on the right is an image of what used to be called Mr. Punch. So, and this is, like Unni was just explaining, also like a derivative of the British satirical magazine of the same name called Punch. And this is a derivative of that called the Awadh Punch. So on the right you have this character who basically satirizes, laughs at everyone, looks for oddities, finds it in the society, and that's why you see the tongue hanging out like that, like he can't hold his tongue in, right? So he's always talking. So that's what that image is doing. The one on the left is one of the images taken from the Awadh Punch, and if you can read the heading, it says life is pleasure. And you see people indulging in all kinds of, it's a dinner, but that dinner includes intoxication and so on, as would often be the ritual in the Lucknow and the Awadh regions at the time. So life is pleasure. I want to actually, I will come back, and maybe the audience must pardon me for this. I will have things of my own to add every now and then, owing to the fact that I researched on this for way too long. So just to add to what Unni was saying about the history of where cartoons come from, I want to bring our attention also to this figure called the Vidushak. I don't know how many of us are familiar with that. The Vidushak in Sanskrit drama was a similar character, like this Mr. Punch. So we don't have a figure because it's a theatrical figure. So we don't have a figure to show. But this character did stuff which very similar to what Punch of the Awadh cartoons did, very similar to what Punch of the British Punch did. So I have always wanted to also bring our attention to the fact that although David Low and various other British cartoonists too over the next few decades had a role to play in how our cartoonists took to cartooning, there are indigenous trajectories and traditions possible to be traced when it comes to satire, if not exactly cartooning. So satire is surely a tradition which dates back in India for longer than just even David Low, is what I would like to add. So going forward, this is a question to both of you, and you decide who goes first according to your wish. I want to say that if political cartooning came up primarily at a time when India was under colonial rule, does it mean that therefore political cartooning took most easily and naturally to subversion, to dissent, to raising a voice against injustices of various kinds?
No, that is precisely what a cartoon is. That is probably one of the reasons it was so attractive to readers and editors. Most of your publications then were speaking in favor of some kind of freedom, autonomy, freedom, or and the cartoons also appealed in a certain way, like Gandhi. It also appealed to the good sense of the ruler. Like Gandhiji was again a person who used the cartoon lethally in Johannesburg. He was probably our first cartoon editor in Indian opinion. He used the cartoon. He could see, as a practicing politician, was beginning to get into politics. He saw the value of the cartoon as a medium, which can be used to influence readers and appeal to rulers, and embarrass them by turning the table against them, saying that you believe in certain Christian values. How can you do this too? How can you oppress people? How can you do apartheid, for instance? And things like that. I mean, this is the same. So an element of subversion is inherent to this medium. It is also inherent, as you said, to any form of satire. That is why satire was allowed in courts, in princes, maharajas. They all allowed some kind of mocking or satire of the Dushak. I mean, if you get into it in great detail, you'll get into serious problems about who was co-opting whom. But the fact remains that some satire was there. In every Indian language, in every caste, every folk songs, repertoire, you will have immense satire. Otherwise, how could language have evolved? So that was there. So that is the kind of basic DNA into which the cartooning came in.
So this is where I turn to Shyam. This is a cartoon which, the one on the right is a cartoon that inspired apparently Shyam to carry on a book-length study of the Ambedkar cartoons through the 1930s to 50s. And based on this, I would like to ask Shyam if you agree that it's always subversion against popular opinion, siding with the marginalized, bringing out the marginalized view, perspective that cartoons are always doing, or can they be playing an oppressive part as well?
To say frankly, the kind of cartoons we are actually supposed to look at are missing from the archives. Are actually missing from the archives, sir. Literally, the one which we were discussing moments before. That literally say now you are telling about political cartoons. Since you are discussing about political cartoons, we must start it from Shankar's era, say roughly from 1932. This is Shankar's era, and pre-Shankar era is all about we can say social cartoons on all these Brahminical evils, say child marriage, widow remarriage, or sati and all these things, all these Brahminical things. Those cartoons like these punch cartoons, but coming back to political cartoons, starting from 1932, some cartoons which are very controversial are actually missing from the archives itself. From archives only. See, suppose why Shankar is fired from Hindustan Times. He is fired from Hindustan Times because he drew a cartoon on Rajaji, who is the Damad of, or Mamaji of Gandhi, who is that is the editor of Hindustan Times. See, look at this very strange thing. He is fired because he drew on Rajaji. He has done a lot of things on, say, that cartoon, that Lady Irwin College also. So many of you must be knowing this Shankar's, if you had read Shankar's autobiography, he himself confesses about the way he draws. Say once he went to Lady Irwin College for a annual day function. So all these girls were applying very thick lipstick and all. So the next day in Hindustan Times, he published a cartoon like thinking of opening a lipstick service station. So I was looking for this cartoon in archives, like anything, but I couldn't find that cartoon. It is missing. Another cartoon is also on, say someone has drawn on Ambedkar when during this Hindu Code Bill debate, he was lifting some cow dung or something. That Ambedkar is doing some kachra and all these things. But that controversial cartoon is also missing from archives. So what I mean to say is that some very crucial cartoons are missing. Similarly, this Rajaji, So he was fired because of that Rajaji's cartoon. It is missing, sir, literally from the archives. I couldn't trace that archive, that particular cartoon. While coming back to this cartoon, what you say, like of course you are that whipping and all, you disagree with me. You disagree with me.
I disagree only with the fact that the whipping. I only said that Nehru doesn't whip Ambedkar. That is the only thing, because if you followed Shankar's style of drawing, he was not doing any. He doesn't have a slapdash style of drawing. It's very
no, sir, I disagree with this,
no,
sir.
Let me tell you, let me complete. I'm not saying that, I'm not in disagreement with the cast content of the cartoon or the bias of the cartoon. My only point is that as an artist, if he had wanted to show that Nehru is whipping Ambedkar, he would have made it very explicit. He is that kind of an artist. He doesn't have to hide it in those days.
No, I disagree.
He wouldn't do that.
I don't agree with this.
So for the benefit of our audience, I'm going to simplify this disagreement. Let me just give me a moment to simplify this disagreement and just to make it explicit. This is a cartoon which a lot of people read. It was published in 1949, and it was seen as something that Nehru is whipping Ambedkar for the slow-paced constitution building and the way he's been doing it and so on and so forth. And that's why the cartoonist was kind of criticized in a big way and so on and so forth. Unni, the cartoonist who's also followed several of these cartoonists, worked with them, so on, believes that if the cartoonist wanted to show Nehru whipping Ambedkar, he would have shown that.
No, I'm not saying the cartoonist. I said knowing Shankar's style,
yes,
Shankar would have made it also, that's how he has drawn. See, he wouldn't make an exception just for this one cartoon. He wouldn't go super subtle for one cartoon because he's an outspoken cartoonist.
So Unni's
he would do what he wanted. But in spite of all that, I agree with Shyam Sundar's view that there has been caste prejudices in the depiction of Ambedkar in Indian cartoons, which he wrote a brilliant book on, which I reviewed for the Indian Express. I have no disagreement on that. But picking out one cartoon and, I mean, adding several attributes to it is not quite fair.
So
that's all that I'm saying. Only on this point.
So in
limited
view,
point.
Knowing the cartoonist's other work, knowing how the cartoonist draws.
No, I'm a practitioner, now you're academics. There's a difference in which we see these things. I'm a mere practitioner. I have no academic perspective to look at things.
No, I'm only specifying the disagreement so that everyone's on the same page. So in his view, knowing the cartoonist style, knowing his work, he would show it more explicitly if that is what he wanted to do.
One more point. One more point is that he has drawn Ambedkar, he has drawn cartoons on all Indian politicians on October 2nd, 1950 or one of those early Gandhi Jayanti days. He wrote all the politicians, including A.K. Gopalan, who was a leftist MP, leader of the opposition for some time to Nehru. He wrote all of them carrying Gandhi's spinning wheel, and he said that these are the Indian revolutionaries. He is a chap who was even left of Nehru. Though Shankar is seen as a complete Nehruvian and a friend and a follower of Jawaharlal Nehru, he criticized Nehru, even AKG, who was a committed leftist. He was a man who was in a hurry, and there was a general public feeling that the constitutional process should have happened faster. Then, when you're living in the midst of constitution making, everybody was seeing what are these guys talking about day after day. Half the day it's a parliament, half the day it's the Constituent Assembly. It's been going on and on. These are normal worries of an everyday cartoonist. We always say that 5-year plan, you promise water, it has not come for 2 years, you will do a cartoon on that. That's a normal cartooning instinct. So that is precisely what he was trying to express here, which is an permissible editorial view. You might write an editorial saying that you promised something in 2 years, it has not come. That kind of a thing. That does not mean that you can absolve Shankar of whatever he points out through other cartoons, through an analysis of other cartoons. I have no disagreement there. But I'm saying pick out one cartoon and then I mean, like an FIR, add charge after charge, it's like a UAPA to me.
So I think we've made the disagreement clear that he thinks that the cartoonist would have made it explicit, while Shyam thinks that the very fact that it is depicted in this way shows a caste-based prejudice. So would you like to show another cartoon or something from one of the last slides to
No. Okay. Let's carry on the discussion.
Okay. So we agree on one thing though, that cartoons become a way of history writing. Okay. That's what we agree on. So we can agree on the limits of the specific cartoon. We can disagree completely on what this cartoon says, what it doesn't say. But we do agree that cartoons are a contribution to history making. I think Shyam made a fantastic point early on when he said that some of the important cartoons are missing from the archives, right? And I think archiving and history making is our takeaway from this disagreement, right?
There isn't any proper archiving of cartoons in India.
Yes,
there are only a few private museums. Unlike the US, for instance, all the presidential cartoons are in the Library of the Congress. We have started a Prime Ministerial Museum and so on. You don't find any cartoons there. There are a couple of, there's a Shankar Museum in Kerala which has got 110 or 105 cartoons, originals of Shankar. I don't find any kind of archiving of cartoons in India. If you have to study, you would have gone through hell. We have to look at old newspapers and read them on
microfilms. That is what I did. So Nehru Memorial Museum and Library keeps records of microfilms. So if you want cartoons, you go through microfilm records for which you take slots and so on. So basically the access to this archival material is also a problem, right? Like there are limited machines, there is limited archiving. So archiving and history making is our takeaway from this disagreement, right?
They are erased from the records actually, I guess. When Ambedkar said that I want to burn the constitution, I think there were some cartoons on Ambedkar.
How can newspapers erase? From every newspaper it is erased.
Yes.
Possible? I don't know.
Even in this archive, for example, even whichever archives that I've been to, we will often see years or months that are missing. That does happen. I don't know if it's naturally because of...
No, I'll tell you why. That's a technical reason. If 10 researchers go and do it day after day, it burns, something goes wrong, like old films getting cut physically. So they will remove 2 or 3. They wouldn't know, the 4 newspapers would disappear. If you cut it and throw it away, in 4 days, 4 newspapers will go. So you will have jump from one day, say 4th of March, you will jump to 9th of March. You wouldn't even realize it.
Right.
So that's the way we keep our records. And now that it's all become digital, probably you can, if you do a thorough job, you'll get a better record of.
Right. So thinking about cartoons and history making then, I want to jump to a period in Indian history, a point in Indian history where, for which, I mean, that's my research focus, as has been my research focus as well. I want to jump to 1975. This and this, what happened?
Oh my God.
Right? We were at some point a country where we had a fairly rich and developing tradition of political cartooning, and satire dates back, as I was just saying, to even Sanskrit drama. So when the visual and the Vidushak of Sanskrit drama came together, it became, it had a rich tradition, it had a rich trajectory, it had a rich tapestry of cartoons and so on, which were going on, which were commenting on social issues, political issues, etc. To the extent that Nehru at some point is known to have told Shankar, don't spare me, Shankar. You cartoon everyone, you caricature everyone, why not me?
True. He spared Nehru.
So Nehru, he did spare Nehru. He did spare Nehru, but Nehru had the guts to say, don't spare me, Shankar. Do caricature me, do cartoon me, I want to see that. And then comes this letter, which is from Indira Gandhi to Shankar. Dear Shankar, I learned a few days ago about your decision to stop Shankar's Weekly, and I've just seen the farewell note in your issue of July 27. It takes a great deal of strength of mind to close down what one has built through years of care and labor. But the very fact that Shankar had to close down the weekly, of course, shows a rupture. A rupture happened at this point in Indian history. So, comments on that?
What is the point in writing all this in his weekly and all, because he never targeted, be it is Gandhi, Nehru or Indira. He was a very much a hero worshipper of all these people. I don't think he really drew anything serious on these Gandhi or Nehru or Indira ji. He more or less he drew more on Jinnah and Ambedkar. I don't think he had any problems with them. He didn't draw any very serious cartoon on Nehru. He literally spared Nehru. This is my observation. Yeah, sir. Please.
I have only one thing to add. I don't know what he drew because I have not looked at all old issues of Shankar's Weekly. But as I grew up in the 70s, looking at the weekly, I have seen a lot of other cartoonists. It was a forum for younger people to do. He published Vijayan regularly. Vijayan was an absolutely unsparing critic of Mrs. Gandhi and also Vietnam. Some of the finest, strongest cartoons of Vietnam appeared on the cover of the Shankar's Weekly, drawn by Vijayan, O.V. Vijayan. Abu drew only for a little while, and there were other even amateur cartoonists who did some very sharp work. And on the last page of Shankar's Weekly, it was Julius Pfeiffer. Julius Pfeiffer was the most trenchant critic of the Vietnam War and the American establishment. He was drawing for Village Voice, and he was the most radical voice in cartooning in the world. I mean, for somebody who is as old as Shankar to edit a publication and get somebody as young and radical as Julius Pfeiffer, giving him a forum on the last page, I mean, it shows a certain editorial attitude. What Shankar himself held, what his personal views were, the publication for a reader transcended that. What he was, I don't know. I never met him. It doesn't matter what he was. It does matter at some stage because he did his work. I have not analyzed his work. But the point is that the publication for a reader who was growing up in the Vietnam era in a college campus, that weekly was as good as any cartoon magazine anywhere. That's all I can say. His publication. I'm talking about the publication, not the man.
Which I think remains true to this day. We don't still have a magazine which is a satirical magazine.
No, you can criticize that magazine also, because satire demands that you satirize and criticize everything, including nothing is beyond criticism. But we have not, even after the emergency was over, even after the magazine boom that followed the emergency, India Today, Outlook, so many new magazines came up. We have not had anything on a national scale, any satirical magazine, which had this kind of a national footprint. It had very interesting readership. It had a readership which was, it was a huge institutional readership. So the readership per copy was very high. That is interesting. So for people, for people who were all over in the remote corners of the country, to get a glimpse of some of the finest cartooning taking place in India and the world, it was quite a privilege, and it was quite inexpensive. We didn't make it expensive or anything.
The last cover of Shankar's Weekly, just for the audience to see what it looked like. And so it says, "Parting not without sorrow." That's 1975. I want to read out a quote by R.K. Lakshman in his article called "Freedom to Cartoon, Freedom to Speak." He says, this is about the emergency period, 1975, and he says, "When my cartoon came under their scrutiny, the censor was in a fix, I was told. If he understood a cartoon and it tickled his wit, he immediately banged the rubber stamp rejected on it on the basis that something that made people laugh might be an anti-government reaction. But if the cartoon showed no scope for laughter at all, it got the reject stamp even so because it might harbor pernicious intentions." Right? So this is how censorship started to work at this time. And if you look at some of the cartoons that were censored at this time, 1975 to March 1977, the first two are cartoons by Abu Ibrahim, and the last one is a slightly uncharacteristic cartoon by R.K. Lakshman, where you do not see the common man, the famous common man figure, the checked coat, dhoti, etc. figure. The first two have a stamp not passed by censor, and I know it's probably not visible to everyone, so I'll just explain. Usually these stamps would say, "Cartoon received 2:50 p.m., cartoon not passed by censor, 3 p.m. So it would take 5 or sometimes a max of 10 minutes to decide that that is not to be published, right? So this is the time where in the history of political cartooning in India, something changed. This is the time that something changed. But I want to again focus on what cartoons did during this time. There was such strict censorship. Everything was pre-censored. So the pre-censorship order would come and go. There were months when there was the pre-censorship order was in place, which meant that every article and every cartoon and every word of every newspaper had to be pre-passed by the censor before it could be published. And then they would lift or be soft on the censorship order, on the pre-censorship order, and then it would come back. So basically you didn't know when to say what, right? As a cartoonist, you couldn't tell. And yet there were cartoonists who pursued through this. So I want to focus on what cartoonists could do at this time. When censorship takes place, what does a political cartoonist do? How does a political cartoonist survive? The political cartoonist has to satirize. The political cartoonist has to criticize. The political cartoonist has to show issues, pinpoint fingers, etc. But how, right? So just look at this first cartoon by Lakshman. Go said it. You said it. He says, "Go away, my dear man. Did you not read in the newspapers that there are no more beggars?" So what I'm trying to get at is that even though there is censorship and the cartoonist seems to be superficially reporting about what has been said in the newspapers, that there are no more beggars in this country, what it subtly does is that it shows you the beggar too, right? And I think that's hardly subtle, but what it more subtly does is that the moment you see this cartoon along with an article which says there is no shortage of vital commodities, what it does is that it teaches the reader to read the newspaper differently. It teaches the reader to read the newspaper in a more critical manner. When you see a headline like no shortage of vital commodities, but you see this cartoon and you join the dots, the cartoonist is subtly saying, that can't be true.
This appeared during the censorship?
Yes. So the cartoonist is subtly saying, look, that can't be true, right? So the cartoonist does his job in these read between the lines kind of way. Moving on, I'm sitting between two people who have both cartooned and written about cartoons, right? It's a unique position to be in. I want to therefore just speak about how humor works, right? We were just speaking about reading between the lines and subtly nudging the audience to read in a certain way, to critically look at things in a certain way. How does humor play a part and how does humor work? A theorist, Henry Bergson, would say that mechanical inelasticity is what leads to humor, right? So put in a very simple way, when a human being appears to act like a machine without elasticity, right, is when you laugh at it. So I want to hear from both the cartoonists and scholars how you think about how humor, like what are the techniques of producing this kind of subtle humor which pushes the audience to read between the lines.
No comment on R.K. Lakshman because he's the dullest cartoonist of India. Really, I no comment on R.K. Lakshman. Sir, you can answer.
Asking a question about techniques. No, I will try and answer your question because I see that basically I can again speak only from practice. I got into this as an amateur in the sense that I was not even very good at drawing. So I was fascinated by cartoons. Again, as I said, I grew up in the 70s, very political era. Cartoons were some of the finest cartoons, I thought. Abu, Vijay were all appearing. They were all in full boom at the time. So I liked that medium. A lot of cartooning happening in my language, Malayalam. Vijay was doing a bilingual cartoon. He was drawing a cartoon in English for the Hindu, Malayalam for a Mathrubhumi newspaper. So, I mean, it was fantastic. So many of us get into this because we like it as a form of satire, because we are also a little bit political. That is the reason. So it is not, you are not trying to do social humor, not that social humor is in any way inferior. I'm not bringing any hierarchy into this. Social humor is extremely desirable. It needs a lot of skill to do that. But basically, in highly politicized times, we got into this business, people like me got into this business of doing cartoons. So there is no technique, I don't know what the technique is. To begin with, you need to practice and get your caricatures right in India for the simple reason that we handle about 40, 50 faces in a year if you want to be a professional cartoonist, because from Assam to, where Kanyakumari or wherever, a huge length, ethnic variety and so on. So that to that extent you need some kind of craft. The rest of it I suppose you can somehow manage. And in any case, you cannot be deliberately, you cannot be planning a cartoon and planning for a certain kind of effect or humor. And as he has written in his book, it's also a dicey business. With the best of intentions, you do a cartoon because it's a small canvas medium where you don't explain the logic of what you're doing. It's a statement in midair. So you might also make mistakes, and you might also end up offending the very people you don't want to offend sometimes. You might do unintentional things. So you've got to be very careful. All I can tell you is that it is no longer such a solo act also, especially in newspapers like the Indian Express where I work. I do the cartoon, nobody interferes with it, but I expect my editors to look at it because that is necessary. Because news is flowing very fast. Your cartoon might have got overtaken during the day. You might end up saying something that, again, the cartoon might unnecessarily create a problem. So it is good that a cartoonist, at least a news cartoonist, goes through a certain editorial interface. At least I am not a completely, super cartoonist.
So I shall add to that. If caricature is a technique in which we produce, if cartoonists produce humor through caricature, it's a kind of an excess. They are exaggerating a particular feature that could be, let's say, a nose, a stomach, a paunch, a limb, or so on and so forth. So it's an exaggeration. So theorists would call this an excess, right? Any excesses in the human is what a political cartoonist would perhaps pick up, caricature, exaggerate it even further and make it so obvious for the audience, for the viewer, that you cannot miss it, right? So that's how they are bringing it to the notice of the viewer. And often I think contrast is a technique which is used, and I know this will interest you, because contrast in size is something we were talking about earlier, right? Drawing something bigger and drawing something smaller has an immediate impact on the viewer. So
that if you show the previous image, not the last one.
Yeah, your last slide.
Yeah. Let's look at this cartoon by Shankar, where you see when this Varnashram debate was happening between Gandhi and Ambedkar. It shows clearly that Gandhi was trying to clear that taint and all, but and Ambedkar was breaking Varnashram and all. You can see that contrast also, no? That height of Ambedkar and all. Similarly, these cartoons, these recent cartoons, and this is from 90s cartoon on Mayawati, where Mulayam Singh Yadav calling her Chamar or something, casteist, and even that is from a Telugu newspaper. Can you get back again?
I don't think we have.
Sure. Yeah. But I think we can go back to that emergency thing again once again.
Maybe we could go back to speaking about how is it that cartoons hurt. So if these are the techniques in which we produce humor, then how is it that cartoons hurt so much? There have been controversies, as he was just pointing out, the Mayawati cartoon would obviously led to a controversy. Satish Acharya is another cartoonist who got into a lot of trouble with the Mamata Banerjee cartoons. Asim Trivedi is another cartoonist who got into trouble for representing the parliament in a certain way. And this is just India, but globally too, there is the Charlie Hebdo case, there is so much more, the Danish cartoons, there's so much more. Cartoons seem to wound in a way that words don't even come close to, perhaps, right? So I want to speak about how do cartoons do that, how do they hurt, And from my own work, I want to offer using the analysis of Judith Butler, who says that words are speech acts, who picks up on the speech act theory by Austin actually, and says how words wound because they change the subject position of the listener forcibly. So if an abuse is hurled at you, your subject position, like all the ceremony around you, all the paraphernalia around who you are and how big you are and what's your relation with other people in the society, etc., it's like you're shorn of it. It's like you get rid of it. And it's that forced changing in the subject position that hurts. And the visual element of cartoons means that changing of the subject position is very immediate. So you don't have to think much when the president, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad, this is the president, then president, 1975, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad, you don't have to think much about how this cartoon would hurt because he's shown in the bathtub. That's not how the president of the country is usually shown. And this cartoon, we don't know how, on what interesting day, on what fateful day, made it to the newspapers without being censored. Only 6 months after the emergency was implemented. But the point I was trying to make is that it is the hurt to the body, it is the hurt to the subject position. The subject position is such that he is never to be seen in this way. His subject position in relation to his subjects, his citizens, the citizens of the country, is such that he always appears in a certain way, with a certain dignity, with a certain decorum, and so on and so forth. And this visual satire means that the hurt is so immediate. So there is an immediacy and urgency when it's a cartoon, because the satire becomes so immediately accessible to everybody. And in case you can't read the dialogue box, it says, if there are any more ordinances, just ask them to wait. So it's a comment on Abu Ibrahim. Yeah, the cartoonist's name is in the right bottom corner, Abu Ibrahim. So this is basically a comment on how even the president became just a rubber stamp. His authority was taken away from him. He wasn't contemplating whether I should sign this or not. He wasn't contemplating, he wasn't deliberating. He had no authority really. He was a rubber stamp. Things were sent to him and he signed them. Right? So that change in the subject position is perhaps leads to how cartoons hurt, but views from both of you on how cartoons hurt.
No, to tell you frankly, like after reading that Lakshman's Turn of the Tunnelers, I was reading Lakshman's autobiography, Turn of the Tunnelers, or something like that. I was surprised, really surprised. The cartoons which I took very seriously, he took it very lightly. He was commenting on politicians of India. So he was telling that politicians are like this, like that, and all. So I was wondering, if they are that immoral, then why you are drawing cartoons on them? Leave your job and go and do some other job, no? But he went on doing for 50 years. But see, as scholars, what we really take seriously, it is they took it very lightly. In their, when you read their autobiography. Similarly, the case with Shankar also, sir. The political cartoons which we are taking it very seriously, it is very light for them, for cartoon Shankar. He went on drawing viceroys as Bhadrakali or Kali Mata or something like that. But as Indians, Viceroy's Executive Council, he drew like dogs, cats or something. He doesn't have any dare to draw on a viceroy or Linlithgow or this any other viceroy. So he's like just like an employee. He is also like an employee. I was surprised to read all these things. And let's come to this era. It was at that point cartoons were under scrutiny. Now cartoonists are under scrutiny. The so-called legendary cartoonists are now appear as like something like misogynists, sexist. Really, it's very surprised to see this. No, I'm sorry, sir. Most of the Malayali cartoonists are misogynists and sexist, sir. Yeah, sir, will you please respond, sir?
The problem is, I can't speak for Malayali cartoonists. I have hardly done any cartoons in Malayalam, only once in a while. I happen to be a Malayali. You mean to say that anybody who is a Malayali is a sexist? No, that is not what you are trying to say. No. But you are right, because I have written this also. That there are Malayalam, see, let me say what I have to say. Kerala has the highest density of cartooning in India. There is not a single paper in Kerala which doesn't appear with at least 2 cartoons, not 1. There is a cartoon on the front page. Many people don't even look at the masthead, look at the cartoon and know the paper. That's the kind of, so it is relevant what he has said. The point is it's even more dense. The density of cartooning is more than in Europe, in Kerala. A huge number of cartoons, but the cartoonists are highly insensitive, as he said, to gender issues. That much I can tell you. Not all of them, not all the time, but that is also slowly changing. The younger ones are better, but we had a long time, 80s, 90s, and also, let's say about 10 years ago, some of the cartoons were brilliantly drawn, brilliant political minds, but unbearable sexism and gender insensitivity. That was there. And there isn't a single woman cartoonist.
And Shankar was explicit in these things.
No, Shankar, I am not talking about Malayalam. Let me complete one. Shankar, I don't know.
I think it's time to spare Shankar. And
Shankar, I don't. Look, I have seen Shankar in his last
legendary
days,
cartoonist here.
I also never met him. I don't know.
Sir, he is father of Indian political cartooning, sir.
I don't know. Is he the father of Indian political?
Yes, obviously.
So barring hasty generalizations based on regions and languages and anything else, if we were to focus on the lightness that Shyam was referring to, the lightness with which cartoonists perhaps approach current issues, serious political issues, I want to actually ask if, and actually responses are welcome for this question, I want to ask if humor has a space in a democracy. What does it mean for a democracy to have humor in it? What does it mean for a democracy to have political cartoonists who use humor to point fingers, to raise issues, to raise questions, to analyze critically? Is there a space in a democracy for humor? What does that lightness bring to a democracy? Anybody from the audience who would like to go ahead, please?
Somebody has to give them a mic. Well, I will just add one line to it. Even if it's not a democracy, you need humor in life.
You need humor in life.
That's the point.
If you, okay.
Start the interaction.
Sorry. I think this is like a larger debate, right? Like you say that there were times in history when there was a rupture. Like we've had a tradition of satire, we've had a tradition of the speaking to power. That's what cartooning is all about. But at the same time, you also see that it's not always been subversive. There was also, you know, the fact that he said there are certain cartoons that are like taken out of the archives by the newspapers. How do they know which ones to take out of the archives? Like that's a very selective thing, right? I mean, it's very conscious. And also the fact that this cartoonist Shankar did spare Nehru and also Indira Gandhi, I think. I'm not very sure. Okay, but I think there was also this conscious choice. It was very subtle, and I don't know if there was really a rupture or it was just building up to it all along. And now that we don't have, now a lot of people today say that, oh, it used to be better in the past. You know, we could speak to power, we could criticize authority, and now there's a very blatant kind of suppression of that tradition. But what if this wasn't a suppression, this isn't a suppression now, that all along it was just building up to it? What if that actually led to this? that's also a question. Like, yes, humor existed in society back then, or in, in the time of Nehru. But was it allowed to exist?
Sure. So to add to this question before our panelists respond, a space for humor and political cartooning in a democracy, that's one of the questions we want to respond to. Isn't it essential that we have someone trying to speak to power, even if in one given cartoon they can't subvert everything from caste to gender to religion to region to everything. There's so much to satirize. So every cartoon can't be picked up for, look, this one, they are not satirizing gender roles here, right? Every cartoon and every cartoonist can't do everything, but as long as they are trying to push back against some aspect of the society that needs to be spoken up to, I would say that cartoonists are playing a role in the democracy, and over to you both with that. Is there a space for political cartoonists in a democracy with their humor?
You tell me, sir.
We have existed. See, the point is whether you like it or not, cartoons have somehow carried on. And I think there is a certain kind of readership also. And today, in any case, there's no point in talking about one political democracy and non-political democracy, because the world is linked through the internet. So even if you don't allow any humor in India, somebody will sit in Amsterdam and drama a cartoon on Kerala or on Delhi politics and things like that. So, and some of the finest cartoons I see are on the web. So there is a lot of hope. And comics, young people who may not read or look at the newspaper political cartoons as they were, as the kind of cartoons that I do, for instance, but they may not look at it, but they are comic savvy. They read graphic novels. They are into satire in a deeper way, probably. They read graphic novels. So I think we can be rest assured that it will continue. I mean, this doesn't need, in any case, it's not sponsored by the state. No, you don't allow humor to happen. Humor is by definition subversive.
Yes.
So it is not, you don't need permission to joke.
So referring back to an article that you wrote some time back, and even though this was written some time ago, it seems to be relevant equally even today. At a time when our politics is expanding to address business and global concerns, etc., one thought the news cartoon would grow in scope and firepower. Instead, it is shrinking, literally, right? So this is where we come back to the issue of cartoons today. Are cartoons disappearing? Are they disappearing because there's no space for them in a democracy? What is the role that they play? That's where I was leading with this question. What is the role that they play in a democracy? Why are they disappearing? And what does the disappearance of cartoons mean? You have something to add to this? Please go ahead.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is that, what I was trying to say is that when we are talking about the space for political cartooning in India today, I think I was just thinking in terms of that when we are talking about the role of political cartooning in India today, we need to really reframe it in the sense that are we talking about it as asking for a permission to exist, or are we talking it in terms of accessibility? Because when we're talking of political satire and things, they deal with a lot of complex power relations. And when such things are to be dealt with, we need to understand that humor in political satire is not very welcome at times because of how it's being taken right now. And sometimes when we are seeing the newspaper, and I'm sorry if I'm not that politically correct, but it just sometimes cartoons just looks us as if it's just like an offshoot of the larger narrative. It's not the first thing I will be looking at when I'm reading newspaper. So how we are looking at it, and how do we really want to look at it? Even that's a question.
So I think, I mean, just one comment and then I open it to both our panelists to respond to. I think every time that we are trying to speak to power, we are never asking for a permission because power will never permit you to speak against it, right? So the very fact that cartoonists and cartoons will exist and satirize power through humor, make people laugh at what is going on. How funny is that? How stupid is that? As long as they do that, right? We are saying that when a democracy reduces and shrinks the space for that to happen, does the democracy shrink as a result of it? Right? So that's the point I think we are trying to make, that more space for satire would mean that we are open to looking at things from multiple perspectives. Like, this is how you're doing things, but the problem with that is so and so. You say there are no beggars in the country, but the problem is they are all over the place. You say there are no shortage of vital commodities, but the problem is we don't have sugar. Right? So the very fact that the cartoonist can keep presenting an alternative version, an alternative history, an alternative perspective is where the life of democracy sort of lies. Comments?
Comment is, it's very simple. You see, cartoon can't exist in isolation. If there is generally the quality of news reporting, the quality of commenting on news, the quality of conducting public debates, cartoons have always existed. The best of cartooning has happened when these things are all in the public sphere. Now, there isn't so much of, it's very difficult to get news because the government doesn't produce any news. Government doesn't give access to reporters. They restrict the access. They can't completely shut us off. And it's extremely difficult for television, for instance. Print can get away with it. If you prevent or you curtail or censor or be selective about allowing one particular channel as opposed to another particular television channel, then it all becomes very complicated. The news doesn't flow the way it used to. And whatever news flows during the day, half of it is fake news. This is an occupational hazard that I have. 10 o'clock in the morning, I find something worth drawing on. I work on it, do the backgrounder, draw a cartoon, finish it by 1 o'clock and think that it's over. Then 3 o'clock, somebody denies the news and it's fake news. Then I will start all over again. I mean, it's become almost regular. The intelligence with which, the slickness with which this fake news floats into and out of the social media is bewildering, actually. So that is all there. So it's a general thing. So see, nobody can completely suppress the human urge to satirize and mock. So, I mean, it may not appear in print, but it will appear go into the web. And if you look at the history of cartooning, you are all scholars. So let the practitioner talk back to scholars. So look at the history of cartooning. Despite absence of democracy, despite the East European communist states where they didn't allow cartooning to happen. Some of the finest cartooning happened in Poland, Hungary, against the bureaucracy. And cartooning has always, you look at the survival of cartoons, anybody is interested in, some people can read, do you have some, Kent, University of Kent, there was a lot of study on this, how cartooning history evolved. The evolution of cartooning history itself is subversive. It will, see, if you suppress it in print, it will find its way into web. If you suppress it in one country, it will find its way into another country. If you suppress it in single cartoons that appear in the press, it will find multiple panel cartooning. Today you find one of the Pulitzer Prizes in 2018 was given for editorial cartooning to a graphic novel which is fictionalized, which appeared in NYT, New York Times Digital. Not the kind of cartooning that I do. It was a reporter and a graphic artist were commissioned to do a fictionalized story, news story, on Syrian refugees who sought asylum in the first Trump presidency. It's called Welcome to the New World. You can Google it.
Next question.
So it will survive through subversion.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so hi, and thank you for creating such a creating a very, very interesting landscape for me to try to understand where cartooning and the kind of problems cartooning perhaps faces and all. So I had three very short remarks. One was a comment, which was, I was just wondering when there was a, this kind of understanding of lightness perhaps as an artistic gesture. while I absolutely agree that these are very heavy contexts and very relevant contexts, and they should be taken very seriously, I'm wondering if there is some argument to be made for the craft which is involved in imagination, because often lightness in approaching form can bring unknown kind of densities within, which can provoke certain kind of, perhaps that's the power the image can hold vis-a-vis text or something. So that was one comment I wanted to make. Second was that you have to spare my ignorance for actually not knowing a lot of perhaps anti-caste cartoonists, and I would love for Shama to perhaps elaborate a bit more on where we can find or access such resources and cartoons. And third was precisely on the point made on acceleration, and I was wondering if more than the question being that if cartoons or cartoonists have space for democracy, is the form also now changing? Because we see that meme subcultures far more deal with acceleration in a very particular way. And there is an argument to be made for slowness, which can be of refuge. But I'm wondering how this kind of plays out, because in the times of AI and also fake news and all of that, I feel also the images which can be subsumed. So, I mean, it's kind of a craft or acceleration argument in also a sense. I don't know how to negotiate with it. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of throw these thoughts out there.
So first two remarks and then...
Coming back to this argument, like humor and democracy and all these things we are talking about, no. Cartoonist shouldn't go, he must speak truth. He shouldn't go with the popular opinion thing. So coming back to that Snail and Vipwala cartoon, Ambedkar cartoons. So many of, just like Shankar, many even depicted Ambedkar as responsible for slowness of the draft constitution. It was getting delayed. But I was surprised to see that most of the newspaper editorials were also writing the same thing, that constitution delay is happening because of the chief chairman of the draft commission. But I was surprised to see there is this newspaper called news journal called Deccan Times coming from Madras. It was a Muslim League supporter paper, but it is the only paper which was supporting Ambedkar. What justification it gave for this delay is that our draft constitution is based on 1935 Act. It took several years to bring 1935 Act, but for our constitution it took only 3 years. So it took, I mean, compared to 1935 Act, our constitution is somewhat, it is faster, faster. He made that comment. So cartoonist must, he must stick to the truth, He shouldn't go with that popular opinion. So Shankar has this tendency of going with this popular thing.
It's an occupational
So compared to that, in that case, compared to the Shankar, Lakshman is somewhat better.
I like your point about slowness, lightness versus density, slowness versus fast. But I'm sure, as Uni was pointing out earlier, news is fast-paced. Things happen every day, all the time, and the cartoonist has to respond really quickly because a cartoon works in the context.
This is, see what you talked about AI and all of this, slowness, fastness. People will find creative solutions to it and find new ways of doing this. One of the things that happened, talking about Welcome to the New World, I talked about the 2018 Pulitzer winner. How could you have imagined the Pulitzer will give an editorial cartooning award? Pulitzer Committee on Cartooning is a fairly staid and conventional committee. They departed radically and gave that editorial cartooning award to a graphic novel, not even non-fiction. It was commissioned by a newspaper, New York Times digital edition. It was a report based on real-life stories of two brothers and their families who came from Syria to seek refuge in the US. So this kind of a fictionalized thing was quickly accepted. This is what I'm saying. Cartoon, this medium, this genre has somehow grown like this. It will find some creative way of dealing with it. If it fails to, it will go under. What does it matter? I mean, meme is a meme. We can be happy with a meme. You don't need to have a cartoon. You're not an endangered species to be protected.
And his book is a good place to look for other cartoons on Caste and Ambedkar. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Other questions from the audience? Go ahead.
I would like to ask the two cartoonists here, is there any pressure from the editorial board or the owners to go soft in certain narrative which has been created? And has it changed in the last 20 years, 25 years? Because Nehru and all is all gone and dead. But has it linked to the general freedom of expression, has it gone down in the last 20, 25 years? Or has it remained the same? Do you have to withdraw certain things or tone down certain cartoons of yours?
Thanks for putting it in a very articulate and clear manner.
Do you draw softer cartoons now?
Yes.
You do.
Have you toned yourself down? Are you more conscious or not is the question.
Of course, obviously conscious. Now, see, what the cartoonist is drawing is under scrutiny now. The cartoonist has to be very careful about this. Even if the editorial board allows also, the future will scrutinize you, just like the Shankar's cartoons are. In that case, cartoonist has to be very careful in that. I find like I listen to my inner voice and I follow, but I won't follow my editors in that case. Yes, sir.
I don't find any pressure now, any more than it used to be, because the editor wants the cartoon as much as the cartoonist himself wants it. Otherwise, he wouldn't hire a cartoonist. The publisher also wants the cartoonist. Otherwise, he would drop the cartoonist. Many newspapers have dropped cartoons. You don't find a cartoonist in Hindustan Times, for instance. There are many well-known newspapers, widely circulated newspapers, they have dropped the cartoonist. Once a newspaper employs a cartoonist, I think the newsroom likes the fellow to do his job. But then the restriction, as you said, why the cartoon looks so shrunken is because of the general atmosphere where the news itself, which you base your cartoon on, has become inaccessible or it comes contaminated. There are other issues, larger issues. The restriction doesn't happen in the newspaper office. At least my experience has been that. I'm only telling my experience has been that I have not faced any restriction in-house. The restriction is outside.
But are you being trolled for some of your views you express in your cartoons? How do you take it? Do you go through your Twitter accounts and all that? And does it affect you? Because there are two very counter narratives being, propagated. So the other side will obviously troll you if you take a certain. And cartoons, by definition, should be anti-establishment or questioning the government and the bureaucracy.
Certainly.
So would the other side, the side which favors the establishment, troll you, and does it affect you at all?
Occasionally they troll, but you ignore it, because you've got to ignore it. I mean, if you want to react to everything that's happening against you, I mean, we are opposing people. Somebody opposes you, I mean, what does it matter? Unless the guy takes to violence or takes you to court, then you'll have to defend yourself. Otherwise, you ignore it. And my advantage is that I work for an old legacy newspaper, like the Indian Express. So everybody realizes that this cartoon has come through a certain editorial scrutiny, which is not negative, in the sense that we won't print anything totally irresponsible. So it is in line with a certain kind of an editorial culture broadly. It is accepted as such. So that is my protection. I've got a thin layer of protection. That's it. Which all of anybody who works for a newspaper has got that. If I were uploading my stuff independently on the net, which is what some young cartoonists do, Satish Acharya does that very well, many people do that, then they are more vulnerable to what you said, those kind of trolling and all that. They're really vulnerable. And they also find it difficult to defend themselves in court. So along with me, the publisher and the editor will be dragged to the court. They are alone.
So on that tolerably hopeful note, of the thin layer of protection for cartoonists, I would like to bring the session to a close. by just saying that cartoons occupy this very interesting intersection of media, art, journalism, art, and satire. And the worse the times, the more the cartoonists are needed, the greater the need for cartoons to happen, and so on. And as our cartoonists say, that is what will happen, and it does happen. So thanks everyone for attending, and thanks to both our panelists for taking questions.
No. I can hear you. Can you not hear me? I can hear you, Surian. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it breaks up a little bit.
Oh, I don't know what to do about that. It's also like my laptop is gone crazy because it wants to like hyper focus on me, so it'll just like zoom in to my face and it's just like, stop doing that. Stop.
Oh, is it like an owl? We have those that track your face.
Yeah, it does. It does track me. It's kind of crazy. See? Can you see it? It just moves with me. Like, oh, see? I haven't done anything.
I don't know how that works, I'm afraid.
Well, then people will have to enjoy a close-up of my face today. I'm just going to wipe my camera quickly. Okay, and I'm going to call Himanshu. How do you feel? Oh, I think I missed you again. Hi, we're waiting to test the call with you. Bye.
Let's go next slide as we go through. And we do presentation view or whatever it's called.
I'm going to first welcome everyone and then introduce the two of you, and then we can go with the slides. I can say like Zorin is going to take over now. Okay, good luck. You've got 2 minutes to go.
25 minutes each person, huh?
Mm.
Approximately.
Should I time you or are you okay?
Like start telling me. It's time up, time up.
Okay.
I'm old, I go into tangents.
How about Zorian? Do you want me to time you as well?
I can keep an eye on it. Yeah, because I've got 2 screens here. So.
Okay, perfect. You're doing this.
You have to keep the camera on or off when Zorian is presenting.
You can keep it on.
On, no? If I stand up, it's fine, no?
Yeah,
Just
it's
have to go to
fine.
look at the cats, huh? I'm in boxes, huh? I'll lose my job with the museum.
Today's the last day of the exhibition, so you can lose your job. Okay, everyone, please sit down. I'm going to welcome everyone.
Cats are nice. Wait, it's not started, no? Still, they'll tell us when to start.
It is started. It's 12:30.
No, wait, they will tell you, but ask Swati.
She's
I
not
think
there.
they'll tell you because then they'll point the thing on the screen, no? Hopefully. How we look
Swati,
on
is
this?
it time? It's time.
No, it is 5 minutes late, I think. 2 minutes late.
Wow.
That is good for.
That's what. I'm just saying, wow, that it's just 2 minutes late. Achintu Mintu home?
No, they are now. You are surprised I'm back home early. But now
We can
that
go out again.
Huh?
You can go out
By
again.
the time this finishes, it'll be 7 o'clock. 6:37. So then it's.
Is your cat doing any better, Zorian?
Yes, he's much better. Ooh, yeah, we really thought he was going to die, but he completely seems fine again now. So yeah, he's just very old. He just gave us a bit of a scare, but he's fine. Thank you.
He's taken out one more life out of his 9 lives reserved. Yeah. I'm so glad he's doing better now.
Thank you. Did you have lots of people this morning? Did you have one talk this morning?
No, there's one after this.
Okay.
There were other programming in the morning, though. I hope it was received well. Swati, how did it go?
Nobody's there.
But we are already being recorded, so. It says recording on your screen, does it not?
It's when it started only it said.
Yeah.
Recording.
Did it go well in the morning, Swati, the programming? Yes.
It is there on YouTube. Live
Oh, it's
streaming.
there. Yeah. But it won't be saved. It's only broadcasted, but then it won't be saved for people to watch, right?
What?
The broadcasting is live, but it won't be saved for people to watch later. It will disappear once we end the call.
Oh, okay.
Because then we might say things that need to be edited out.
Yes, all kinds of controversial things.
Yeah. Like it also has to look more professional. Oh my gosh. I think I can see Akanksha. Like my Zoom has started to do this. It tracks my face and it zooms into me. Like, look, I'm sitting so far away, still it will show only this much of my body. It's crazy.
You can switch it off. I don't know
How
how.
do I do
I
it?
don't
Wait, let
know.
me Google it.
Maybe it just asked me if I wanted to switch it on mine. And I said no.
Oh.
So there must be a way to switch it off.
Disable it within the video effects menu in your app like Zoom. Open Control Center. Does it work? No.
Maybe. Oh no. It's not so visible when you're just in the small box like you are now. It's only when you go into the bigger boxes that it looks like it moves around more. These are great titles as well, by the way. Please touch gently and put a pin on it. They're both excellent.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your titling.
Thank you. It came out of this beautiful brain of mine. Oh my gosh, I might have figured it out.
Oh, great.
It would work.
See, Jhampe Papa is there.
Sure. Oh, hi. Hi, Chiku.
Jhampe Papa.
Where's the other one?
It's starting, I think. Baba. Mintu
I
is
think
outside.
Swati is going to tell us that it's the gun.
No, people are still empty chairs. See, we can see chairs now. If I click on it, will it become big? No.
No, you're not the host. Is it raining? Is it snowing in London, Zorian?
It was snowing at my partner's house in Derbyshire. It's not snowing in London, it's just really cold, like 0 degrees and raining.
It has been snowing in Amsterdam.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you in the Netherlands now then?
Yes.
Right, I didn't realize that. Or I forgot. I see, I see. For how much longer?
Don't know. I have to be here until June, definitely.
Aki, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We all can
Shall
hear
we start?
you. We all can hear you. I think we'll take another 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, now we can see you and we can hear you, and you can hear as well. Yeah. Yeah, so welcome back. Let's get into the third session directly. Put a pin on it. It's titled A Discussion on Ephemera, which will be moderated by Aki. Aki, over to you to introduce the panelists and the panel and what you intend to do, yeah, and the format. Okay.
Okay. Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Aki Tami. I'm one of the curators of the show Please Touch Gently. Before I begin, I want to give thanks to Akanksha for inviting us to do the show. And I also want to give thanks to two of our panelists, Zorian Clayton and Himanshu S. Himanshu is also one of the curators of the show, and we really hope you've enjoyed the show. If you haven't yet, then I urge you to go walk through the exhibition since these are the last days before the show closes. I want to quickly introduce the panelists. We have here with us Zorian Clayton. He's the curator of prints at the Victoria and Albert Museum, specializing in posters and paper ephemera. He was the curator of polished posters now for the London Design Festival, which was held in 2025. He also co-curated Aubrey Lee, A Singular Prodigy, in Japan for 2024 to 25, and Fashioning Masculinities, The Art of Menswear in 2022. His publications include Calling the Shots, A Queer History of Photography in 2024, and The Poster, A Visual History 2020. Since 2026, he is also a programmer for the British Film Institute Festival. Please welcome Zorian Clayton. We also have here with us Himanshu S. He is a painter. He was trained in the JJ School of Art. He's also taught in various art schools in India and abroad, and he's done numerous residencies, including one with the Whitworth Museum in Manchester. He has been making zines for over 25 years now and founded the pioneering Bombay Underground and co-founded Bombay Zine Fest, the first zine fest in South Asia and the only zine fest of its kind, which is entirely independent, artist-run and self-funded. He also founded and runs the Fluxus Chapel and the Dharavi Art Room. Yeah, welcome you both. The way we are going to go with today's discussion is that I will ask Zorian to take over and make a presentation, which I'll follow with some questions, and then Himanshu will share his presentation, which I'll also follow with some questions and then close our discussion and open the floor for the audience for questions. Welcome. Lorraine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm sorry I can't be there to see the exhibition in the flesh. But yeah, Swati is going to control my slides. So as soon as they pop up, I will commence. But in the meantime, yeah, just to say, I look after the collection of printed ephemera at the Victoria and Albert Museum. The museum has been collecting for 174 years. We hold various things which are termed the national collections of, which basically means we have sort of the largest and widest variety of them. So posters is one of those. So next slide, please. Hopefully this will be relatively smooth. The next slide purely just wishes you a happy new year. Everything I'm showing you is from the Victoria and Albert Museum collection. So yeah, nothing really says happy new year like bicycling kittens, really, does it? So this is probably one of, I would say, 100,000 greetings cards which are in the collection. So if you're thinking about sending us any more Christmas cards or New Year's cards and things like that, we sort of more or less stopped collecting them just because there is such a huge amount of them, and not that many people actually come to ask to see them in the huge bulk, but the people that do quite interesting different things with the knowledge that they find within this kind of nostalgic ephemera. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick glance at one of the many storage racks. These are all just boxes full of greetings cards. There are 6 floors in my department, which looks after basically most of the works on paper, which are not theatre related, so they have their own stores. So there, I think, are about 8 racks in total like this, of this size. So roughly about 250 boxes that are just mainly Victorian paper ephemera up to now, up to today. So we are still collecting, but nowhere near in the bulk that we used to do 100 or so years ago. So next slide, please. And just to sort of illustrate how we break them down a little bit, these are just boxes that are dedicated to 3-dimensional greetings cards. So within these boxes, they're all housed within sort of custom boxes of acid-free paper and tissue that stops them from getting crushed. Many of the other ones are housed in less than optimal materials, really, because ephemeral stuff, for the most part, is very far down the list of priorities. It's, next slide, please. They are obviously quite cheap, mass-produced material, often thought to be quite irreplaceable. In fact, some of them become extremely rare. There was a copy of this. This is considered to be the first Christmas card. You can see the date in the bottom corner. It's 1843. It's not really the first Christmas card. People were making handmade varieties of Christmas and New Year's greetings for centuries, really, before this. But what it technically is the first commercially printed Christmas card that was commissioned by the first director of the Victoria and Albert Museum. So it's a very sort of niche first, but it's what kick-started this insane collection of collecting examples of greeting cards from every single decade of every year ever since this time, basically. So yeah, next slide, please. Again, just a quick one to show you. This is a less beautiful packaging inside. It just says 1882 on the envelope, and it's on Her Majesty's service because they're the old civil service envelopes that used to contain, most of the ephemera used to be contained within these. So these are all just cards from 1882. And as you can see, these do not have Christmassy motifs in any of the way. A lot of these are New Year cards actually as well, but many of them, of the festive cards, do not really have Christmas motifs in the way that we would consider them to have in the past. So things like Father Christmas and reindeer and snowmen and things are not completely locked in as the sort of only acceptable form of Christmas greeting. You can see the one with the little child riding a huge butterfly. That's a Christmas card. Next slide, please. And a close-up of one, which is from the 1882 list. Really sort of niche, far out, extraordinary things. There's a sort of wasp or a bee fighting a sort of cricket or praying mantis sort of figure from with a quote from Othello. So I think this sort of ephemera, I think really gives a really fantastic insight into the humor and the tastes and the styles and the interests of people in the past in ways that the sort of neat summarizing of something gives out because it doesn't fit very neatly. Next slide, please. I've got a few other examples here. It's not just Christmas cards. We're collecting all forms of greetings card, which also demonstrate a really quite complete range of paper craft and printing techniques throughout, the history of their production. So the one with the sort of snake in the grass guy, he's a Valentine's card. There was a real vogue for sort of joke Valentine's cards. I made a whole video about this one and some other ones, which is on the V&A website if you're interested in that. This is from the 1860s, and it's an early example of 3D printing, or that you might have worn some kind of spectacles in order to be able to view it moving. So it's like an optical toy as well as being a card. It's not even really actually a card. It's quite a long, skinny print that's about 50 centimeters tall, but it was conceived as a Valentine's card. The one in the middle is, the one in the middle is a really great example of paper lace. Lots of companies, it's German from 1850s, but we collected many, many examples of this, which are developments in die cutting machines and ways that they could produce this sort of thing with machines. Is all the acceleration of those kinds of trades, quite unique trades that are just about paper lace, paper embroidery, embossing, for example. The BBC one is an embossed Christmas card, but we have many, many boxes that are just about embossing of paper and what all the different forms of embossed paper that has been produced. Next slide, please. Last couple of ones about the greetings cards. The one with the girl with the record is from 1968, and that came from a private donor who gave us around about 300 cards that she had saved throughout her lifetime from the age of 0 to 18. So I think it was from mid-50s to the mid-70s in Britain. So it's sort of 300 cards that chart all of those decades. And so the one in the middle, quite different. It's quite a large, heavy ceramic piece, which is a Valentine's card as well. It comes in 3 pieces. So I just showed you one of the parts by a company called Maiolica Works. So they make all sorts of amazing ceramic things. And the balloon is by Momart, who are an art handling company, and they have art storage warehouses and things. It's Christmas cards that they commission quite famous artists in many cases to make 3D sculptural Christmas cards. So this is like a deflated balloon, which was made in 2008. And I really don't think that will survive the test of time like the paper ones. But every year Momart would give us their sculptural Christmas card that I suppose they would give to their best clients. Next slide, please. These are some book plates. So we have around 4,500 book plates in the V&A collection. the one for Ellen Terry, who's a very famous actress of the Edwardian period. So it shows a little map of her town, Winchelsea, and the cottage where she lived in the 1890s. And it's part of a much larger, very important collection of ephemera that was given by a woman called Gabrielle Enthoven, whose theatre collection forms the basis of the V&A's theatre and performance works, which is one of the largest collections in the world. In the 1920s, she was really looking to give this theatre archive to different museums. She tried to offer it to the British Museum, the Museum of London, and the V&A, but they all rejected her. They all said, why don't you try and give it to the National Theatre? That was quite a new venture then at the time in the 1920s, but she was adamant that it had to go to a museum. So she convinced the V&A to hold an exhibition of her theatre playbills and posters and things in 1924, and it was so popular that the museum said, "Okay, you were right. we'll take the lot." So there's a display on now about her, but her narrative is a really great one for sort of thinking about collectors and what is preserved and how then people will come to access it in time. The middle one, Eric Ravilius, who's a very popular, loved British artist. He died in the Second World War as a soldier. And the one on the pink one, pink and blue, Rachel House, is one of the newest ones, which I added to the collection a couple of years ago because we hadn't actually collected a book plate since the 1980s. Most of the ones we have were collected at the beginning of the 20th century. It was when they were still very popular and lots of people had book plates made. But Rachel House is a very well-known name in the zine world in the UK, and she the book plate sort of making a resurgence in the world of graphic novels and things. It's like a small easy to produce print giveaway that's like a business card, but it's a bit more personal. So they are kind of making a bit of a resurgence in zine fairs and graphic novels sort of world. Next slide, please. These are some examples of trade cards, and a watch paper is the circular one. So again, this is a really quite large area of the ephemera collections at the V&A, and they provide a really unique record into trade, largely of shops in the London area between the 17th and the 19th century. So these are two of the quite older examples. It's, I think, 1754 is the hat and floor cloth warehouse. And then the watch paper, I think it's also an 18th century one. And these are paper roundels, sometimes silk, which carried the name of the watchmaker or the watch repairer that you would fit inside your circular pocket watch. So if you went and had your watch repaired, then they would put their own little printed watch paper in the watch and they're into the back of the watch. So they also claimed that it stopped the mechanisms in the watch from getting dirty, but it also kind of became quite an elaborate form of advertising. So we've got a couple of boxes of these, which again are very niche, like very few people really come and look at these. I mean, I don't know how many people, I couldn't say how many people are looking at them online, but you know, obviously horologists and clockmakers still exist, but watch papers are not being made anymore because people no longer carry pocket watches. But this kind of ephemera, I think, just is really sort of illuminates an era or a time or a place in a very sort of unique and quite sort of tactile way. Next slide, please. We do continue to collect sometimes business cards. These are a couple of, you know, modern examples of trade cards. I just thought I'd throw in. So these are 1970s. We've got a set of Pink Floyd's letterheads and business cards and things like that. That were made by Richard Hollis, and then Jonathan Barnbrook for Damien Hirst opened quite a gimmicky restaurant in the 1990s that was all sort of about like blood and drugs and things is all the advertising for it. It didn't last very long, but I suppose just because of his standing as quite a famous, young British artist, very famous, that made its way into the collection. Next slide, please. And these are just a handful of examples from an archive which probably contains, I don't know, I should have looked this up, probably like 10,000 things at least. This is all just an archive of Huntley and Palmer and biscuit tins, which came into the museum in the 1980s. So this company made just 400 varieties of biscuit, just this one company itself. And so we sort of think about today in the world of consumer capitalism that we have lots and lots and lots of choice. But actually, it's quite interesting when you look back into the 19th century, there were so many more types of product, and the ways that they all advertised them was all very individual, very unique, and providing massive amounts of commissions to commercial artists. So even just looking within this one archive, you can actually see how the diversity of branding has actually become very, very niche over into the 20th century. It's very homogenized now in a way which I think is, when you look back at 19th century advertising, it's quite astonishing. So also I included a couple of there's a teapot with Indian themes, and then the tea caddy or biscuit tin is Pompeii. So that was called the Pompeian one, and they were made 2 years apart, but there's a lot within these archives and within sort of quite innocuous things, everyday things like teapots and biscuit advertising, which chart Britain's colonial history, British Empire, and then the way they position themselves alongside the Roman Empire with one company just producing biscuits and things like that, is also, ephemera affords us a way into looking at just quite how widespread this sort of soft propaganda is in the world of advertising. Next slide, please. Onto posters is another really huge area of the collection. So we have the national collection of posters. There's about 45,000 in the V&A collection. Half of them are theatre performance and in a different department. And then all of the rest of them are under my care. So these are two of the 18th century. The text one is very typical of how posters looked for many hundreds of years, just letter press, quite plainly, no pictorial elements. The one with the acrobats is quite a rare early example of a pictorial poster from about 1800. So pictorial posters don't really get off the ground until colour printing becomes cheaper and easier at the end of the 19th century. But he's advertising a tumbler with the Astley Circus, who are quite a famous circus acrobat called Makeen. And the next slide, please. This is an area in which they are still very widely collecting. So every year they will collect examples of the latest plays that are in London's West End and around the world. So these are three of the examples that have just come into the museum. Iggy Pop's 2023 US tour. The Donmar Warehouse one in the middle is a play from 2017 where they transposed Ibsen's 19th century Norwegian setting into 1950s Caribbean. And then this one, the Jake Garfield one, is an exhibition poster. So it's a hand-printed, editioned poster for just a relatively small exhibition in London. But the quality of the printing and his work more widely as a printmaker has brought it into the collection. So we also are sort of charting what is happening on the London art scene through time with posters. The next slide, please. Is travel. So that's another really major area. We also do have kind of the sort of ephemera that's like the menus from cruise ships and logo designs for travel companies and things like that. I just selected a small handful of some of beautiful designs from yesteryear from around the world. So it is a Russian-made one for Soviet Armenia, 1920s. This very beautiful Japanese-inspired print to India, China, and Japan. It's a German poster in the middle from 1914, just before the outbreak of war. And the two London Underground, we have quite a complete set, really, almost, of London Underground's typography and design and logos and advertising over a century, I would say. And we do still collect, and they are still commissioning artists to do all sorts of ephemera, small folded maps with different kinds of themes and reimaginings and sort of abstract imaginings of the tube map and things like that. So we do still collect those. The last one we collected was a Black History tube map and poster, which renames the stations after key figures from different parts of London. Next slide, please. Three more that I just show as sort of general poster advertising ephemera and how they can really chart social, cultural, political history through products. So we have a very early car advertisement from 1903 that was from an American women's magazine. Further examples of colonial and geopolitical history. This time, this is the middle one, was from the Tea Marketing Board, which was a British concern. They had one version of this that came out in 1937, which said India and Tibet in the top left corner. And then this is a reprint, so we have that one, then we have a reprint 1951 post-partition, where it's exactly the same poster, except it now says India and Pakistan is in yellow. So through these kinds of advertising as well, there's a resurgence, or there's a lot of student groups now coming into the print room where people can access all of this material I'm showing you in looking at it through this lens and doing more work to better describe this material that we have, because a lot of it has sort of lain uncatalogued for a long time. The Royal Barlock as well is a First World War example, and we have a tremendous amount of advertising which then sort of reflects how products were advertised linking to major global events. Next slide, please. Just a couple more very famous posters over time. The one in the middle, I'll just point out, is we did a display in 1996 called Graphic Responses to AIDS, which collected AIDS and HIV awareness posters and material from as many countries as they could. So I think there were, I think at least 70 countries, 70, 80 countries were represented within that. So this one was about, towards children, protecting children and blood transfusions, I think. Next slide, please, because I'm worried I may be running slightly out of time. Protest is another enormous area, and political posters. So I think I probably make up about a third, I would say, of the non-theatre related poster collection. So we have an almost complete set of the OSPAL posters, which is one. They were initially sent out around the world, folded in the back of a magazine called the Tricontinental magazine. So they were highly collectible works. It was just a left-wing organization that was about building solidarity between all of the nations started in the late 60s. So it was off the back of a large conference that was all different countries in the world which had left-leaning governments. Then this magazine was sort of born out of that set of conferences. And yeah, they're all designed in Cuba. So we have around 350 of those, which is almost a sort of complete set of the ones which were published in that first wave. David King in the middle to represent the anti-apartheid movement is another one which is very well represented in the collection. There are many hundreds in the collection which represent lots of different groups who were working over many decades around apartheid. And then Aki is one in who was an artist in residence here at the V&A for several months. And so we took the opportunity while she was here to collect a selection of her fantastic work. Next slide, please. And this is one area in which we have accelerated collecting rather than really seeing a deceleration, because as I said, we've almost pretty much stopped collecting greetings cards for the most part, but we have really accelerated collecting around climate change. It is one of our key priority areas, so we've been collecting quite a lot of posters and printing and things that you can sew onto clothes from organizations like Extinction Rebellion. The one in the middle, the desertification one, that's actually a much earlier one from the 70s that we collected more or less at the time. So again, with younger audiences, sometimes they are quite surprised that there has been activism and protest around climate change going on for much longer than they think it has been. So that is also, you know, a great way to sort of represent and tell the story through this kind of ephemeral work. And Darren Cullen there is, we've got quite a number of his works, quite sort of dark humor that he often uses. It was one of the most original, interesting artists, I think, working almost completely with political ephemera, and it sort of uses this quite old-fashioned design for a folding child's toy. So you'd fold them all in and then you spin it like a dreidel, and depending on where it would land, that's what happens to you. So this is a whole sort of anti-war suite of things that he created, or this is like about living in a war zone effectively. So yes, what was I going to say? Yeah, the final two slides, so next slide please, are related. I was asked to talk about some of the things that I personally collect. So these are not things which are part of the V&A collection, although we do have these as well, but I also have these. I have quite a very large collection of late 19th century cartes de visite, which depict men with interesting moustaches or beards or interesting hair. And that's because as a trans man, so I'm a transgender person, I had a big fixation for a long time on moustaches and beards. I desperately wanted to have one. And so I started this collection. I was just very much drawn towards them. And now 13 years into my transition, I have a very big beard. And so I have kind of stopped collecting these. They have to have a really special beard or moustache in order for me to collect them. But the one in the middle is a fantastic example of a sort of satire of this form of ephemera, because they were so popular, you know, if you could afford it, they were pretty affordable. So, you know, the vogue for having a carte de visite of yourself made, and then the ephemera that happens on top of that kind of ephemera, which is satire of that thing. So yeah, I love the caption, not the only puppy who's had his carte de visite taken. And it's all about that sort of posturing and preening and being a bit of a dandy. I also find very appealing. And the final slide, I think that's, yeah, is moonlit postcards. So I have a very large collection of these. There was a pretty short vogue for these kinds of cards. I think they're all really made in the 1910s. I have around 400 of them, so sort of from the peak of the postcard craze. But just to sort of give an idea of the postcard craze, in 1913, more than 900 million postcards were posted just in Britain themselves. So that's an average of like 20 postcards per person per year. And again, these postcards are still produced, but postage is very expensive, so people don't really send them anymore. Again, it's sort of a dying art. But these ones I love for their sort of romantic qualities and for the way that they quite uniquely capture light and the way that you would print light and color. So they're sort of from a very nerdy print perspective. That's why I collect these. But for a last thing I would say, for a general overview, handy reference guide to the whole world of ephemera, if you're interested in it as a whole, my big recommendation would be the Encyclopedia of Ephemera by Maurice Rickards. I can type that into the thing if people want to know. But thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Zorian. That was so great. Like you walked us through the entire collection almost. I think we still did not cover the pins and the zines in the collection still.
Yeah, there's not that many zines in the V&A collection. There are some in the library, but there are other institutions in London that do collect a lot of zines, but the V&A has never really been one of them. But we do have a huge amount of badges, pin badges, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So they're mainly from the 1960s to the 1980s, the badges. Yeah.
Right. I wanted to quickly ask you some questions around responsibility, because museums have been collecting of late materials that are also activist in nature. And in doing that, I know I've had the privilege of working at the V&A with you, and I know how much care you put into it, but would you like to share with us why there should be care and thought put in when collecting materials of this kind?
Yes, there's a good example is, I think, the 1968 May revolutions in France. There were a group of students who were very much involved in the May 68 uprising, who made screen printed posters which were posted up all over Paris, and lots of people took them down and saved them. But the makers, although they were always anonymous, they said that they did not want their posters to end up in museums or to be published in books or to be considered as an academic thing. That they wanted it to be just pure protests, and they should only exist in the street. But somebody did give us a group of them that they had rescued, and we accepted. And many collectors do have them, and occasionally have given them to the V&A over the years. So in that case, it turned out that the makers, after many years, some of them gave up their anonymity, and they said, oh yes, we were the Atelier Populaire, and they produced books and things about it as well. But there are many times where I suppose either we didn't know the intentions of the maker, but we had them anyway, and just sort of hope that with the passage of time that the makers might soften or change their stance or whatever. But if we did have something that we showed that the makers were, came to us and then said, actually, I really don't want you to, or had a lot of provisos about how we show it or whatever, then obviously now we would honor those things. We take it much more seriously now. But with a lot of the activist material, it doesn't always come from the person who made it. It comes from other people who've collected it up and then they give it to the museum later. And then it can be very difficult to get in touch with the people who made it, especially with activist groups. So yeah, there is a big duty of care to try and find out what the wishes of the person are now, and legally now we cannot, like, we definitely wouldn't be able to produce postcards or something of an activist's work and profit from it without having got them to sign a document to say that that's okay. So there are a lot of things now in place, and if you don't know who the maker is, then basically you can't just go ahead and do what you want with it. You have to get proper consent, which is obviously very important and something we take very seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, because ephemera by nature is not supposed to last, whereas when you bring it to the museum, then it lasts forever. So there is that, especially in an age of surveillance and cancellations and things like that.
I think the other argument is, like, if you put something out into the world by posting it up into the street, then it goes into the public domain and you kind of relinquish a bit of control over it in doing that. People can, and many artists have, like, made an artwork out of defacing other people's work, or they're in France in the 80s, I think it was called like decoupage or something like that. It was artists who made collage works out of ripping back posters where many posters have been stuck on top of each other, and then you peel certain layers back to make a new artwork and things like that. So I suppose there is an element of you give up certain control over something when you put it out into the world. And OSPAL designers, for instance, because they put them out into these magazines and anyone could own them effectively, they're sort of, it's Creative Commons copyright, so it's quite open now. It's sort of, if you want to reproduce it, then reproduce it, because we always wanted it to be out in the world, sort of thing.
Do you have any questions for Zorian? Because I have some questions there.
Ask, you ask. The last one was something I wanted to ask.
The other question, Zorian, I wanted to ask you, because you've been with the V&A for so long and it's also one of the biggest museums in the world. Of late, there has been an interest on collecting zines and ephemera and posters in a lot of museums around the world, and also the show that's happening right now in one of the biggest museums in South Asia. Can you tell us why this interest has emerged?
Yes, I think it is it's a thriving world of illustration, usually as well, and innovative printing and collage and things like that. And because it's coming, there's I think a lot of museums have realized that they have a big gap in terms of which communities they are representing. And in terms of objects which speak very directly to those things when you're thinking about how will I put together a display or an exhibition or a book or something, which would represent, whatever it might be. Within the world of zines, you probably would be able to find it for lots of different identities and who are underrepresented. And I think it's also quite, it's a very cheap way to augment your collections as well, and grow them in different ways to reflect. I think it's very much audience driven. Lots of audiences have been, criticizing, and rightly, museums for not being particularly broad in whose voices are included. And so I think that's really driven the rush for lots of places towards trying to change that as quickly as they possibly can. So it's a start, I would say, like acquiring this kind of material, but hopefully it's just a step towards bigger commissions and more meaningful engagement with lots of people who are underrepresented or issues that are underrepresented.
Yeah, I think that is all. I have more questions, but I can call you about it later. Thank you so much for your beautiful presentation. We might have questions from the audience, which we'll take after Manchu's presentation. Manchu, are you ready to go? Sweet. Swati, can you please switch to Manchu's presentation? Manchu, you have the floor.
Okay, this is a little naya for me because I can't see the people, so I don't know who I'm talking to. I can only see 3 of you, 4 of you actually. But yeah, so I think my side of it is more looking at personal collecting or like individual collecting, which was I think a later part of Suryan's presentation also, is like how as individuals when we start collecting and we start making and making because there is need to be made after seeing what is collected is not really representing everything that we want out there. So yeah, the first slide was just that about like Swati next. It is also looking at how public spaces are kind of changing now. This is back from 2003 when most of the street booksellers in Bombay were kind of evacuated, and I had kind of personally been working with some of them, like literally selling books on the street. And spaces like this were very easier for us to circulate our publications in a more interesting manner. Definitely not in the way in which it's now become of like just between creators or between artists and designers, but zines or publications, if we don't even have to call them zines, but like publications from smaller presses and grassroots organizations and independent publications have always gone around for a long time within spaces which are totally not in the artsy scene at all. Kind of like they're mostly like most of our circulation has been always to people who've not been from the art scene. It's just like last 5-10 years that people from the art scene have suddenly started getting interested and excited about it, and then like now this show also kind of a thing. So it's fun to kind of maybe people to also look at that aspect that publications have been happening. Definitely different kinds of ways in which I think part of the blue space in the museum also talks about a bit about how the small presses publication, the underground publications, and the zines kind of slightly differ from each other, including the fact that zines also are about processes. But yeah, this was reminding of like, and this is I think happening in many other cities also, where public spaces which were open for people to like exchange, sell things in a more simplified manner are now getting more organized, and that getting organized means a lot of regulations that automatically come. They might still look inclusive in different ways, but they start becoming like inclusive for a certain kind of people who have made it into that inclusivity circle, who kind of also start behaving the way the larger authorities want them to behave. So like my simplest example always is like a geo also has a inclusivity cell. That doesn't mean it's nice to all kinds of people, or like Godrej's in Bombay run a sustainability design festival, which is such a bullshit because we control 1/5 of the city and are fucking it up. And this is, I think, in all the cases when institutions are involved and how they start acknowledging and accepting what is allowed to be then entering into this. I'm always curious also how museums collect afterwards. So the next wala slide. Yeah, but we kind of then continued selling on the street for the last, I think, whatever, from about 98, 99. It's been mostly off the street and keeping that option alive, because that's where we also meet a lot of people that allow different kinds of conversations. They are not limited between a certain kind of people who will only come within your Instagram feeds or within a gallery setup, but allows a whole bunch of different, also finding people from across the other side of thinking ideologies to also be able to open up in ways which might work wonderfully as allies later on time. Swati, next wala slide, huh? Yeah, so more of this appearing. Also, a lot of friends made in this kind of, and again, friends who had mostly nothing to do with making art as such. Like, and I wouldn't say like again, art becomes a very complicatedly who makes it and what is allowed to be called as that. But that whole idea of people who are makers and who got excited about wanting to put out things and finding ways to put them out collectively is what kept happening through the years for us, at least. Fortunate for that, for the ecosystem that we've been able to like thrive out of the streets. Sati, next slide. That is Ollie, by the way, one of our friends, who's also a tattoo artist. But okay, this was one of the interventions. We've consistently also been engaging as Bombay Underground, as our activities apart from just, it is not about just publications, but also engaging into physically being in the city and doing smaller interventions. Again, these are always like without permission. They are just kind of, so they're not like the way sometimes performance art wala spaces, people go into public spaces and have like a bunch of permissions already sorted and cameras ready to kind of click. This was clicked by a friend, so that is funnily there. But yeah, there is that. But yeah, it kind of making and collecting smaller material also engages with kind of like doing things that invites more people to come across those kind of things for us. Swati, next one, I think. Is it Swati only moving, or I'm just saying because Swati was? This is some of the things that we've been collecting from the older times that as a younger me found them very inspiring, very interesting. They were about people from the community around here, or like people who are making things, or people who had kind of run revolutions in ways which were more direct. Also, a lot of these publications and the spaces that like a tiny kind of a bringing to notice, these spaces are now kind of slowly dying out, either because there are not enough people that are able to run it further with the kind of pushes and pulls that happen because of sustaining wala situations. And also the kind of ways in some of these things were so simple. They were so easily made. They were could be made by anybody. Did not have to have like a. There is always a sense of design in anybody that anything that anybody makes, but they were not like design heavy or kind of art heavy in such sense. They were very plain and basic. And I again mean art in that very like restrictive sense of like a certain kind of a certain kind of like a grammar that's acknowledged as art, but it is fun to look at how a lot of these things were so simple. They were so easy, they were so photocopyable or like cyclostyle offset printing wala material. And sadly, more and more we see lesser and lesser of these things, unless some of us individually, and that's always the request to a lot of friends and people that we meet all along also, is like the more we make it a point to reach out to spaces that are going away and collect these things and keep them in individual collections, it's going to be exciting. Or spaces that are run by more like people rather than, sorry, this is not against institutions, but it is like spaces run by institutions was not versus, but yeah, like in contrast to spaces run by people or like people's funding in some sense. Next slide. Also a lot of foreign friends. Like it has been so excitingly nice to like it's easier when it goes across from one maker to another maker, even if different parts of the world. It is I think it's such a brilliant thing. There's no forms to be filled for loans to be brought here, things like that. It's just easily people pass on things. Once they know that you have been active for a longer time, once they see what has been happening, once they kind of get a chance to also touch and feel what you've made physically. Again, zines for us always have been physical things. online zines are good, but they are like blogs. Let them be blogs. But and yeah, like definitely sometimes because of distances, there are scans of zines that we have to look at and get to look at, and maybe then print them out here. But it's been fun to also look at this, how a lot of this community of makers, especially the older ones, are, once they trust you, once they know what you're up to is making sense for them also, and kind of they take their own time. We all take our own time to kind of figure out if it's worth to even make exchanges sometimes when it comes to like far away or even immediate or even institutions stepping in and stepping out. So, but yeah, that has been another whole thing of like for us also, it was nice because there wasn't many examples of zines that were more and more personal or like filtered to personal. So there was enough like material that was more like about ideological making, like underground press and small presses that made for certain certain protests or certain groups or certain activist groups and things like that. But it has been fun to slowly since the, I think, early 2000s for individually for me also to like kind of start getting my hands on material which was also much more internalized, much more like filtered through. So it is not just about now one ideology outside, which is anybody can pick up and make something about it, but it is more like how was I part of it? How did I make something through it? Or how did it kind of enhance my being, whatever I'm up to now? So I think that kind of material, these were again wordless comics from a Spanish group. They were active in the early 90s, not at all active now, but somebody else from that group or somebody who knew another elder from that group happened to get in touch with us. We got in touch with them for the first Bombay Zine Fest situation, and then they very happily sent across these ones. Sorry, they are not in the collection at the museum now. But next one. Uh, Again, a poet from Bombay, very Bombay, very internalized. Looks at a lot of aspects from Dalit writing, poetry, working class, all mixed up together. Mills that are gone now. A fellow who's kind of lived and worked on the street as well as made poetry, and poetry that's very strong, doesn't come out just because there is a certain layer of like, oh, this is a there is mix of things. So like a very, I thought I would want to just say hello to Narayan Surveyor and for everybody else to look at him. Next one. More material, something from the Dalit Panthers, a few other publication houses, People's Book House. Yeah, so there are some spaces still left. It will be exciting if more and more of us can kind of more look at also those materials, because a lot of it still stands very strong for today's times. It doesn't fade out compared to how much the newer ones want to just keep churning out in good-looking, glossy material and then try to feel politically active about it. It's fun to really look at what has already come out. And again, these things have not come out in the mainstream newspapers, mainstream magazines. They were smaller circulation things. They were, in fact, larger circulation sometimes, but totally off that grid of magazines. And because as much as radical magazines and newspapers might sound and people want to kind of try to play politics within it, it still has sides. There is a side which is playing for Congress, there's a side which is playing for BJP, there's a side. So all kinds of newspapers have their own sides they play, and when one looks at a larger outside, like a macro thing, we understand, those who understand, those who are active on the street understand they're all together, they're all the same people. There's no like, it's just changing hands every 5 years, 10 years, and how it looks like. So it's fun to look at material that's totally outside of that realm, and that's been made by people taking the responsibility to make it themselves, not waiting for some publisher to make it for them or take that risk for them, as well as the circulation part of it. When they make it and they circulate it themselves, that's also like a solid negotiation of one's own space of being an artist or a poet or a writer or a cartoonist or all of that shit that we make up in our heads or have been allowed to make up by a smaller section of society so that the monies keep rolling. But yeah, so this next one. Yeah, there's so much material on all of these people and put out by them themselves, rather than what now people have been milking Ambedkar, for example. Now, like there have been so many artists who just keep playing him without any internal themselves. How are they doing? Is their making just about politics, or is their process actually even political? Because most of their processes are not at all political. They still love the hierarchies when the hierarchies work for them. They still love the ecosystem of a certain circulation of a certain way of. So it's fun. Hence, looking at zines or publications of this kind when it's first hand and when it's done by people outside of that set of structures. Next one. Yeah, for those who are excited about zines, please buy some of those that are around. For those who feel that zines are very new and circulating, I heard that somewhere in one of the talks earlier today, but that is maybe just popular now and maybe in a niche thing, not at all. They've been out there for a very long time in different names, in different formats, and have been circulating much more excitingly outside of these creator spaces. It's just now creators and artists have started co-opting it, and it's scarier. It's also kind of a one-off thing for us to step into, at least for me, to step in and step out. But it's fun because resources still lie in the institutional spaces. And if we don't do it, somebody else will come and do it in a more academic manner, which will be disastrous because I am always skeptical about what ends up being used after it's not made by the people and they try to make it into an academic study situation. But yeah, next one. And again, this is very simpler that hence individuals will do this more often and institutions will still majoritarily put their material, monies, resources in a dead artist or in a set of people that's already marketable. Maybe a little bit comes to just kind of fill up those gaps of being projecting everybody's voices now. But again, that gets cleverly played in a way that those who, out of the labels that are not represented enough, happen to behave themselves are then allowed to be part of the collections. And that's very, I'm not even making up this. It's, if you look at any examples or if you want to bring them up, sorry, I'm not there in person, otherwise it's been easier to talk about this. But yeah, Bombay Zine Fest, the first one, 2017, first of its kind in the South Asia almost, I think. Yeah, Indian, so definitely first one. Always without sponsors, without advertisements, word of mouth, whatever. Everybody that participates contributes to the making of the fest. A very good time for all of us to bring our friends and everybody else who kind of were making things in one space at one time. Look at so many material. There was a lot of material that was sent across from places. A lot of UK Wala friends send across stuff. European collectives. So many people sending stuff. So it's fun, and we are in the 10th year this year. Next one. Also, my dog shits art. Sorry, but it makes art, hot art. Aki, who's very responsible for the first Zine Fest, definitely, because I don't really enjoy doing things on a larger scale or with larger number of people. I don't like people sometimes when it's mobs of them together. But it's also fun when how it kind of like, yeah, this whole yeah. So I think, yeah, thank you for Aki, though, like always kind of like making sure that it keeps happening because it does allow a lot of more people to look at the medium, look at the thing, as much as people have stopped acknowledging as who started it and who was doing it and who's still doing it outside of those spaces. It's fun to still once in a while remind what is happening outside. Thank you for allowing us to be in the show also, Akanksha, because that allows them to also kind of suddenly take us seriously for those 3 months. Next one. Xerox spaces, super spaces for all of us as collaborations, as also bringing us down to our own self, where we can just be grounded and be flexible and be okay with changes that can happen in the process of making, as well as negotiations that need to be done every now and then in terms of what physically happens or what is. So we cannot, it's very much fun on an individual level, the kind of negotiations that you'll have to come down to. You cannot be this stiff artist that gets to only do like a certain thing and that thing is then executed by somebody else under you. It's you yourself going and doing. For some of us who can have access to machines in our own spaces, great. But for most of us, it's been Xerox spaces. They do wonderful stuff, at least this side of the world. Next, Ala. Some of our zines from 1997, 98 wala material to almost like the Naya wala stuff. It has Aki's stuff, it has my stuff, it has Dharavi Art Room wala stuff, it has some of the common things that we made as Bombay Underground, the A5 issues and things like that. Next one. These are there in the museum, I think in the Blue Room. Next one. Personal stuff again. I always have more and more got excited about in terms of collecting also. how the personal tastes matter so much and what we get collecting, as well as in making. It has been more and more necessary for me to look at this whole aspect of how zines are so much about also one's responsibility to start responding in a much more personalized manner, in a much more like, and take the responsibility of also the rest of the processes that come with it, like the production and the circulation, the arguments and the messes, and sometimes many a times like else that happens with it. Yet also the love that comes across because of your first hand circulating the material, and the collaborations and the friends and the well wishers that are made to, that will help enhance a lot of other on ground projects that, at least for us, it works like that, like that run outside of the making space also, like outside of the zine making space. Next one. Yeah, and also because we were makers, I think all three of us, Bharat, Aki, and me, that was the most exciting part. Again, thank you for Akanksha for doing this in that format. I had my issues with what museum ends up doing with me, but that has been brilliant because it's fun that when makers come down to sharing how it works out, it is interesting. We will still have our different ways in which we go about, but it is exciting. Zines, again, I just kept that slide because we might have had another thing, but I did not have that sense in my head to do it. But zines are like, they are always going to be more about processes, or how one makes them, how one puts them out, how one circulates them. They are not the good-looking, beautiful collage slam book objects that everybody is excited about now, and that more and more people are playing these workshops, and artists are kind of trying to do material around it, but people are just trying to negate the larger contexts of how one is making, how one is sustaining these plans, how one also kind of slowly can choose to doing these things more often and cut down from their other commerce work that they end up doing, because it is actually stupid when people, or funny, stupid is a difficult word, bigger word, but 3 minutes left for me. That when people do a bigger brand wala ad and work for corporates and then they make zines also, that doesn't make any sense. You're fucking up the world on one side and then you want to do free hugs, which doesn't count at all. Next one. I don't know what's I'm on now. Sati, next one. Yeah, sorry, but I had to bring this. It is always going to be us doing it for ourselves more than everything else. We have to, I think, somehow, like, at least that's how we see it, like, avoid pretending it is for a certain outsider or a certain changing the world and all of that. In the end, it's also like a very selfish need for, I need to resolve my internal, I need to resolve my external around me, and because I function in a society, it is automatically going to affect the society. But that, do it yourself and everything else. Not wait for a publication house, not wait for a gallery, not wait for a museum to be able to acknowledge in a certain way, but keep doing it. That is so much necessary. Next one. And we all do this. But the later one was looking at this whole aspect of, do we also start setting up spaces which are about production and distribution, which is so necessary, because if we allow these two other aspects to be handled by outsiders, then we are always going to be so autonomy taken full. Definitely, it's much more nicer and different in the European circles, in the UK, when it comes to zines, because it's been a larger, longer history of makers archiving things and all of that in smaller, different collective groups. So many zine libraries and things like that. Yahan pe nahi hai. Bombay Zine Library is the only library that's still been extensively outside of, and then Sister Library does have a lot of zines also that extensively looks at zines outside of the institutional spaces or collection outside of that space. Next one. Our attempt to do that in some way, a mix of, I always take that chance to publicize whatever we are up to, because why not? All of us are doing this. But Success Chapel in Bombay allows a lot of people to definitely show their work, as long as they are collectively taking the responsibility of running the space, of sustaining the space, of the responsibility of sustaining, so that whatever happens to it is everybody's mess at the end of it. It's trying. It doesn't totally. Also, it is a good tribute to the Fluxus movement from the late 60s. That next one. Oh, this is the last one. Nice. But so yeah, we will always try, and that's how Zine Fest and Zine Library and a lot of our public spaces, reading spaces that we open up, allow everybody to like, if possible, anybody that is making with an effort to make proper, like, make personal, not just like ticking off boxes of like this is this, this is this. It's fun to be showing, and this is something that's excitingly different from how it is only be doable by individuals or groups of individuals or people working together. It will never be done via corporates or via organizations or via institutions, because they will still always have hierarchies. They'll still choose a certain kind to be important and certain to be not important. So collecting all sorts of ephemera is so necessary by, I think, all of us in our own bits. And we all have our collections of like bus tickets, this and that. So I think that, and once in a while we show these at the Fluxus space also, when suddenly randomly somebody shows their personal collection, and so much fun. So many people relate to everything of this because it is just so much of their everyday. It's not about something that's extended, different, framed artwork for a lot of them. I think I'm done. My slides are done.
Okay, thank you so much, Himanshu. You kept time. I'm so proud of you. And thanks for all your beautiful pictures. Because we are already running late, I would like to open it to the audience for questions. And Doreen, if you have any questions for Himanshu, also please feel free to ask.
Can we see the audience on the bigger screen?
I think we have some audience online and some of us here. If there are no questions, then maybe I can ask one to Zorian. Zorian, thank you for your presentation. It was lovely to hear about the ephemera collection of the VNA and also your personal collection. I think that was my high note of your presentation because it showed your inclination as well as methods of collecting and the relationship between a collector and the collection, and that personal narrative. So my question is about the narrative in the VNA collection, because of course I would love to hear a bit more about sourcing. How does sourcing happens of this material in the museum collection? Because it's also a matter of excess, because there's so much that can be acquired. So where does this filtering process happen, and how does it happen? Because it becomes also a matter of strategy and narrativizing the collection, because it moves between each object that you presented is like a standalone, has that potential to be a standalone object and demands that attention. But at the same time, they also get lost and can get lost and will get lost, and they're ephemeral and they're produced in that ethos. So when 400 posters or postcards are presented together, they're also lost together. So how do you also navigate these binaries as a curator?
Yes, it is tricky, and a lot of the collecting we did over the years was really, especially in my section, which is prints, was really about the processes and the techniques. Was like a real central part of it, but for many decades, and even still in some ways now, although it's much tighter now, we just had 3 criteria for it coming into the collection, which was it had to be in good condition, it had to be like an outstanding example of its kind, and what was the third one? Something else very, very broad and open. It's just gone out of my head. But so, if we do collect that type of thing, whatever it is, so say greetings cards, then really there was like no barrier for decades for them to say no to more. The third one is a thing about if it shouldn't duplicate something that's already in the collection, but at the same time, if it is sort of useful, if we already have a lot sometimes you can say, well, we don't need any more. But at the same time, if we already have a lot, they also sometimes use that as a reason for having more. So the collection just keeps going and going and going. But yeah, now we've kind of run out of space. So they're also just being much, much stricter and moving away from this idea of museums as like a repository of huge, endless gathering of things to being much more kind of targeted and thematic and much more in the way that American museums work, which is most of them have a wish list of like 10 things they want to go for this year, and then they get money from their wealthy benefactors to chase those 10 star things they want to have. But most of our stuff at the V&A has come in and that also really shapes the kind of stuff that we have, and we cannot carry on sort of presuming that gifts will grow everything, even though we don't have the big budgets to purchase either. So that's why it's very top heavy in who is represented and things like. I just looked up the zine collection. There is a zine collection. It's in the library. It's not in my department, but that is all the collection of one man called Andy Roberts. So I think they took that and then they were like, right, that's 1,000 zines or whatever, so that's enough. But they're just the zines of that one guy and what his interests were. So they are quite broad, but at the same time, another person's zine collection would have been completely different. So in many ways, so yeah, it's difficult now that we are much more selective, but it's just all part of the challenge, I suppose, of being a curator. And you have to think about it much more related to an exhibition. So it's like, if I want something for a display, that's when it'll come into the museum now. If you just think you're going to put it into a box for 50 years or something, you can think again. Yeah.
Hi, Zorian. So just to extending the Akansha's query, I mean, I would also like to get an idea, like when we are calling ephemera or prints, like the posters, the word ephemera in itself, like it's a time-bounded thing. So when we are going to archive it in an institutional manner, so what kind of position should we take? I mean, it's a challenging part for thinking, like archiving that kind of material, being a museum. So I'm also part of the KNMA team. So we also have some collections of posters, cine posters. So that's a kind of a sort of idea that we are trying to unfold. And for Himanshu, I also have a question. Like in the first panel, also we were actually discussing about what is zine. So we also know few sort of movement in India and across the globe, which is little magazine movement. So can you please extend the idea of the zine and what is the difference between like magazine, zine, or the little magazine in larger aspects?
Do you want
go first?
Or you go first?
Should I? Pakka. Okay. So for the magazine and little magazines and zines, it's definitely a very larger difference. Like magazines have a certain kind of a editorial in place. It works in a certain kind of a commerce, and it uses mechanisms of circulation that are very much the mainstream ways of circulation, like newspaper stands, this, that, and other places, subscriptions and things like that. Zines also do that sometimes, but they use a lot of different ways in which the circulation becomes much different. Between little magazines or the earlier underground press wala material and zines, one of the slighter differences, and that's why I think I brought up that DIY wala image also, which was a little bit scandalous for some people maybe at some point and might remain like that. But it is because also that a lot of times zines allow to look at internal failures, our shortcomings, and all of that also, which in most of the cases when it's publications for an ideological group or an activist group or things like that. Simplest example is when you look at even writers, poets who wrote for, say, Dalit Panther, their personal messes and their material that's allowed to now remain as Dalit Panther ka publications, it's quite clearer that a lot of these internal messes are tried to be hidden away or they cannot really be reflected, which is so easily possible with zines. I can write all the mess that I'm going through as well as have my like proper inclinations towards a certain kind of ways of working and beliefs and executing certain things. That did not so much happen. Little magazines did that in on and off situation. Also, a lot of times people, like I always mean, scenes are political. They are always going to be political because they are personal, but they need not be political in the way the mainstream looks at politics. Like because and that is also with underground comics. If we look at most of the underground comics or zines in any context everywhere in the world, they are also a lot more personalized. They are a lot more internalized. They are not at all about just keeping up a certain ideology intact or keep upkeeping the face of a certain ideology. They allow the ruining of the internal messes also. Like they allow you to. I don't know if that's getting clearer. As a maker, I think that's one of the simplest differences that I see between like the earlier press wala material, the earlier uh, independent press wala material, and the kind of zines or underground comics that we see. They never play the game of just like a orange and a green king and a purple king and all of that. They look at a lot of more nuances of these politics and at a much more personal level and always are open to allow our internal drawbacks, our failures, our breakdowns to be up there. They never hide it and make it only about a certain cleaned up version of because my leader has to look good. Like we all know, like if one goes to read at what I should not call out names, but if Ambedkar has written about Muslims, for example, it is fun to go and look at those aspects. But as a larger ideology, we will skip that. We will only look at Ambedkar as this, or Gandhi as this. We will not try to break, or Nehru, for example. Everybody's been playing Nehru since morning, and Nehru's so much of like this allowing everybody to do everything. But don't we know what Nehru did in the larger politics of Kashmir? So, but we are not allowed to. In terms of that's where underground presses and individual zines kind of totally go off from each other is when you can break down, and that's also our own internal selves and our own politics, because I might still believe in being secular, but then I may not choose between a Congress and a BJP at all, or an AAP, because they all look similar on a larger scale. If you look at corners of the supposedly this vast country that we make up. So basic things like that. And it's a larger discourse discussion. Maybe I might just be throwing names and then leaving myself into trouble because I don't get the chance to open up why I'm saying and speaking out these names. But look at them, like look at these tinier bits on your own leisure. Sorry, Zorian, I took too much time.
So yeah, just to quickly answer your question, we try to house the ephemera as in the same equal way as we would fine art stuff. So, and I think it's very useful to have it housed together in a kind of a bulk way where people can see the same, lots of the same kind of material together. And there's a very interesting guy who I recently met in London who has an organization called Global Street Art. And he's basically monetized people looking at ephemera in terms of inspiration from their own companies. So he mainly has companies come in and look at large volumes of ephemera that they keep in folders. So it would be hundreds and hundreds of examples of matchbooks, for example, or different kinds of advertising postcards, or like wax papers that oranges used to come in. And then based on the idea that companies are now only everyone's looking at the same first 3 pages of Google. And in fact, if you're looking for graphic design inspiration, you're not going to find it on Google, and you're not going to find it even on something like Pinterest. It doesn't give it to you in the way that looking through this folder of the real material actually does. So I think there's a lot more people who could be doing that, like making access to ephemera and graphic design in different ways to actually be a really inspiring, useful tool of sort of easy access graphic design history away from the first 3 pages of Google. There's a much bigger, interesting world of graphic design and ephemera out there, which I think is very inspiring in different ways.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dorian, and thank you, Manshu. Thank you to the audience for joining us. If you have more questions for our panelists, feel free to write to them or write to the museum or write to me, and I'll be happy to take your questions to them. We sadly have to say goodbye for now, but I'll see you both soon. Thank you so much for joining us. See you.
Thank you so much. See you soon.
Bye, Manshu.
Bye, bye, bye. Okay, we have to have Aki join us on the same link again. Yeah, please stay for the next online session, which is with Susan Mackey, the founder of the See Red Women Workshop in London, a very, very important seminal. Yeah, let's have her in. I think she's been waiting online.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again.
Yeah,
Hi, Susie.
Is she here?
I can see her, but
we can't see her.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us for the panel discussion that just happened. Hopefully, we'll have more time for questions for this one. Hello, Susie. Welcome.
Hi. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm very well.
Oh,
just let me know
brilliant.
when you're ready.
Yeah. Do you want to grab some tea or something? We'll be talking for about an hour. Just want to make sure you have something to drink. Because
Are
I
you
know you're
talking to me?
coughing. Yes.
Do you want a cup of tea? Is the question.
I do. I have a cup just next to me. Okay,
I have
brilliant.
a cup too. But
Okay.
what I need is the posters.
Okay.
Up on the
Sophie, can
side.
we have? I'm just going to introduce you quickly, and as soon as I give you the floor, I think Swati should be able to pull that up. Okay, so let's get into it. Welcome, Susie. Welcome, everybody. We have here with us the brilliant Susan Mackey, also known as Susie, who is one of the founding members of the See Red Women's Workshop, the legendary feminist print collective that emerged in London in 1974 and fundamentally reshaped the visual grammar of feminist politics. The See Red Women's Collective worked with printmaking, screen printing, posters, calendars, and printed matter. They developed a practice rooted in urgency and circulation. Their work confronted sexist and oppressive representation of women by insisting on visibility, placing feminist images into the streets, the workplace, and everyday life. What emerged was not only a body of graphic work, but a method, collective production as political form. I'm so glad to have Susan here with us, and I cannot wait to hear you talk about your work and Once your presentation is done, we'll also open the floor for questions so that the audience can interact with you. Susan, over to you.
Hi. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Can I just ask, is the volume okay? Can you hear me okay? Good. I've had a horrible cough, so I may be a bit hoarse. But again, thank you very much for inviting me. You may see me glance down. I'm going to look at my notes occasionally. But I'm really looking forward to questions from the audience and the wider viewing audience. I'm hoping that the list... Sorry?
Sorry, Swati, could we have the presentation on, please?
Aha. Oops. Great.
There we go.
That is fantastic. Thank you, Swati. What I'm going to do while I speak is occasionally mention numbers. The posters I'm going to be showing you are all numbered, and Swati is kindly putting them up on the screen, and I hope everyone can see them okay. Am I right in that everyone can see the posters? Can everyone see the posters? Hello?
Someone from the audience tell us if you can see the posters?
Yes, we can see the posters.
Great, fantastic. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you to introduce me as the founder of CRED Women's Workshop, but in fact, there were three founders, myself, Prue Stevenson, who sadly can't be with us today, and Julia Franco. We got together in 1974 through an advert placed in the women's magazine. We can't remember which. It was a long, long time ago, so you'll have to forgive lapses in memory. Our aim was to produce propaganda for the women's liberation movement, as it was called then, which was in its very early days. It was very exciting times, and we were able to do this in the way that we worked, but also in the fact that our premises were quite often squats, which you can't get nowadays, and also we worked part-time and managed to live and support CRED in that way. The first poster you can see on the front page is protest, and quite clearly it is absolutely protesting with vomit, which is a very strong image, the negative images of women in society at that time. I'm going to talk a bit later about how much has changed, how much hasn't changed, but to start with, this was a strong poster. Most of our posters were large, probably about, what would we say, A1, but always large, always colourful, and always quite strong. Our aim was to make propaganda for the women's movement. We produced posters, calendars, and we also did service printing for other community groups. Our posters changed and developed over the 16 years we were functioning, from 1974 to 1990, as did the women's movement, and has as the women has changed. Image 2, please, Swati. This was our first job. With the Women's Day March, International Women's Day March, or Women's Day March, it's called then, was a design we made, but because they wanted 1,000 of the posters, and we didn't even have a screen at that time, the design was printed by offset litho and fly posted and distributed all around London. It was in London. Screen 2, please. 3, please. As you can see, our theme was very often and very particularly the personal is political. And we wanted to explore women's experiences, whether it was around housework or gender roles, childcare or sexuality, sexism, racism, and women's role in wider struggles for change, both nationally and internationally. We aim to promote women's empowerment and challenge how negative stereotypes can affect us all. 4, please. As you can also see that these designs were drawn by hand. They were then traced onto a screen, and we used blue filler. Where you don't see ink is what was blocked out with blue filler, the spaces where ink got through. Again, these were large posters and bright and strong, we hoped. We wanted to subvert the image or the women's image, but also to challenge and explore and question our role in this, but also the role of women in terms of women in revolt. Producing screen printed posters was the most immediate and most cheap way of getting our message across. We could carry screens to any meeting we went to. We could make screens by knocking 4 bits of wood together and stretching material over the screen and then painting designs. We basically, they were portable, they were changeable, and also we could go to conferences and meetings and encourage women there to make their own designs and make their own posters when we were there. One of the things I wanted to talk about is how we worked. We worked as a collective, and this was very important to CRED. We believed that anyone can draw and create a poster when working as part of a team. We worked as a collective with no one authoring or being named, no individual taking credit, sharing all our tasks and all our skills, and making posters that were accessible and affordable. We believed anyone could draw, but also we actively worked to subvert our art school training that promoted the sole individual artist with a capital A, often male, who produced expensive signed and numbered screen prints for sale, of course. Male artists could not comprehend how or why we did this. They couldn't understand the concept of something being produced by a group and would often ask, but who actually holds the pencil? You must know who holds the pencil. We knew who held the pencil. It was many of us. We had many meetings and a lot of discussion to produce each poster. One of the things I wanted to say up front as well is that it wasn't just 3 of us. There were over 45 different women in CRED over 16 years, with 4 or 5 women working part-time at any one time due to the size of the premises. Some came to produce posters around issues that were important to them. Others came on apprenticeship schemes. Others stayed to join the collective. It was also very important to us that we also belong to different radical groups as well. Many of us were in consciousness-raising groups where women's issues, whether personal, whether national or international, or overtly political, were discussed. And what was really important to us, that these posters were circulated. I'm just going to go through more of the hand-drawn posters. They have the dates and the names of the titles in the corner. With DJ, I don't think we quite knew then how absolutely massively influential the media would be in women's lives, in everybody's lives, like it is today. This was about a particularly insidious radio DJ who played every morning for women at home. And we wanted to show our understanding of what was going on, but also our disgust at what we saw as tactics. 5, please. Again, we were socialist feminists. We believe that capitalism also depends on domestic labor, as you can see with the conveyor belt in and out of the factory, but also the care and attention being given to workers, making sure they were fit to work. What you'll also see in the background is a very classic image of a factory roof. This was, we were influenced by the French poster makers from 1968, who often use very heavy symbolism, such as the factory roof or the capitalist boss with a bowler hat on peering through a window, earlier posters. 6, please. This is me trying to hold up a screen because we didn't have any, what do we call it, vacuum tension on the screen. So we had to lift it up and down with our hands. As you can see, I'm not really wearing anything suitable for screen printing. But we'd got a new premises in '76, and we also got given a second-hand screen printing deck. So we were happy. We were able to produce our posters through our mail order catalogues, sending posters across the country and later across the world. We were very excited to have requests from Australia, from China, from faraway parts. We sold to radical bookshops all across England and across the UK, and at women's conferences and events, of which there were many at that time. We'd run workshops and support women to design their own posters. 9? No, 7, please. Again, from a personal standpoint, my wife doesn't work was a phrase often used at the time. And what we can quite clearly see here is that the wife, the woman, is working every hour of the day, including bedtime. There was a humorous twist at the end there, but it very much illustrated life for very many women, whatever class they came from, unless they were rich enough to have servants, nannies, etc., which none of us were. We wanted, sorry, it was 8, please. Okay, this is one of my favorite. It's basically presenting the double-page spread, 2 double-page spreads from a child's reading book. One of our children came home from school with Peter and Jane, Ladybird book. The first 3 boxes, if you like, are absolutely what was in the book. Dust, dust, sweep, sweep, good, good girl. The last box is Jane. It focuses in on Jane, and you can see she's starting to think, and she thinks, stuff this. It's about time I got myself out of these sexist books and started giving girls an example of all the other things we can do. And we said, right on, Jane. Again, this was one of our most popular posters, very often displayed in schools or colleges or nurseries, etc. It was very important to us that our posters were accessible and relevant to as many women as possible, with simple images, good design, and eye-catching text. Humor was a really important part of our work and was used to produce ideas in an accessible way, encouraging women to challenge the status quo. It was a way of deconstructing received ideas that political posters should all be aggressive and serious, as well as confounding the accusations that feminists were humorless. 9, please. Again, on a more serious note, the isolation of women was a very huge issue in terms of women stuck at home with children who weren't working. And what we wanted to say is that we may be powerless alone, but together we are strong. Again, a very popular poster. 11, please. Sorry, beg your pardon, 10, please. This one, I love this one, because as you can see, gradually, legislation such as the Equal Pay Act, the Sex Discrimination Act, the Equal Education and Employment Opportunities were being given to us. But quite clearly, the bag and the hand of the government gave them to us after much protest and political challenges. But if you look at the bottom of the bag, it's broken. So fighting against all this good political activity, nurseries were cut back, cuts in social services, redundancies, and restricted access to abortion services. So we were saying that, you know, feminists can bite the hand that feeds you. It's not good enough, and we've had enough. 11, please. Sorry, 11, please. And this was a very difficult one to illustrate. We were asked to produce this for a women's conference in London. And what we wanted to show is I think they're called microaggressions nowadays, which is a fancy term for sexist harassment or sexist behavior. And as you can see from the little boxes, we are showing the ways, if you wanted to start a bank account, well, you couldn't really without your husband's permission in those days. You were bombarded with adverts aimed at stereotype of women. You were absolutely vulnerable to sexist attacks or harassment. You had to look beautiful and wonderful the whole time. And we called it everyday oppression. And we wanted women to start to think about that, as well as the huge political subjects we were facing. 12, please. Violence was very much a part of a constant threat in South London, in many other large towns. We produced women to organise against the National Front, which was the fascist, I won't say party because they didn't have a political seat, but influential right-wing proto-Nazi parties. And this photograph was taken on a demonstration in Lewisham in South London, where the demonstration organised by the National Front was completely swamped by women and men, both protesting against their presence in London, but also demonstrating that we won't let racism divide us. After we produced this poster, we became a target for the National Front ourselves, and racist stickers were stuck on our premises. We had our doors smashed in, ink poured over machinery, trashed workshop, phone lines cut, and mail urinated on. We are very lucky that they didn't drop a match, because we would have gone up in flames had anyone been there. Quick photo of the workshop now. Okay, so we are up top, and in the window you'll see Prue on the left, one of our founder members, and Sarah, who joined very soon after we started. Sarah is demonstrating the use of the gas mask, which we knew we should wear in case of fire, whatever. We also had one, rope ladder out that window that you see in case something happened in the workshop. It was basic. It was not a great reaction, but it was what we could do. We did what we could because we wanted to keep going. Thank you. Funds for C-Red came from the sales of posters and from printing community groups, and was ploughed back into running the workshop. Equipment and inks were often acquired through closing down sales or donations or sharing with other community printers. There was a lot of community activity around at the time, particularly in larger towns. We all had part-time jobs, or we were actively involved in childcare. And as our styles and methods developed over time, and we now had this workshop, we could afford a new screen printing bed and our own darkroom, which is when our style changed to using photographic images. 14. One of our earliest ones was Black Women Will Not Be Intimidated. We worked with our sisters in Brixton Black Women's Group in setting up and designing the poster and thinking about the images on the poster. What I found recently, I made a new friend looking at the woman in the left-hand lower poster, part of the poster holding up the sign. She was a member of the Black Women's Group at the time, and we got back in touch last year, pointing out that she's in that poster and wanting to meet up again, which was very lovely that we were both still going. Again, it was important to us to work with experts in the field that we're making posters about. We wanted to encourage women to join the collective, and we particularly focused on encouraging women from Black and Asian and from working class women and women of different sexualities and abilities to join the collective as and when we were looking for more members. But again, this was very important. We knew we weren't experts in everything, so we needed the support, but also the information to develop our posters. 15, please. One of my favorites, another one. Simple message, girls are powerful. We wanted to do posters that were a bit more positive. Quite often we were accused of doing posters that were quite depressing, which the situation quite often was. But we wanted to produce stuff that showed that young women in particular are the future, but also young women are starting to do things for themselves. So we have women, 2 young women who were apprentices at Women in Print, who was an offset litho sister group to ours. We have Prue's daughter, Otti, on an adventure playground rope, and young women at the youth club where I worked in London. Again, we are looking at, sorry, where are we now? Yes, 16, please. Again, we worked with Women in Ireland group to get the information for this poster and use it to inform many women across the country of the situation in Armagh Jail in Ireland. 17, please. There was a campaign for a short while in England. It was called Why Be a Wife? As you can see, Prue, our founder member, one of us, is perfect model for the daily drudgery of housework. She's wearing a horrible Laura Ashley wedding dress, and she looks really fed up. We had great fun taking the pictures, as you can see, of Prue at her sink. Again, the humor was very appealing to people. It made them think. We hoped. People liked it. People bought it. 18, please. This is the workshop, and with our fifth member who's still working with myself and Prue, Anne Robinson, who's pouring the ink for printing, as you can see there. As you can see, it wasn't big. As you can see, we had to restrict our numbers, but we were very busy and we were having a good time, basically. Again, we go back to the posters. 19, please. This one was unbelievably popular. To get the very high resolution print photo of our leader at the time, Margaret Thatcher, we wrote a letter to Conservative Central Office, pretending to be admirers of hers and asking if we could possibly have a photograph of her for our meetings. And they sent this one, which we produced very, very nicely. We wanted to put them in I believe they're called Rococo frames, I'm not sure. But the fancy frames that you get around old paintings sometimes. But for that frame to contain images that illustrated the damage that was being done by the Conservative Party to women of this country, and by that effect to everybody in this country. Of course, the figures were relevant at the time, the numbers. 20, please. Again, Prue in her element. There was a horrible campaign by Pretty Polly Tights that said basically underneath are all lovable. Anything more sexist, we cannot believe. So we had Prue with her coat full of spray painting inks and fly posting stickers, suggesting that this is what we should all be doing. 21, please. Lesbians are coming out. We wanted to celebrate the lesbians that are everywhere, but also that we wanted to show that you can't tell who's a lesbian, but also the importance of lesbians being visible in our society rather than being aggressively negated by our society, but also how positive lesbians can be in coming out and how we can support each other. 22, please. This was a poster supporting the Greenham Common women's peace camps with a young friend holding up the poster. You may have heard of this over in India, but the USA set up nuclear power nuclear power weapons facilities in England. Little did we know how things might develop in terms of the power of the USA. But at that time, from the minute the missiles arrived, the Women's Peace Camp was set up, and women for many, many years stayed every day, every night, with many, many visits, etc. Again, we worked with this group with the information, and down the bottom, lots of contact information if women wanted to join them. 20. Oh, where are we? Okay. We've come very quickly to the end. I tried to give you an idea of some of the posters. This is about half of the posters we produced, and we haven't showed you any of our service printing posters. If we had time later, I can show you some of those. They're on a different presentation. But suffice it to say that in 1983, the workshop ceased producing new posters for the women's movement. It just concentrated on service printing and also reprinting original posters. Technology was developing very fast, and screen printing was definitely no longer the fastest way to get the message across. So in terms of that and funding being cut that we had in the last 2 years, it was time to call it to a close. I wanted to show you this poster. I labeled it as a demonstration against Trump 2023. I'm not sure that it was. It was an International Women's Day march in London. And it's based on one of our most popular posters, again, "So long as women are not free, the people are not free," which we did in 1978. I was astounded, but also really, really pleased to come across this poster that some young women had put together with the same words, but different and maybe more relevant now posters, images of women in struggle. And they were worried when I introduced myself. Oh my God, we're so sorry, we didn't know how to get in touch with you. I said, I'm really happy, we are really happy about this. This is what we want to see. And we're very touched and pleased, and please keep on doing this. And this is, I think, a good note to end on, because in the past few years, there's been a resurgence of interest in our posters from a variety of sources: archives, galleries, museums, hello Zorian, to zine and design festivals, and especially closest to our hearts from young women, artists and activists, and a wide range of women's groups across the world. We've been to many, many different places. This summer, most recently, we're invited to go to San Francisco to present our posters there. And I think what makes it great for us is that we know that our posters still seem able to speak to different generations, although it indicates, as if we were in any doubt, that the struggle for women's freedom and equality is far from won. Thank you very much. 24, please. Our book. And without any doubt, we know that this has encouraged the rediscovery of See Red Women's Workshop. It's a wonderful book. We're going to be sending over a copy of it to your library. It has every single poster we ever did in it and every single fly posting, etc. So if you want to find out more about us, you can also follow us online. We have a WordPress account. We also have I think it's called a YouTube page, but we would welcome any contacts or any questions. Thank you very much. That's all for the moment. I welcome questions.
Thank you so much, Susie. It was so beautiful to look at the posters. I'd like to let the audience know that some of these posters are in the museum right now. Please go check them out. Prue and Susie met me in my studio at the V&A and then very generously gave me a collection of their posters that I have with me and now have been shown at the museum. I don't know if I should open the floor for questions before I ask you my own. Maybe I can ask you after the audience is done with it. What do you think, Susie? Are you
What do I
that?
think? Sorry, I'm fine. Do whatever, I'm fine. I'm just going to have a sip of coffee, excuse me.
Maybe we can have the questions from the audience, and if there's any questions from online as well.
Go ahead, whatever.
Aki, why don't you start? Maybe meanwhile we'll have some questions, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Can I just say that if you want to talk about a particular poster, maybe Swati can pick that up if you say the number of the poster. Is that helpful?
I just wanted to ask you because I have been very inspired by your work and because you've worked in a collective, I think, back during the second wave feminist movement, a lot of women worked in collectives and then it changed towards working individually. But I think now we are back again working in collectives and building artist-run spaces, especially women who practice art. Can you tell us a little bit more about...
Aki, hold on. Can you speak a bit louder, please? I'm having trouble hearing you.
I wanted to ask you if you could talk a little bit about working in collectives because I'm very interested in that and because we've also been forming collectives now. We're back to I think we've reached a full circle where we went from working in collectives to working individually and now again working in collectives. And yeah, please tell us a little bit about your experience. How did you collectively work? Yeah.
Sure. It's a good question because it was something we decided even before we actually started printing our own posters, that this was the way we wanted to work. As I said, we'd all been to art school and very much the expectation at art school for women at that time, I went in 1968, so hundreds of years ago, was that we'd probably be doing graphic design or whatever, but really and truly, it's just a short hobby until we settled down, got married and kept quiet. It wasn't how we wanted to behave, but also we wanted to subvert the idea that the artists with the capital A, usually male, who would make screen printed posters, or they wouldn't call it screen printed, they'd call it screen prints. Again, they were special, they were individuals, but also they signed every print and they were sold at an expensive rate. Obviously, the more money, the more famous. And we wanted to keep right away from that. So we knew about collectives. We understand the term, which meant pretty much that everybody has a say. And again, the reason we wanted to set up to do print posters was that we knew we could do that quite well. I would say that from my experience, particularly not an intellectual, not a wordsmith at all, but I could do images and I could print. And this is what I wanted to bring to CRED. So working as a collective, how it worked was that firstly, anyone who wanted to join would be okay with working as a collective and that they would be committed to this situation. The posters were produced by the group. Somebody would come with an idea. There would be discussions, interminable discussions on the idea, the development, the slogan, sometimes days on the slogan. And eventually the poster would be produced. What we were aware of was that sometimes women would come with ideas that we weren't familiar with. For example, Black Women's Group. So we spoke to Brixton Black Women's Group, which was forming at the time and was very influential on Black women's politics in further years as we went through time. Again, the collective would develop the idea. Somebody might come with the idea. Two people might say, I'll work with you on that. And the three of them would put forward some designs, bring it back to the group, more discussions, stuff about color, about size of print, etc. would take place. But we had the time. The reason we had the time is, firstly, we weren't waged. We weren't taking pay. We all worked part-time on various different things, like I was a part-time youth worker, other people had childcare responsibilities, etc. So we weren't dependent a number of time to produce a certain number. So we had that luxury. Also, 1974 was very different. There were many, many premises available as squats, which meant we paid no rent. We just paid the facilities and were able to to work in different premises for no cost. Producing posters was a very different climate. There was no YouTube, there was no internet. What eventually I think made us realize time to stop was the invention of the internet. Again, anybody could put anything on the internet and a design and an idea. We're grateful for the internet now in that our posters can be shown, but then it was a question of actually physically taking the posters. I think I've talked too much. I've drifted off the subject of collective. Was that okay, Swati? And Aki?
Yeah, it's perfect, but maybe we can talk about it a little bit more, or maybe I can call you later and still talk about it. But for the sake of the discussion now, I think I'll move on and ask you another question as part of like what you shared as well. You said it was very important for you to bring in ideas that you were not familiar with, that the other women were struggling with. So how did working in solidarity with women from different struggles work? How did you bring in these diverse voices in your collective?
Well, firstly, I think we were lucky in London that there were many, many other women's groups. Brixton Black Women's Group, Lenthal Road Print Shop, all across the place there were women's groups doing a lot of work to support women and to develop the ideas similar to ours, but relevant to their own specific groups. We talked to them. That's how we worked with them. We invited them to come. We showed them our posters. We said how we wanted to do things, but we definitely didn't go in saying, look, give us your information, we'll put it together, and you might be lucky if you see it. We made it quite clear that we couldn't produce the posters without the support of these groups, but also to look at issues which were currently huge for Black and Asian women in our country. I mean, I think it's interesting when we look at slide number 14, Black women, the demonstrations were about, at that time, were about immigration. And again, we're looking nowadays, no, it's 14. Oops. Yeah, 14, thank you. That there was a lot of racism, but also there was a lot of national media hostilities to people coming to this country at that time. And my God, how much that has been now and still is a huge, huge topic. And what was good about Black Women's Group was that they were already active. So they welcomed the chance to further promote their ideas. And also we supported them, absolutely. And Kayinde came and joined our collective for 2 years from the Black Women's Group and helped us put this poster together and another poster as well, which is called Celebration for Change, which shows a picture of Carnival with a poet, a Black poet, poem on a very positive image of Black women. So we wanted to include this in our repertoire, if you like. Does that answer your question? Yeah, again, with most of the groups we worked with, we talked to them, we asked them, we even wrote letters. I mean, this is how ridiculous it was in those days. If somebody wanted to buy a poster, they had to write a letter to us. We didn't get a phone until 1980. People had to write and send us checks for the very reasonably priced posters. And then we had to take them to the post office in cardboard rolls that we got from East Street Market. We used to wrap the material in the market around the rolls, and we go to the market and collect them. So quite a laborious process, but we always consulted and took the issues from the group.
Yeah, I think that's really, really important, especially in today's climate where we talk a lot about intersectionality and the importance.
Exactly.
I have 2 more questions, and maybe we can take questions from the audience.
Yeah, sure.
I wanted to ask you a little bit on the process. You shared a bit of it on how it shifted from screen printing, then you also included, once you had the dark frame, you included the use of pictures as well.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, Swati. Sorry, Aki.
So I wanted to ask you a little bit on the process, the making process, how you moved from screen printing into the use of, using pictures. And also it was, I think, in a way, a kind of performance as well, because Prue was one of the frequently seen characters in the posters too.
I missed the last part.
It was like a photographic performance where Prue would perform and then someone would take a picture of her and then you'd reproduce it in the poster. And all of this was in-house. So if you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Particularly the posters that Prue was in, the subject, of course, came up first and how best to deal with it, but also to try and subvert the subject in a different kind of way. So Why Be a Wife, number 17, for example. We didn't think, let's do something with Prue in a wedding dress. The subject was there. We were discussing it, and that felt like the best illustration, because I don't know if you noticed, but several of our posters have a very angry face, but also a very quizzical eyebrow. I can't do that eyebrow, but if you could go to screen number 17, Swati. Thank you. Nope. Yes, as you can see, Prue's wonderful eyebrows are very much in evidence there, as in angry, but also what am I doing here? What is going on? Questioning and challenging herself, but also the society that she's put in. So again, and same with Pretty Polly as well, which was the one with the suggesting fly posting and graffitiing posters that we didn't like, which was a thing that was done very often in large towns, because it's very different back then in that the amount of sexist imagery was everywhere. Massive posters on the high street of women naked, semi-naked women sprawled across cars to sell the cars, basically. Page 3 in a daily newspaper would have naked women, routine. A man couldn't be accused of rape if the woman he was raping was his wife. You know, it wasn't just a question of unequal pay. There were a lot of issues around legislation when we started that were disgusting, basically, but also were wrong. So we wanted to draw people's attention to that. Yes, it was like a performance, and we had great fun doing it. And I think that's also something we wanted to say, that that we had a great time being in Sea Red Women's Workshop, for sure. We can't be sad that it folded, because it was the right time. There was so many other ways to develop arguments and images and posters that were much more effective and much quicker than screen printing, which involved huge screens, poster racks, posters hanging up on washing lines and with clothes pegs, extremely laborious, but also slow compared to at the time. Does that answer your question, sort of?
Yes, I love your posters. I think this a kind of life in them that we don't see anymore these days. I think the process of it being a screen print, but also it being a performance, all the layers in it, it's so brilliant, and it still speaks to us. And I think it's also because things that you were talking about and the things that were impacting women back then are also so relevant today. Like, we're still in the same struggle. We're still talking about the same things. And because of this, I want to ask you, because you've already walked that, and then in a way you also showed us how to work collectively, how to use images, how to use your body, and inspired us to act together, work together, and ask questions. I want to ask you if there's a message you have for feminists of today and women of today. What would you like to tell us?
I think keep going. It's got to be done. The world at the moment, there's a lot of very negative and very destructive things going on to women and also to the wider society in terms of, where can I start? I'm not just going to talk about England, but I'll specifically obviously mention the situation in the United States. It's not good. It's not good at all, but people are protesting. People are confident to protest, and the power of the people can move a lot of things. I think we have to hang on for that, because otherwise, what's the point? We can't give up now. And what's wonderful is that young women using new media are doing that. And all the best of luck to them. We wish them well, we really do.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Maybe now we can take questions from the audience if there's any.
We don't have any questions online, but maybe here in the audience. Maybe I can go first because I have the mic already. Susie, thank you for your words. Thank you for images and for the workshop, for holding it, hosting it, and making the space that it was and still continues to be. I wanted to hear a couple of more examples, maybe. If there were conversations and interactions happening with other feminist groups across the world, and what were they like? What were those interactions like? About exchanges, and then also maybe a bit about the struggles. You spoke about the exchanges and collaboration with the Black women groups active at that time, because 70s and 80s were also a rife period in London and in UK in general as well. And so I wonder about the dynamics between these different groups that are making their presence felt and making themselves seen, how the exchanges between them, the struggles of course, understanding each other as well. There are different agendas and demands, and of course, questions of visibility. And I mean from race perspective and also from class perspective and from immigration, from the immigrants' perspective, and the 70s and 80s do become that period. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, that's a long question. But it was also, I haven't got a long answer, I'm afraid. I think I hear what you're saying, and what's quite clear is that from 74, which was the very early days of the women's movement, where women from all different parts of society were thinking, what's going on? Why is this happening? Why am I in this situation in society? Was initially very much led by white middle-class women, such as myself, in terms of looking at agenda setting, etc. But what happened was very quickly that specific groups looked at how they would work with their own people. So the Black Women's Group came up. The OWAD, the Organization of Women of Asian and African Descent, was very powerful. There were a lot of different groups that would be looking, at different angles. And some people spoke of a split, but to me it seemed entirely natural that individual groups of women had specific needs and challenges as well. We made posters about the destruction of free abortion services, but then we became aware that abortions were routinely offered to Black women, whereas white women found it difficult. And to us that was suspicious, and to Black women themselves it was suspicious as well. So again, that was another subject to examine. I think obviously with any groups meeting up for the first time, there were different challenges and there were difficult times as well, in terms of class, in terms of sexuality, in terms of difference. But it feels like absolutely, I don't really know if there's any intellectual way of saying that, but our differences were very natural in terms of how the women's movement developed. It couldn't just be one group that was asking for women's liberation. It had to be different groups, different demands. And I think this is why the women's movement grew so quickly, but also why different points of view were discussed, and also could be points of contention, etc. I think again we wanted to illustrate the variety there, and also please remember this is only about half the posters we did. We wanted to base it on some of the posters you could see in Aki's exhibition as well. I think if we were looking at the calendars we did, which there were 3 or 4 in the late 70s, I wonder whether, Swati, we could go to the second group of PowerPoint presentation. Is that possible? I think it's maybe just lower down. I can't move it. Oops. So it would be the second PowerPoint. In the PowerPoint, I think there's some, the second one. So this is the first PowerPoint. So could you go to, I can't see the number, I'm afraid. Whatever number is at the end of this. Here we go. 31. Thank you. So this is the front of one of our calendars. And could you go, can I see the rest? 32, 33. What we wanted to do with these calendars was to show, for example, here on screen number 33 is 3 different pages from our possibly 78 calendar. And we're looking specifically with the red and black one on the women strikers at Grunix, which was a factory in West London, which was led by the predominantly Asian women's workforce. And we wanted to celebrate their participation in starting the strike and maintaining the strike it was important to us that these women did this for their colleagues, but also the fact that the male left completely ignored this situation until it got big. And then the male left came in. Again, we wanted to be fully supportive of this issue. And these photos were used with permission from the women at Grunic. Depo-Provera, again, the injectable contraception in the middle image, looked at the injectable contraceptive, which at that time, which would be 78, was blatantly being targeted and used on Black women, homeless women, women in prison, and women who were on the streets. In terms of it's a pretty permanent contraception, etc. Depo-Provera itself at that time was even banned in America because of the side effects. And we wanted to make information, but also look at images of women as part of the press belongs to those who control the press. And we think this is important. It's true in a bad way in terms of if you look at the world media and who controls that, the male capitalist society. But the small press, and this is women in print who are our sister offset litho printers who had the premises downstairs and across the yard from us, who made small posters, but also a lot of service printing for women's groups, etc. So in the posters, we wanted to look at, again, if you could go to 32. Again, this is the design for December 76. This is the print. So as you can see, the drawing was traced from a photograph, and then the screen was placed over it, and we used blue filler to block out the areas that are white. But again, we were supporting women who were working in the health, who were badly paid, underrepresented, and basically given the rubbish jobs with not very much acknowledgement of their service at all. Have I strayed off the subject again? Probably I have. Does that answer any of your question at all? I can't hear you. I can't hear anybody.
It does. It does. I think these posters kind of give one a sense. I don't know if there are any questions. I don't see a raise of hands. So maybe over to you, Aki, to maybe wind the session, and then we can progress to the last session of the day.
Cool.
I do have, sorry, can I just say that I do have some images of what we've been doing in the last 10 years, if that's of any interest.
Yes, please.
Yep, so where do we start? Where do we start? 36, please. So again, we looked at the different groups who were printing in London, Lenthal Road, Fly Press, Union Place, and producing all different kinds of print material. Again, it was a very exciting time to be there. 37, please. Some service printing that we did for campaigns for women's safe transport for a hospital for women that was threatened with closure. 38. And then we did our book, and you can see pictures of the book in a shop in New York. We also were an exhibition in Huddersfield, and we were involved in Women in Print, Women in Revolt a couple of years ago at Tate Britain. 39. An exhibition in 2020 at Nottingham Contemporary, at the Arnolfini, and at Bexhill Sisters question every aspect of our lives, was a big exhibition, and it was called Still I Rise, Feminism, Gender Resistance. And we were very proud to be in there with many other wonderful women printmakers. 40, please. Again, we were invited to Paris to, with all our posters, to their museum of posters, poster making, and we did a massive workshop there, and it was very interesting indeed. And 41. Again, more recently, we welcomed students from the group in Paris, but also show you a couple of pictures from UMC, one of my kind, one by Asian women who we worked with, and they, in fact, dedicated one of their issues to See Red Women's Workshop. We were very proud about that and very grateful. Wonderful group of women. 42.
Susie, if I may interrupt.
That's done now. It's finished.
No. Yeah, I know. While you were on this, slide itself, I was wondering about this huge journey that you've had, along with other sisters, of course. Current. What are your thoughts on this recontextualization or contextualization in institutions?
Well, interesting, because we never...
Of See Red Women Workshop and other feminist movement, and this reignition of interest, and this movement from the street to an institution.
Well, indeed, and also one of the things we have to remember, which Zorian will know, I don't know if he's still there, but the institutions themselves have changed. We have a full collection of our original posters at the V&A, but also at other museums, the Women's Library, because we wanted people to be able to see them for free. That was very important to us. And we worked with curators at those big national exhibition places. I think it feels quite right that this is how it's gone, but also remember, I left in '82. And since that time, I've been working with women and young women in various health fields and the fields of care, in social care, for 35 years. So these posters were under the bed in their folders for 35 years. For all of us, we carried on with our lives and changed and developed. During that time, there was no activity for See Red Women's Workshop. So it was very exciting to feel that people were interested. What we found we had to be very careful about was being very scrupulous about activities of, not all by any means, but some curators who wanted to edit us, if you know that expression, and to display our posters in a way we were not happy with and were not keen to do so. We learnt very quickly from that. So we've always been very tight with our instruction. These are our posters. This is what they're about. This is how you represent them. And this is what we say about them, because we're still involved. Fairly obviously, Prue and I are the older members in the group. Anne who joined in the 80s, very much part of the collective still. So it's us three that are working still to respond to requests and invitations from other countries, but also from other organizations and museums and galleries, etc. in London. If anyone did want to see a full, well, I don't know how we're going to do this, but it's really great that Aki has a goodly selection of some of our posters. We're grateful for that, and just let us know what we can do. Is that helpful?
Thank you, Susie. I think we've come to the end of this conversation. I want to thank you once again for being such an inspiration and for all the work that you've done and also giving us your time. Today, it was very enlightening, and I'm sure everyone who's here has enjoyed you speak. If you'd like to write to Susie, please feel free to write to me or write to the museum, and we'll be happy to share your message with Susie. Yeah, to just end everything, I want to say again a big thank you to Akanksha for inviting me to do the show. A big thank you to the entire team, Manan, Sabar, Swati, and the backend team and the production team. It has been a really good experience working with KNMA, and it's been fulfilling in a way that I never imagined, to bring these diverse voices and beautiful works that have been done by collectives like the Sea Red Women, the Zuban's Poster Collective, all the zine makers that I worked with, the zine makers that have inspired me. To bring all of these voices together under one roof has been very fulfilling and gratifying, and for that I give thanks. Yeah, I think we've come to the end, but please feel free to go and have a look at the show once more before it closes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you all very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. So those joining us online, please stay on. But yeah, you're free to kind of log out from Zoom and join us on the YouTube channel. So we're moving towards now the last session of the day, which is a stand-up comedy by Falah Faisal. Bharat, over to you to kind of initiate that. Thank you.
So thank you all for staying on and witnessing the final event. It's the closing event of the entire exhibition, and the honor goes to Falah Faisal. Falah Faisal is a comedian, filmmaker, and journalist, and the creative force behind Musalman and Falah. So Falah is going to present a kind of performance, which is a combination of stand-up comedy, a lecture demonstration, and a kind of introduction to his work, Musalman. His latest short comic about the incarceration, the illegal, I would say, incarceration of Omar Khalid, has gone viral on social media, has faced a lot of hate from the
Most working professionals are finding jobs the wrong.
Technical difficulties, hold on. एक second, hold on. पहले तो चल रहा था. Yes, that's it. It's a comedy show, guys.
I'm an evil man. Don't you bother with me.
मस्त मस्त झूले लाल कलंदर 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 मस्त मस्त pa ni da pa ni da pa ni da pa ni da pa ma pa ni sa re ga re sa re ni sa re ga re sa pa ma ga re sa re ni sa sa ni sa re ga re sa re ni sa re ga re sa pa ma ga re sa re ni sa sa re sa pa ma ga re sa re ni sa sa re sa pa ma ga re sa re ni sa pa ma ga re sa ni da pa ma ga re sa pa ma ga re sa ni da pa ma ga re sa
Assalamu alaikum, first and foremost. You guys have to say? I didn't hear you. Assalamu alaikum. All right. First and foremost, let me give you guys a little bit of a secret. Like, I've never told this to anybody before. You guys are getting this firsthand. People think I wear these orange underwear and cape as a political statement, but it's not true. It's just to improve visibility in Delhi. Like, so that people here can see me. Your Chief Minister, Rekha Gupta, I think she told comedians, when asked about comedians coming to Delhi, she said, come at your own risk. So I've taken that risk. You guys better be thankful. Because I recently discovered that Musalman's kryptonite is bad air, guys. It's bad air. And so from my outfit, at least कपड़ों से पता चल चुका होगा कि मैं मुसलमान हूँ. But मैं बहुत बुरा मुसलमान हूँ. In fact, पूछो मुझे कितना बुरा मुसलमान हूँ. इतना बुरा कि I only say Bismillah before I eat bacon. In fact, ask me one more time, कितना बुरा मुसलमान हूँ. इतना कि मुझे लव जिहाद से भगा दिया. Once more, ask me again, once more, like all together. इतना बुरा कि I think I'm closeted Hindu. Last time, final time, everybody together. इतना बुरा कि I have a lifetime membership to Haram Gold. In fact, I moved past basic haram very early on in life. Basic haram was like really basic shit, in school. But I got to haram plus quite recently, like a few years ago. Like, I ordered like a bacon beef pasta from a restaurant and I couldn't finish it, so I packed it up and I took it home. I was eating it at home and my mother came in to talk to me and I continued eating it. And after eating it, it hit me that, man, I was eating bacon in front of my mother. This is no longer basic haram anymore. This is haram plus. Like, I'm on another level. But haram gold was a slower journey. Unlocking haram gold didn't happen very easily. In fact, a few years ago, I was hooking up with this girl whose house was in the middle of 3 mosques. Like, her house was here and 3 mosques surrounded it. So when azan happened, it used to be a trifecta of azan at her place. And usually when you see when azan happens, you know, Muslims, they drop everything. It's like the call to prayer, right? Like, you drop everything and you go to the mosque. In fact, if you watch a cricket match with Pakistan, when the azan happens, they drop everything and they sit down for a few minutes before getting on with the game. Well, one time we were getting it on, and azan happened from 3 mosques. And let me tell you, there was no sitting down in that bedroom. So that's how I unlocked haram gold. But I've been trying to be a better Muslim. Like, I've been trying to be a better Muslim. In fact, recently I put the Janimaz down and I decided I'm going to read namaz. But when I stood, I realized that I've forgotten all of the words to namaz. So I had only one option. I put up on YouTube. And the only thing I was praying for is no ads, no ads, no ads, no ads, no ads. Please, no ads. But because I went to a Christian school, right? Wait on. Hold on. Still. So, because I went to a Christian school, and in a Christian school, my default prayer is the Lord's Prayer. So, usually when I'm reading namaz, I'm still like, Our Father who art in heaven, Allah be thy name, kingdom come. And even Allah's going, who's this English medium fucker? Like, you know, who let this fucker in? Right? One second. Technical difficulties. Yeah, but like all good Muslims, I do have like a jihad. Like, I have a personal jihad. Like, don't get too excited. It's a very chota jihad. And chota jihad is not what I call in what's in my pants. Right? But my jihad is against nasha. Like, it's against alcohol. Like, every weekend I tell myself, I'm not going to drink, I'm not going to drink, I'm not going to drink. But by the weekend, alcohol is winning the jihad. And I've recently come to a new math for myself when it comes to drinking. I was at a cocktail party earlier this year at a friend's wedding. And when I went to Bombay for this wedding, the first event was a cocktail party. I told myself, I'm trying to be a good Muslim. I'm not going to drink, I'm not going to drink, I'm not going to drink. But then the bar opened and they brought out Red Label. And I told myself, I've read 2 namaz today, right? So 4 drinks should be allowed for me. So I had 4 drinks, and even after the bar closed, I found a drink on this table and I found a drink on that table. So I got 6 drinks on 2 namaz. So I went 1 namaz equals 3 drinks. So the day that I actually pray 5 times, I can get 15. I can be sloshed. Allah approved alcoholism. Right? And also, like, I recently realized that I'm a polytheist. Because I realized if I'm a polyamorous, how can I be monotheistic? So, I worship a whole litany of gods. I worship Shiva, I worship Ganesha, I worship Loki as played by Tom Hiddleston in the Marvel Universe. In fact, any mischief god across the world, I worship them. In fact, my favorite goddess is this one called Eris. Have any of you heard of Eris? What do you know about Eris? Anybody? No? Eris is the Greek goddess of discord, disorder, and chaos. And it's a religion called Discordianism. It was created by 2 friends who met in a bowling alley and created this religion as a joke. So as somebody who already worships the dude from Lebowski, this was a natural religion to take on. And like the holy book, it's called the Principia Discordia, says stuff like, don't drink to escape your problems, drink to create them. And King Kong died for our sins, guys. So, and it's a very simple 3-step way to convert people to Discordianism. Are you guys ready to be converted to Discordianism? Because people think my show is a comedy show, but it's actually a religious sermon. I'm here to get recruits. How you convert people to Discordianism is you ask them, hey, do you know God is a woman and her name is Eris? If they say yes, well and good, they're already Discordians. But if they say no, you're like, yo, like, I told this to somebody last week, they didn't believe me, bad shit happened to them, yo, you better believe it. Like, you better believe it. And if they still aren't on your side, you ask them a final question. Do you think there's order in this world or is there chaos? Chaos. Who do you think causes that chaos? It's Eris, guys. It's Eris. But I also, when I'm reading namaz, I tell Allah, yo, Allah, you know these are all side chicks, no, baby. You know you're the only one, no? You don't doubt yourself, no, baby. These are all side chicks. I have fun with them, but I pray to you. You know that, right? But I think what I do seems to be working, because about like a few months ago, like a couple of years ago, my dad had a heart attack. And after his surgery, he had to go back to the mosque, and he couldn't go by himself, so I had to go with him. And I went to a mosque after a very, very long time. And when I prayed to him, at this point, when I did go to the mosque, I was broke. I still am. That doesn't change. But at that point, I was especially broke because my TDS had been stuck for about 3 months. I'd filed my taxes. My TDS had been stuck for 3 months. Nothing was happening. I was checking the portal, calling the CA. Nothing happening. So I went to the mosque and I'm like, yo, Allah, man, I'm really broke, dude. If anybody can fix this problem, anybody can cut through this bureaucracy, you are the one, dude. Come on, man. You got this. You got this. And I kid you not, even before I left the mosque, I was still waiting for my dad to finish. And before I left the mosque, 60 grand got deposited in my account. So for an atheist looking for a sign of God to exist, hard cash is pretty fucking good. And if it happened one time, you might think this is a coincidence. But if it happens more times than once, you know that God is on your side. For example, we had this event called the Indie Comics Fest. Bharat is one of the organizers. And we had this Indie Comics Fest at this place in Calicut, Kozhikode. And I'd gone to this place, and a lot of people don't realize that Islam didn't come to India from invaders in the north. It came from traders in the south. And it was in Kerala is when Islam made its entry. And Kerala has a lot of the oldest mosques in this country. And Calicut has one called the Mishkil Mosque. It's a wooden-built mosque. It's built like a ship, with not like your regular domes and minarets, but like built like a ship. And I went to Mishkil Mosque. It's a 14th century, beautiful mosque. And I prayed there, help me out, let this event go well tomorrow and all of that stuff. And when I did happen the next day, at the event, when I was dressing up in my costume and I pulled on the underwear and I struck my pose, azan started from that mosque at that very instant. So Allah is not only like my funder, He's also my sound designer. Like He's the core collaborator on this project. So He definitely approves. In fact, I think I'm sensing a bit of skepticism that you guys don't believe that this happened. Let me show it to you.
शिकारी माँ बनाई रसोई मैं पनघट पे भरूं पानी जब तक मैं बनूं रानी ये पनघट मैं पनघट पे भरूं पानी जब तक ना बनूं रानी
ले बाबा का बिगड़ा हुआ बेटा मोम का दिल पर जिगरा लोहा मेरा सीधे उल्टे का मसीहा धोखा देना अगली छोड़ो हाथी जिंदा होगा मेरा जिंदा होगा मेरे अंदर एक बाप भाई तेरा शेर खान जंगल से भाग गला दबाने में अजगर के बाप पूछती नहीं है क्या भी कंबल से हाथ संभल रे चाट बोले को थे सो भी था क्या बना सोले को थे सो भी खाली थी
I'm here to answer all your questions. It's Allah's phone number. Musalman is the Muslim superhero. That's the origin story. That's the latest book. Faladin is about a stoner and the genie who lives in his bong. She takes bong hits and the genie grants him wishes.
That's the true story.
Yeah. Autobiographical. Sharia boy, Begum badass, Harami number 1.
It's fair to write about the Muslims of it.
I felt like growing up, mainstream movies, they show Muslims as villains, terrorists, criminals. So I wanted to create a hero out of...
You want to break that stereotype.
Break that stereotype sort of a thing, yeah. So there's also Begum badass, who's a burqa-wearing superhero.
Like me?
Yes. There's a very famous one where Captain America is punching Hitler. So I just did a version where he's punching Netanyahu.
Yeah, controversial.
Yeah.
Looks like Darth Vader.
Yeah. So this is a story called Last Muslim on Earth, which is the Musalman movie, where he's cornered by the villains and he goes into the Kaaba and he summons the Martian Muslims. And that's all the Godi media anchors. Made them all animals. I have a character called Arnab Kauswami as well, which is the first book. A Musalman was Arnab Kauswami, was one of the first stories. In this one, he wishes for weed to be legal, and it was an alternate reality where weed is all legal, and he's the founder of a company called We Deliver. This is the first wheat delivery startup in the country.
If India legalizes weed, then this should actually become a business.
Yeah, I want to be there already doing the branding.
My daddy's name Mubarak. Eid Mubarak, Mubarak. And we'll take it to the promised land. Oh yeah, Eid Mubarak, Eid Mubarak. When should I shake his hand? No, hug him again, hug him again.
सब खैरियत है?
अल्लाह का फजल.
कैसे चल रहा है सब?
अच्छा चल.
Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak.
I'm glad no one is fasting while we dress like this.
So yeah, one of the things that the video doesn't say is that Musalmans actually born on 9/11. Well, 11/9, as we Indians should call it, because screw the American system. It's 11/9/2017 was when the first Musalman came out. The first Musalman was called Musalman versus Trade Center, where people see something in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Musalman. And he flies through this building and the building doesn't fall down. That was the very first Musalman that I made. The second Musalman that you see there that got really popular was called Musalman versus Romeo Squad, in which you can see that there's Amir, Salman, and Shah Rukh Eve teasing a girl. Musalman sees it's happening. He jumps in to save the day. And the girl is like, "Thank you, Musalman, for saving me." And he says, "If you'd worn a burqa, I wouldn't have to," and flies away. And Musalman, as you can see, has 4 wives but triple talaq. So he's always running out. But when I make stuff like this, you know, it's like a lot of edgy stuff, and people ask me, "Aren't you afraid, man? Aren't you afraid that the backlash you might receive?" Because I get a lot of hate, but a lot of people come on my page to troll me, but they see this one video I made called Musalman on Kashmir, and after they see that video, they comment, "If more Muslims were like you, we wouldn't have a problem with Muslims." I don't know why they should have a problem with Muslims to begin with, but you can have a look at the video and decide for yourselves.
Hi, this is Falah Faisal for Now the News, and we are outside Musalman's house to find out what he thinks about Kashmir. Musalman's here. So, Musalman, जो कश्मीर में हो रहा है, आपके क्या विचार हैं उस पर? देखो, मुझे नहीं मालूम क्या चल रहा है कश्मीर में. मैं भी गया था एयरपोर्ट तक, मुझे भी एयरपोर्ट से वापस कर डाले. मेरा एक्स-रे विजन भी नहीं चला उधर. मुझे एक्चुअली मालूम नहीं क्या चल रहा है आजकल कश्मीर में. और राजनाथ सिंह ने कहा है कि कश्मीर के बाद वो पीओके यानी पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर लेना चाहते हैं. आप क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में? पीओके का को पूरा पाकिस्तान इसलिए लेना. देखो, तुम ना लगता पार्टीशन गलत, मुझे लगता पार्टीशन गलत. चलो रिवर्स पार्टीशन करेंगे. मैं इमरान चचा से बात करता हूँ, तो वैसा भी रिवर्स विंग में अच्छे हैं. ना रहेगा पाकिस्तान, ना रहेगा पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर. क्या मुसलमान अखंड भारत का सपोर्टर है? अरे यार, अखंड भारत क्या जी, ये सब जगह हमारा है. पाकिस्तान हमारा है, अफगानिस्तान हमारा है, म्यांमार भी हमारा है. पूरा वापस ले लेंगे ना. कहीं को पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में स्टॉप करना. चलो मेरे साथ सब जने बोलो, जय हिंद, जय श्री अल्लाह. जय हिंद बोलो. जय हिंद, जय श्री अल्लाह. जय हिंद, जय श्री अल्लाह. जय हिंद, जय श्री अल्लाह. और जय श्री राम. चलो, मैं नमाज का टाइम हो रहा है, मैं निकलता हूँ. बाद में बात करेंगे, ठीक? दिस वाज मुसलमान एंड बैक टू यू एट द स्टूडियो.
So, as I tell people, when people ask me what is Musalman's real superpower, it's that he's equally offensive to everybody. Seeing that video, I think everybody would get on board, right? Because Jai Shri Allah, guys. But when I was making this comic, it was very a sporadic affair because, like, you know, a lot of my friends who are illustrators were doing it to me for free. So whenever they were available, they would draw comics for me. It was very sporadic, and also it was like edgy self-criticism work. because like I used to like hate being Muslim myself because I grew up atheist and I was being forced on this identity of being Muslim was forced upon me, so I saw it as my rebellion. But then there's something happened in our country that changed my entire opinion about this. Like in 2019, the CAA bill was announced. And when the CAA was announced, I used to be a reporter back in the day and back in Bangalore. And I used to like record these videos of protests. In fact, I just had bought my camera right then and on EMIs, and the CAA protest happened. So I would record these videos and sell those videos to news portals. So the CAA protest paid the EMIs on my camera. Like when chaos happens, you make money. That's like my goal. But like when I was like interviewing people, something changed in me because I saw these people who were being hurt, oppressed, the citizenship question. So the sympathy in me developed, and I was like, we all get that something important is happening in our country. But then pandemic hit and the lockdown was announced and everything was over in a jiffy. Like everything disappeared and the protests were over. But when, like they say, the night is darkest before the dawn, because during the first lockdown, Ramzan happened. And I, as a 17-year-old, I'd stopped fasting because I was like rebel Muslim, I'm not going to fast. When during Ramzan, you either go and eat a bourbon biscuit outside or lock the kitchen and eat the gulab jamun before it's time just to break the fast. But this time I was like, I'm sitting at home, I'm not doing anything, let me fast. And while I was fasting, again, like a shift happened inside me because like the last 10 days, they believe in Ramzan is a holy period because the Quran was completed during the last 10 days. Like the last verses of the Quran were supposed to be given then. So it's supposed to be a very holy period. And during this time, like I had my revelation too. Because usually I was fasting during the day, but after opening the fast in Iftar, we would smoke a joint, me and my friend. My friend Nirmal, I have to give him credit because every time Nirmal rolls a joint, I get bombed as hell. So this time Nirmal was over and I'm like, Nirmal, why don't you roll, man? And Nirmal rolled this J and we sat down on my balcony and we smoked it. And over a conversation about 1.5 hours, I told him the entire story of Musalman. And after Nirmal left, I sat down and I wrote as fast as possible. And I wrote 120 pages in 2 days. It took my illustrator like a year and a half to like illustrate this. In fact, this entire book that you see here was written in those last 10 days of Ramzan. So I kind of like to believe that this book is the revealed text. In fact, to show you a little bit of a sample of what is in his origin story, let's have the next video, please.
While he sits and stares at girls he can't explain. Oh, here she comes on 10 white horses made of string and clay. The flowers in his fingers wilt away. His wise old llama said that lies do not deceive. So when she sleeps, I leave her bed and hurry home instead. My soul is on a string tied to your chair. And why is it, I pray, the gods that always fail to drag that girl back through my window and undress my face and smile at me while I put on my chains.
that's Musalman's origin story. And in his origin story, when he does go into the desert, if it's moving too fast for you guys to read, he discovers that he's a descendant of Ram through his son Love, so it blends a bit of Hinduism within Islam. He gets put in a basket and put on a train, which takes from the Krishna-Moses story. So, in my opinion, Musalman is the iOS update to Islam that's more desperately needed. It's the new age update to the times that Islam requires. In fact, he goes on to become a left-arm fast bowler for the Indian team. So it blends cricket, religion, and politics, the perfect blend of what we cannot talk about in this country, into one comic book. No wonder I'm not successful. But as the story progresses with Musalman, one second. See, that's the reason, like, Satan tries to interfere in me when he starts whispering in my ear to trying to distract me. So this Satan's fault, this interruption. But yeah, so this book was like a pandemic baby, but there's still more to Islam, that more I needed to write, right? And like a lot of religious experiences with prophets, what they do, they go into the desert, they climb up a mountain. So I went to Kodaikanal, and you guys know what we do in Kodaikanal, right? You guys know what we do. What do we do in Kodaikanal? Shrooms, exactly. But it was not just any shrooms. Like this place I stayed at, Shanti Camps, was a beautiful place. This guy insists that if you're going to do shrooms at my place, you're not going to do it as a drug. You're going to do it as medicine. So you're going to do a 2-day fruit fast, cleanse your system. On the 3rd day, you pray to whichever god you like, and then you eat the mushrooms. So I did this fruit fast. For 48 hours, I ate nothing but fruits. On the 3rd day, I woke up. I read Fajr Namaz to the mountain and then to the sky. And what I realized when I was reading Namaz to the sky, I don't have to stare at men's asses when I'm reading namaz. I don't have to see ugly toenails when I'm bending down. It's beautiful. I recommend it. Anybody who's a Muslim and goes out in nature, nature is where the real namaz is. But after doing my namaz, I ate the shrooms, and then I was wandering, and I received the new message. I received the new message because I was wandering, and I found a staff lying on the ground, and I picked up the staff. When I picked up that staff, what Allah told me is that I need to take the staff, take it to Kanyakumari, raise my hands and part the Indian Ocean. Because they don't want us Muslims in India, do they? They want us to get out, right? So he's like, take the Ram Setu till Sri Lanka, and in Sri Lanka, make your prep, part the Indian Ocean, and go to Australia Mad Max style, with the whole guitarist and everything, and take Australia for the Muslims, and claim Melbourne as the new Mecca. MCG, that's where we're going to go in circles. MCG, Melbourne is the new Mecca, guys. That's the new message. In fact, when I say this to people, people are like, man, aren't you afraid that your side will kill you first? Like, forget the Hindutva guys. Your guys will come for you first. And I tell them, there's only one thing that my favorite author, Salman Rushdie, says, that the best thing about a fatwa is the fatwa sex. That apparently, when you're an endangered species, you're more attractive to women. And that's what I'm playing for. But one thing happened to me back in 2020, in March 2020, that made me immune to hate. Like, no matter how much hate comes my way, I experienced this thing that happened, and I don't feel that scared anymore. In fact, I made a short film, it's a sequel to a Bollywood film, a very underground, unknown film. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. Have you heard of this movie called Rang De Basanti? You have, right? So we made a sequel to Rang De Basanti. And let me show that to you before I go on.
It says here you got a new movie for us.
I want to make a film about Tipu Sultan.
Tipu Sultan? Man, you got no idea what's going on in this country, do you? None whatsoever. I mean, if you were to come to me with a movie about, say, I don't know, Shivaji, Godse, Savarkar, one of the nationalists. Tipu? Nah, not happening.
So what will you do? I will have to make the film myself.
What's the dialogue?
Yalgar.
Yalgar!
Yalgar. Yalgar.
Is there another color in this?
Yalgar.
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 What? Why can't Tipu be a girl? I identify as Tipu.
You guys just don't get it, do you?
इस तलवार से हम अंग्रेजों का सर कलम कर देंगे। यलगार!
अगर हम इस मंदिर पर हमला करेंगे तो इतना सोना मिल जाएगा कि जंग लड़ सके।
नहीं मीर सादिक, वो जमीन मुकद्दस है और मुकद्दस जमीन पे हमला करने वाले को ऊपर वाला कभी माफ नहीं करता।
सीएम के गुंडों ने हमारा स्टूडेंट प्रेसिडेंट कुणाल कुमार को मार डाला। We have to avenge this. We have to kill these bastards.
नहीं,
क्या हम कुणाल का बदला नहीं लेंगे?
हम बदला लेंगे पर हम किसी को मारेंगे नहीं। हमने देखा था कि पिछली फिल्म में क्या हुआ था। इलेक्शन सर पर है और हम इस सीएम की सरकार गिराएंगे। हम उनको मीम से मारेंगे, हम उनको व्हाट्सएप जोक से मारेंगे और तो और हम उनको फेक न्यूज से मारेंगे। उनको भी तो पता चले कि अगर वो शेर हैं तो हम बब्बर शेर हैं।
The BJP did bring Modi into campaign for the party. It didn't help them in any way.
When this government
अपने फ्रेंड्स ग्रुप, क्लासमेट्स ग्रुप, फैमिली ग्रुप, यहाँ तक कि क्यूट कैट वीडियोस ग्रुप में भी डालो। कोई ग्रुप बाकी नहीं जाना चाहिए, हर ग्रुप में शेयर होना चाहिए। उनका वेबसाइट हैक करो और शीका फाला का रेसिपीज भर डालो। इस लिस्ट में दिखाओ कि आईटी सेल कौन कौन सा हैशटैग ट्रेंड करने वाली है। खबर फैला दो कि संडे को सीएम हजारों लोगों को बिरयानी खिलाएगा।
उससे क्या होगा?
मंडे को हर अखबार कहेगा कि सीएम लाखों लोगों को भूखा मारा।
भ्रष्टाचार के लिए अगर स्पर्धा कर ली जाए तो येदुरप्पा सरकार को भ्रष्टाचार में नंबर 1 सरकार का अवार्ड मिलेगा।
हम में और उनमें फर्क क्या है?
फर्क ये है कि वो इतिहास मिटाना चाहते हैं और हम इतिहास बनाना चाहते हैं।
ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೇರ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಹೋಗಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Bro, do you really want me to do this?
Dude, I want to make this seem like a real trailer.
So we made this film in 2019. Do you guys like it? Yeah. So we made this film in 2019. Around this time, it was a really hot topic in Karnataka because every time Congress comes to power, they promise us a Tipu Jayanti. Tipu Sultan is a great historical figure. I don't disagree. He's somebody I idolize, but he's not important to us religiously, right? But when Congress comes in, they promise a Tipu Jayanti. BJP comes in, they say they'll repeal it. It's like a 5-year game. So when we were filming this video, it was a very hot topic because BJP was saying that we're going to get rid of Tipu Jayanti. In fact, when I went to the costume shop to rent out Tipu Sultan's costume, the costume guy asked me, why are you renting the costume of a tyrant? And I'm like, yo, if he's a tyrant, why you have the costume, man? Like, take the money, like, just let me take it and go. And when we went to Nandi Hills, the first shot that you saw, we shot in Nandi Hills. Nandi Hills is Tipu Sultan's summer palace. He built this as a summer palace. And a lot of people come there to vacation, and I was in full Tipu Sultan garb running around. There were a lot of Muslim families coming and taking selfies with me, but anybody with a tika on their head or orange sticker were waiting to beat me up, that I make one wrong move and they're waiting to beat me up. And that I realize is my happy place. That's where I want to be, right? And we made this film in 2019, and then in 2020, this film was screening in Raipur. There's a short film festival happening in Raipur, and I submitted this film, so we'd gone to Raipur for the screening. And our train from Bangalore to Raipur to Bangalore had been booked, but we missed our train. We'd gone to Orissa to chill for a bit, but our train from Orissa to Raipur was late on the same platform, but the Bangalore train left, so we missed our train. The only thing we had at that point to do was catch a train to Nagpur and then catch a train from Nagpur to Bangalore. So we caught a train from Raipur to Nagpur, and we got to Nagpur at around 7:30 in the evening. And then we did Tatkal, and we booked a train from Nagpur to Bangalore at 10:30 in the evening. And we had 3 hours to kill in Nagpur. So what do you do in Nagpur if you have 3 hours? What would you do? What is Nagpur famous for? Oranges? Yeah, oranges, you're right. But there's another shade of orange. There's an RSS headquarters over there. So I looked at my friend Nikki, who was traveling with me, the guy who was shaking the sword in the movie. And I looked at him and I'm like, hey man, RSS ka headquarters yahan pe hai na, tujhe dekhna hai kya? And he's like, man, maine bhi nahi dekha, chalo dekhte hain. So the two of us got out from the train station, put RSS headquarters on the Uber, and it took us to a place which was quite abandoned. There was nothing around, and I'm like looking at him going, is this like Potter? Like Diagon Alley where you have to go up to a wall and say Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram thrice and a portal opens. But the cab driver's nothing like that. You've put the wrong address, put Mahal. Because Mahal, as you don't know, is RSS's headquarters is in a fort in Nagpur. So he said, put Mahal, I'll drop you to Mahal. We got to Mahal, and it was evening, the doors were closed, the gate barricades there, cops. And we're like, man, we made a mistake. Why did we even come here? Let's walk our way out. And as we were walking our way out, a plainclothes police guy comes up to me and he's like, who are you? Where are you from? What are you guys doing here? And we're like, man, who the hell are you? And while this is happening, a woman on a scooter pulls up with a kid saying, they're walking around, looking around suspiciously. They're taking photos of all the CCTV cameras. Check them, check their bags, take their phones. We're like, woman, who the hell are you, dude? And as this is happening, the mob starts building. And they pull us into the schoolyard next to RSS headquarters. And they take our bags, they take our phones. People are coming, filming our faces. It was building up to a lynching. Luckily for us, 2 cops came. They grabbed us, grabbed our shit, and took us in the cop car, took us to this really nice 16th century police station called Kotwal Police Station in Nagpur. In fact, really beautiful police station. I'd rate it 5 stars. But they took us to this police station, and big cars are pulling up, DGs, ATS, NIA, everybody's on their way, RSS people are there. And we are like freaking out because we were just like 2 people in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? And while all this is going on, like the DG comes, and they're all waiting for the DG of police to show up so that this can progress further. So when the DG comes, we all queue up in the DG's office. There's people from the RSS, people from the intelligence agencies, and then there's us. And they ask us, who are you guys? What do you do? And we're like, we are filmmakers, sir. They're like, what films do you make? And I'm like, God damn. Because everything I make is offensive to them. So I scrolled through my phone and I finally found one video that I think it was safe to show. This is that video. Can you play the next one?
It makes a difference. You make a difference. It's about time we stood up to patriarchy and demand our rights. Sign this petition. Now.
Cut! Lights! Good shot, good shot.
Leaving already?
Yes. It's late, you know. I need to get home early. Otherwise my parents are going to kill me. And then it's just bye-bye acting.
You know, I have a car. I can drop you home.
No, it's okay. I can take care of myself. I have Mutu.
You mean me too?
Mutu. It comes complete with the Gau Mutra spray, the cowbell, the poonch whip, and check this out, Gaia cloak.
Holy cow, where did you go?
I'm right here. But that's not all. It also comes with the Mutu app, where the molester's face gets posted all across social media. Instant hit list. Now every woman can feel as safe as a cow. Have you got Mutu yet?
Moo, moo, moo.
Moo, yes. So I showed them this video, and the cop who said, "Sir, ये women's safety, गायों के बारे में कुछ बनाया है," and snare types. Because if you can't beat them, confuse the hell out of them. And then they were like, "What were you guys doing there?" And me and Nikki, while we had time, we discussed that, hey, man, let's tell them we were hungry, we were looking for a restaurant. So we told them, sir, हम भूखे थे, हम restaurant खोज रहे थे, तो किसी ने बोला कि वहाँ पे restaurant है, जाओ खा लो. And the cops tell us your alibi doesn't work for 2 reasons. First, there's no restaurant there, we know. Second, if you are hungry, you are in the railway station where there are 50 options. So if you are hungry, why did you even step out of there? And we're like, damn, dude. Like, सच बताओ, तुम्हें politics में interest है, तुम्हें देखना कि देश कहाँ से चलता है, तुम देखने ले आए थे. Like, हाँ sir, सही है, आप ही सही हो. And then the DG asked us, what did you guys do there? And I told them, man, like, we were walking, I saw an old fort door. I took a photo of the door. And he's like, show me this photo. And I showed the cop this photo, and the cop is like, he looks around and the other guy laughs and says, pull me out of bed for this, handle it. And storms out of there, right? And by this point, they've gone to the railway station, they've brought our bags, so our bags are going to be checked. And when they open up our bags to check, the first thing that comes out is my jacket. Inside my jacket pocket is a potli. Would you guys like to guess what was in that potli? Weed. So there's a potli of Orissa weed that I didn't even get to smoke. The tragedy is that they took it away. I didn't even get to smoke this Orissa weed that I just picked up that morning. Then comes out my pod box. And they're like, Isme kya hai? Ganja hai, sir. Later, the NIA guy comes up with my pod box and asks me, Isme kya tha? I'm like, ganja tha. Ganja fook. Haan, sir. And the cop taking our statement is like, sir, smoking weed is not a crime, and they've raised the state level terror alert. Don't even mention this in your report. We don't want to complicate things further. And then after the weed, the next thing that comes out of my bag, I need to take it back a little. I need to give you a little bit of backstory. So when we were in Orissa, in this village, I ate really tangy tomatoes, okay? I really ate these amazing tomatoes, and I really liked them. So when I was leaving, I was like, let me pick up a couple of kgs of these organic tomatoes so that I can have it at home and share them with friends and family. So the next thing when they open up my bag and pull it out, I was like, ye dekhiye sir, 2 kg tomato. खाएंगे and they're like, तुम टमाटर के साथ क्या कर रहे हो बहनचोद? But then they take us aside and they're like, they're trying to take our statements. They separate us, me in one room, Nikki in another room. And this room, let me just give you a brief idea of what this is like, right? There's a cop sitting here taking my statement, typing it into a computer. Cop here with a camera just like that, filming my face. 3 people making notes and ATS going through my phone. And this is the setup that I'm in. And when they're asking me questions like, are you a communist? Are you a communist? Are you a communist? Me, the person I am, I'm saying, no, I'm an anarchist. My luck would have it that the cops in Nagpur have never heard the word anarchy before. They're like, ye anarchist kya hota hai beta, tum bol rahe the anarchist. I'm like, sir, NRC, sir. Nahin, tum bol rahe tum anarchist ho. You mean anarchist? And they're like, haan, anarchist. So the cop asks me, India mein kitte anarchist hain? And I'm like, sir, the whole point of anarchy is to not have an organization. So I don't know. Anarchist ka leader kaun hai? And I'm like, sir, the whole point of anarchy is to not have leaders. And they're like, anarchy ka flag kisne banaya? I'm like, mujhe bhi nahi pata. Wikipedia pe dekh lo aap. Types, right? And while this is happening, the ATS guy finds photos of me dressed up as Muslim on a Republic Day event where I'm hugging the Tiranga. And he's like, ye kya hai? I'm like, ye Musalman hai, sir. He's like, Musalman? And the other cops, sir, he said Musalman. And ye kyun kar rahe ho tum? I'm like, main Tirange ko gale laga raha hu. Kuch galat kiya maine, types, This is the kind of smart ass I was being. And then they switched us. They took me out to the NIA and sent Nikki in. And the NIA guy is trying to be a hard ass to me. He's like, I called your school friends. He told me the kind of person that you are. He knows that, we know that you've met Shah Rukh Khan with 2 criminals. I'm like, I have met Shah Rukh Khan, and my boss who I met him with got me too'd. So that is a crime, for sure I've met him with a criminal. Then he goes through my phone and he finds photos of me and my ex together. And coincidentally, my ex happened to be from Nagpur too. So he's like, who's this girl? How did you meet her? What did you do with her? I'm like, how's this relevant? And then the NIA guy goes, was this your first girlfriend? I'm like, yes, sir, first girlfriend. And then he melted, dude. All of a sudden, he's like, such a good-looking boy. You should be running after women. Why are you running after the RSS? And I'm like, I thought this was an interrogation turned into a compliment session for me, And by this point, 2 cops have pulled up, their chairs, and they're like, they're getting a free comedy show on my behalf. Because they're like, Allah mein vishwas karte ho. I'm like, nahi, sir. Namaz padhte ho? Nahi, sir. Roza rakhte ho? Bilkul nahi, sir. Fatiha padhte ho? Wo kya hai, sir? So the only cops who are mad at me were the Muslim cops for not being Muslim enough. And on the other end, my friend Nikki, he has tattoos that are from the Vedas. He has Upanishad tattoos. So when they ask him, what do your tattoos mean? He's like, this is from the Vedas. Don't you know your Vedas? Are you not Hindu? So that was the double game that we happened to be playing with the cops over there. And as I thought that the evening was calming down, the ATS guy came and pulled a gun to my head. Because in my bag, besides the tomatoes and the weed, was a book called Gujarat Files by Rana Ayub. And if you guys don't know, it's her investigation about the Gujarat riots. I could have been carrying a more sus object. Like, it's like I wanted to be caught. Like, I've planted the evidence on myself, had I known. So he comes and pulls a gun to my head. He's like, when did you last speak to Rana Ayub? How do you know Umar Khalid? When did you meet Kanhaiya Kumar? I'm like, sir, if any of them know who I am, I'd be damn proud of myself. I've met Jignesh Mevani. I've made a documentary about him. It's on YouTube. Go check it out. So YouTube luckily became my alibi. All my videos got 10 extra views by all the intelligence agencies. But after this happened, the Nagpur cops were pretty much satisfied with us. They were like, we're going to let you go, but they've raised the state-level terror alert, so everybody has to file paperwork. Might as well stay back. And it's not like we have an option. Our Bangalore trains left already. So we had to miss 2 trains for this to happen to us. Right? It was fate. We had no part to play in this. This was meant to happen to us. So we slept over in the police station, and as soon as the inspectors left, the Havaldar came in and said, "Hum ab aapki seva karenge." So we got chai, we got chicken biryani in station. In fact, my friend Nikki was being an asshole. He was like, "I don't eat chicken." So they got him poha on top of that as well. So the next morning when we woke up, the Muslim cops came in and they were trying to I'm Muslim, you're a Muslim, tell me everything. Like, first of all, don't you dare call me Muslim. That was my stance back then. I've changed though. But this cop was really mad at me for not being as Muslim as he'd like me to be. But a little glimmer of hope came in when the IB came, the Intelligence Bureau. And I kid you not, the IB guy who came was a hot IB guy. So I was supposed to be intimidated, but I was turned on. I don't know what is wrong with me, guys. I just am turned on by this authoritative figure in my life. And this cop in the morning is mad at me saying, "Sir, isko ye to Musalman banata hai. Ye dekhiye, ye Musalman banata hai." And I think the IB guy had seen the Kashmir video before he came into the interrogation, because the IB guy, the first thing he said to me, I kid you not, is like, "Bro, the sense of humor on your page is next level." So I'm trying to high-five him, but my hadkadis are getting in the way. But then the cop is like, "Sir, iske paas tattoos hain, iske paas ye tattoo hai, yahan pe tattoo hai, ye tattoo dekho, wo tattoo dekho." I'm like, I have a tramp stamp. Do you guys want to see my tramp stamp? The IB guy says, "Sure, show us your tramp stamp." So I turn around, I flash them my Harry Potter tramp stamp. And all of them are taking pictures of my behind. So I know for a fact that every intelligence agency in the country has a photo of my ass. Whether it's sticky or collecting dust, I do not know. But I know it's there. So after this, the IB guy went and told the DG, "Sir, these guys are harmless. You let them go. There's nothing to hold them on." Because UAPA and all was banded about, but the IB guy came and sorted us out, saying that these guys are safe. You can let them go. They're harmless. But there was still one hurdle to cross. It was the RSS. The RSS lawyers came, and the RSS lawyers had to sign off saying that we have no problem with these people. You can let them go. But before that, the RSS lawyer turned to us and he was like, "Guys, we are from the RSS, we are from Nagpur. Unless we are invited or it's a festival, we don't go there. So you have no business wandering in those paths. And you're extremely lucky that this police station got you, because where you got picked up from, 2007, there was a bomb blast. 2013, there was an encounter. So where you were, they have CCTV cameras watching, and you're lucky that this police station that's kind of liberal got you, because any of the others got you, they would have broken your bones, not asked questions, you would have not seen the light of day. So pray to whichever God you believe in that thank your lucky stars that this police station got you and none of the others. But then the RSS signed us off that it's fine for us to go. And while we were walking out of this place, me and Nikki were looking at each other going, "Man, what this felt like." And Nikki was like, "Yeah, man, I know what this felt like." And we together said, that moment in Lord of the Rings when Frodo puts on the ring and Sauron knows that he exists? Because 2 weeks after this, it was lockdown in the country, guys. My ego trip was next level. We freaked them out so hard that they had to shut down the fucking country. But we had a wild card. There are not a lot of people can pull this off, because when you get arrested, you get your one phone call, right? So I called my dad. I said, "Dad, this is what's going on." And Dad called his friend in Maharashtra, who's an NCP MLA, who's a Muslim MLA from the NCP. And within an hour of us being caught, a Muslim MLA is calling the station saying, "Hamare bacche ko jaane do." Nikki calls his uncle calls somebody in the RSS. And within an hour of us being caught, an RSS worker is calling the police station saying, "Hamare bacche ko jaane do." So the cops are freaked out, saying a Muslim MLA and the RSS are working together to get you off. Like, who the fuck are you guys? But before they let us go, they all had one question for us, saying that you guys said you're a filmmaker, right? So हमने तुम्हारा जो रायता बनाया है, इस पे movie बनाओगे तुम? And we're like, sir, अगर movie बनाएंगे तो फिर से सब कुछ करना पड़ेगा. And the cops are like, get permission and come, we'll help you make that movie. But like, coming to the end of the show, like, you know, if you like to write comics like me, I would say getting arrested and going to jail, like, won't work for everybody. It certainly did the trick for me. Because the entire intelligence community came together to give me a writing workshop. Because if you look at my comics before I went in and what I've written after, Zameen Asman ka farak. So if you guys want to get into comics and creating art, I'd suggest don't go to jail. But if you do, it'll benefit you. And that's my set. Jai Shri Allah. Okay, I mean, do we have time? Does anybody have any questions? We can open up to questions, or should we just... Okay, anyways, comic books are right here. They are for sale. My graphic novel is coming out from Yoda Press. You can order the graphic novel online from my Instagram. You can buy the comics if you like. Comics Canal, you can buy it. Or you can flip through them right here. Thanks a lot for having me, and enjoy your rest of the evening.
Such a great audience. Thank you for an amazing, amazing day. And that draws our exhibition to a close. It's open for 2 more days, 10th and 11th. Please spread the word to your friends and whoever wishes to come. Please, yes.
And thanks, Falah. It was an honor to have Falah do the honors for the ending of the exhibition. And thanks to the audience for being there. And thanks to Akanksha for organizing the whole thing. And hopefully this thing will continue. This is not the end. Yeah, it was fun while we had it. Thank you, everyone.
Wait. Next time, call Rekha Gupta as the chief guest, because she's the bigger comedian.
Exactly.
In my opinion.
Akansha, you're listening.